to celebrate this very merry time of year.
Rome, where the Colosseum roam, and the Grand Museum roam. Love is everywhere, so meet me up there at St. Peter's Square in Rome. On the 7 hills that's Rome, the Italian thrills, 'cause love is alive when you're roaming in Rome. Rome, where the Tiber flows, yeah, Rome. Michelangelo's in Rome, the eternal town of ermine and satin and all things Latin. Rome, like a symphony, is home to the bourgeoisie who put the Roman romantic at Rome. It all burned down as Nero just fiddled around. But right here, right now, 2,000 years on, they're still going strong in Rome, where the fashion kings all roam, where the pasta's all homegrown, and the guys all stare while they compare what the young girls wear in Rome, with its dim-lit bars and nights of a million stars. So get me across the Atlantic, let's all go land some manic. Who put the Roman romantic? That's Rome. I'm asking, who put the Roman romantic? That's Rome.
Easy does it, what's the rush? Hey, why not travel slow? Let's just take our time and then we'll see. Easy does it, makes it such a nice long way to go. Day by day we'll have fun, you and me. You know some things don't move by force. Let's let love run its own sweet course. Easy does it naturally. Easy does it naturally.
was a chance encounter, a glance across the street, fleeting moments, two strangers meeting that swept me off my feet. Golden leaves under an autumn sun, you talked about the movies and how your life begun. Our lives weave together through all kind of weather, and our hearts grew strong. Our love was a chance encounter, a glance across the street, fleeting moments, two strangers meeting that swept me off my feet. The buzz of traffic, the bright city lights, you talked about marriage and who you'd invite. We talked for hours and I brought you flowers, and our hearts grew strong. How can something so special be mere happenstance? Was it destiny calling, or just life's little dance? Our love was a chance encounter, a glance across the street, fleeting moments, two strangers meeting that swept me off my feet, that swept me off my feet.
Is a smiling face that's home. It's a hiding place that's home. Deep inside your heart, light in the dark when you're miles apart. And home, like the songbooks say, is only a dream away. Nothing's as bright as the love light back home. Home, when you're tired of roaming home, where the love is all homegrown. There's a welcome sign and everything's fine, 'cause the sun will shine at home, where the door's wide open home, not a cloud in sight. I'm hitching a ride and I'm rolling back home. It's true, some find that travel unravels the mind right through mankind. So go with the flow, I'll take the road back home, where the fire's burning home. How I love returning home. When you're waiting there, what do I care? I'm a millionaire at home, where the windows lit up home. Love is everywhere, watching the storm on a cold night, cozy and warm on the inside. Nothing's as bright as the love light back home. I know that nothing's as bright as the love light back home.
get ready. You know where we're heading. Giving a jive, living alive. We're gonna hit the heights. When the clock strikes midnight, we don't stop till daylight. So banish your blues and polish your shoes. We're gonna hit the heights. Cause I lose my head, feel my body sway when I hear that Creole music start to play. Gotta find that feeling when your mind starts reeling. Ready to blow, raring to go. We're gonna hit the heights. Hit it, boys! Well, I go real dizzy and I lose control when I feel that rhythm burning in my soul. I said, come and get it, cause you won't regret it. Follow the drum, get out of the slum, we're gonna hit the heights. I said, follow the drum, get out of the slum, head for the neon lights. We're gonna hit the heights. Gonna hit the heights. Come on, let's get ready. You know where we're heading. Giving a jive, living alive. We're gonna hit the heights. When that clock strikes midnight, we don't stop till daylight. So banish your blues and polish your shoes. We're gonna hit the heights. Cause I lose my head, feel my body sway when I hear that Creole music start to play. Gotta find that feeling when your mind starts reeling. Ready to blow, raring to go. We're gonna hit the heights. Hit it, boys! Well, I go real dizzy and I lose control when I feel that rhythm burning in my soul. I said, come and get it, cause you won't regret it. Follow the drum, get out of the slum, we're gonna hit the heights. I said, follow the drum, get out of the slum, head for the neon lights. We're gonna hit the heights. Gonna hit the heights.
The holiday's here to greet you, and it's coming around to meet you. We'll let the holidays carry us away. Yeah, it'll carry us away. So, what do you say? It'll make all of our wishes come true. We'll take a winter stroll, footsteps in the snow. Won't you take a winter stroll with me? We'll see the lights on display from Main Street down to the Bay this holiday. Hey! Take a winter stroll, footsteps in the snow. We'll let the holidays carry us away. We'll see the lights on display. Everything starts today. So we'll let the holidays, yeah, let the holidays carry us away.
One night in New York is like a lifetime anywhere. Dancing in the dark up in Central Park, or the bright lights of Times Square. This town is champagne, so shake the bottle, pop the cork. All the deadliest sins are like one night in New York. Put on your silk and your satin, we're stepping out in style. We'll be the toast of Manhattan, cruising the Golden Mile. This town is alive. Go wild and let your money talk. Any man can be king and reign one night in New York. All right. Come on, put on your silk and your satin. We're stepping out in style. We'll be the toast of Manhattan, cruising the Golden Mile. One night in New York is like a lifetime anywhere. Dancing in the dark up in Central Park, or the bright lights of Times Square. This town is champagne, so shake the bottle, pop that cork. All the deadliest sins are like one night in New York. Don't you know all the deadliest sins are like one night in New York?
Let's get ready, you know where we're heading. Giving a jive, living a life, we're gonna hit the heights. When that clock strikes midnight, we don't stop till daylight. So banish your blues, polish your shoes, we're gonna hit the heights. Cause I lose my head, feel my body sway when I hear that Creole music start to play. Gotta find that feeling when your mind starts reeling. Ready to blow, raring to go, we're gonna hit the heights. Hit it, boys! I go real dizzy and I lose control when I feel that rhythm burning in my soul. I said, come and get it, cause you won't regret it. Follow the drum, get out of the slum, we're gonna hit the heights. I said, follow the drum, get out of the slum, head for the neon lights. We're gonna hit the heights.
Our love was a chance encounter, a glance across the street, fleeting moments, two strangers meeting that swept me off my feet. Golden leaves under an autumn sun, you talked about the movies and how your life begun. Our lives weave together through all kind of weather, and our hearts grew strong. Our love was a chance encounter, a glance across the street, fleeting moments, two strangers meeting that swept me off my feet. The buzz of traffic, the bright city lights, you talked about marriage and who you'd invite. We talked for hours and I brought you flowers, and our hearts grew strong. How can something so special be mere happenstance? Was it destiny calling, or just life's little dance? Our love was a chance encounter, a glance across the street, fleeting moments, two strangers meeting that swept me off my feet, that swept me off my feet.
DreamLeague Season 27 is brought to you by DHL.
Hello, it's another season of DreamLeague here. Season 27, would you believe it? As we bang on with some more Dota 2 action. There's lots to watch over the coming days, and I'm joined by Teacup for some Dota 2 today.
Hello.
How you doing?
Great. No, yeah, it feels weird because normally my camera's on the other side when I do the DreamLeague production, so this feels very foreign to me. But you know, we're good. We're chilling. I'm overwhelmed, honestly, mate. I'm actually overwhelmed a little bit because I just look at DreamLeague and there's just like
they just took Swiss that we saw at TI and they just went, you know what, boom, let's make it like the biggest version possible. So it's just I'm just gonna take a step back. I need to breathe for a little bit because it's just a lot of Dota.
Well, they've taken the Swiss cheese and filled all the holes in with even more cheese.
It's just my cholesterol is going through the roof. It's impressive. I wasn't expecting to see a format like this, right? Because again, I think we've praised it a lot for other tournaments, and then ESL just found a way to make storylines be possible in any stream pretty much. So it's going to be very interesting to see how it develops.
It should be super, super exciting as we get ourselves into another season of EPT. Got those 4 tournaments all leading in towards the Esports World Cup, all the points to be gained, and kind of thinking back on the previous season, 7 out of the top 8 teams of the EPT are here performing at this DreamLeague, except one. Unfortunately, we have lost Talon as an org, but we'll see if another team can kind of slot their ways in and get some points, as it's a big event, right? Getting yourself to the EWC, you want to be performing from the get-go.
Yeah, and I just feel like, Gareth, you did a disservice to that graphic, all right? Not to try and call you out in the first 2.5 minutes of us working together.
What have I done?
That graphic, it had one of the biggest events in the year. You could even argue potentially bigger than EWC itself.
That's my bad.
And what event was that?
I know what you're talking about. That is my fault. Please correct me.
It was ESL 1 Birmingham in 2026. That is basically the biggest event you could ever ask for, all right? We got all the lads down in Brum, all the teams, the best in the world playing it out, right? Of course, the most EPT points, if I remember correctly, from that event in itself. But I do miss Brum and Birmingham itself. It's such a banger event. Like, everyone always talks about, crowds from SDA or crowds from here and there, but Birmingham is in another level because we have no one to care for. We have we have one player. We have no organizations. So it's like, who cares? We're just going to love everything. So if you ever want to see an event where there's just vibes, then go watch that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's always one of those events. We love the underdog story, right? We love the underdog story, and there's so much potential for underdog play in Dota. And as we see all the teams here at DreamLeague Season 27, like mentioning, a lot of the old classics, the top 10 or 15 out of the last season are there. Spirit, Falcons, Paravision, Enigma Galaxy were 10th place, I believe, last EPT tour as well. Heroics out there. But then you've got some kind of newer logos and names down towards the bottom, haven't you?
Yeah, and this is where, massive respect to ESL for having kind of like a Division 2 qualifier for their Dream Leagues. I think, especially with the kind of loss of DPC, there was kind of this gap where maybe we could find a way to try help cultivate Tier 2, Tier 3 Dota. ESL, they've come and done it. So teams like Yandex, OneDub, Pipsqueak, Passion UA, Tiebound have come through that kind of Division 2 qualifier. If it wasn't there, we just wouldn't be seeing these players. And especially with Yandex, they just got second place at the previous event, the Blast Slam that we just saw in China. So a second place team having to go through the Division 2 qualifier, like, it is really scary, just the depth that we have. And of course, at any minute, one best of 3 changes the whole shape of a Swiss format, right? So for sure. It is always spooky. And of course, all the teams are vying for some sweet money. Of course, we're not going to be playing no players for, not performing. We want the best of the best, right? But of course, top 8, that is where the players will start earning the money. And of course, club rewards are available to all teams that have qualified.
Yeah, and it can be a big deal for some of those, smaller teams if they do manage to crack themselves into like top 10 or something like that, especially with all of the additional team funding that you're able to get. But here's our schedule for today, starting out with BetBoom against Runa team. So an Eastern European derby, basically, between those two squads, who have, as far as I know, never actually played each other before. Runa team have always been a qualifier team, while BetBoom have very often just been directly invited to stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, the rest of the day, it is going to kind of potentially be a bit of a seed 1 versus seed 23, 24 situation, right?
Yeah.
We've got Falcons versus Passion UA, Tundra versus Amaru Gaming. So that is going to be, I think, just very spooky. But the thing with Falcons and Tundra is often, maybe more towards Falcons, we saw it in the last tournament, their day 1, they slipped up against your Colt, and then they went on to dominate, right? So I could see a world where maybe with, jet lag, flying across the world, like they were literally in China, like 36 hours ago, right? So there is a world
yes,
where...
we were.
we also were there. That is true. I did land... I got to my house 11 hours ago. So thumbs up, everybody. But it's okay. The Dota don't sleep. The Dota don't stop. But yeah, that's where day 1 is always going to be a little bit spooky. But, luckily for Series 1 of the day, there is no jet lag involved. All these lads have been just chilling at home, watching the finest Dota and preparing themselves, which is going to be just, one of the, scariest tournaments I think we have due to just the depth of teams that we have in play. But yeah, BB versus Runa. Whew.
Yeah, I mean, BB, we know so much about this team, having watched them kind of suffer early on, always called that star team who could never perform, then find a bit of their groove in the last, I want to say year or so. Recent results, 4th at Valachia, 2nd at Fisher, but then you've got like 9th at Blast, 4th at TI, that's pretty damn good. They can be hit or miss depending on like the vibe or the patch, or maybe also this topic you kind of touched on earlier on, right? Being the Seed 1 big team against an underdog, there is that potential to be not necessarily figured out, but for people to do a lot of prep.
Yeah, and I think for me, GPK is one of the focal points for BB's up and down performances. I think during TI, my guy was on like another level. It felt like if there ever was a time for him to win, it was that event. Like he was doing so much, but of course, other factors on the roster held the team back from breaking into top 3, maybe even the grand finals. And I think post TI, I've not seen that same fire in him. Like he's still playing well, but he's not like the, oh, damn, GPK, what are you saying, right? And I think a lot of the time with Eastern European teams, it is kind of is your mid laner good enough to beat GPK? If not, you're probably going to lose out the game, right? Because especially in qualifiers, like GPK would just look at some random like squad 1x or Chiro Jr. back in the day, Nicky Cool, right? And just be like, boop. Thank you very much, right? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it did feel like, maybe it's one of those things where he looks very good on the Storm Spirit and the Earthshaker and stuff like that. But if they get nerfed or out of meta, it can be more challenging for him. We'll see how he does here against Nicky Cool, who's a pretty interesting player in himself. There's a very few of these guys out there that you're always looking forward to see what he's playing. Is that Kothel going to come out? Are we going to have some of these weird and wonky heroes from the mid lane?
Yeah, and I can't remember which event I was covering, but I remember having to cast some of his games, and it was like the matter of like, did he get his hands on the Keeper of Light? Was he playing the Storm Spirit? Like even back when Shaker was a big thing, he would dabble with that. So he does have his own like kind of specialties mixed in with what other mid laners are playing. But yeah, I feel like for Nicky Cool, consistency has always been a bit of a problem with him, where he might have good lanes, but I've never looked at him to be like the foundation of a comeback in a team. He needs to be a tempo player. So I think a big thing in this whole matchup will just be, how does he lane into GPK? If he is at a disadvantage, he's going to have to rely on other people, because again, as a player, I've yet to see him be kind of a shining star throughout the entire game. But again, I've only watched a couple of his games. I'm not like the biggest Nicky Cool spectator, so maybe he's improved a lot since I last covered him, 3-4 months ago.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've caught him as well. I remember him a while back being this kind of Keeper of the Light or Tiny player, and then everything else was maybe middling, but he was exceptional on those kind of heroes. And maybe throw in a puck as well, but that's quite often mid laners are just puck players because they're so nasty.
Boring. Yep. One-dimensional. I can't wait for a patch, mate. I'll be honest. I'm like
gasping for it.
I'll be real. This is like this is gonna be week 7 that I've been doing Dota events now. Like pre-Christmas, it's been an absolute just tear. And the thing is, I'm mentally ready. Oh, look at the Chen band. Oh, look at the Naga.
Oh, Jakiro's first picked. What a surprise!
Oh, spooky. I cannot wait. Honestly, if we could just find a way to just jump in at like the last 2 picks of a draft, that'd be way more interesting. Because, but that's the thing, right? I think because ESL has invited so many teams to this event, and also teams that haven't been playing the tier 1 events, you'd like to think that they've been creating their own like mini meta, playing like the EPLs, the CCTs, online qualifiers. Like there is a world where they can just come into this and go, you know what, guys, even though you're tier 1, you're the best in the world, you're doing it wrong. We've got this concept, right? And there are these like fringe heroes that could technically disrupt the status quo of like tier 1, especially even at the end of a patch. It happens all the time. So yeah, I'm really looking at teams like Passion UA or Pipsqueak or Runa team to really just kind of use the fact that they haven't been forced into constant tier 1 drafting just to go crazy. And maybe it's just optimistic of me, but I think a patch is never stale. It's more on the people to find the solutions to like create new meta, right? But again, as a analyst, yeah, I can be a bit tired of teams not inventing. So please, non-tier 1 teams, do us a service.
Yeah, pick some Night Stalker or something. I feel like that's one of those heroes that has been that little pop of color to some of these drafts. Like, ooh, Night Stalker from Eastern Europe. Maybe we'll see it in this series in particular as well. There's definitely that potential. So if you're thinking as Runa team here, being the underdog against BetBoom, like what would your preparation be going into this? What would your surprise hero or your focus in lane? Are you still thinking like just go for GPK?
I mean, that's the simplified answer. Like, if you asked me to give you an answer with like 2.5 minutes of prep, I'd say try and shut down GPK. But outside of that, I think save is just a really big focal point for the team. Where if he's able to like feel comfortable in the game, he can do a lot for the team, and that then also trickles down to Miro as well. So I think between the offlane duo and the mid lane, these are often like the big foundation points for BB team. So I think either pick one to pressure and then like respect the other one, because like without these two aspects, then Kiritich, he's like a farming carry. He wants to do like the old school thing. So if you take away all like the structure in the early game, your carry can never really like take over the game. So mid to off lane, try and shut down one if you're Runa team, and just be ready to draft strong lanes. I hate when the weaker seed team drafts like this epically late game team fight lineup that has like no purpose in the first 20 minutes, because you're never going to get to it. It's like, come on guys. So good lanes, respect to mid to off lane, and we probably have a good series on our hand.
Yeah, and then on that topic, it's probably worthwhile shouting out that RMN is the coach of BetBoom now for the past 2.5 months. They dropped Bulk, brought in him with Kiritich at the same time. So I was thinking, like, there's another angle here where you could maybe imagine BetBoom don't respect their opponents, and we get this situation where you leave Timbersaw in or one of these big heroes and you let them have it. But it's not a best of one or a best of two-game series. It's a best of 3. So I think you've got a little more wiggle room there to try and find spaces in the draft and figure out what's going on. As we should be able to hop on over and see what the picks and bans are going to be, as we start out with a Keeper of the Light ban. None of that for Nikki Cool. Sad stuff. But we do get a Dragon Knight. Oh, brand new hero,
Yay.
never seen before.
I can't
Oh,
wait.
you're
That's
excited!
available. Yeah, I'm super excited, mate. Absolutely on the edge of my seat. Look at that. That's GPK. That's a smiling man on his screen. Oh, he can't wait to play this game. Oh,
For
but
the
no, it's
7,000th time.
woohoo! No, I will respect though to BB in the fact that I think they were the only team during Valahia Season 6 to be banning out Jakiro against teams, and teams would ban Jakiro against them. And then it kind of took over a couple tournaments after that. Before then, Jakiro was always kind of like a flavor second phase hero. So I will give credit immensely to the idea that it is kind of BB was like one of the first teams to really kind of keep forcing it into people. That is the Jakiro. But when you talk about Nikki Cool and the comfort, right, Panglet also is one of his comfort pickups. He loves playing the hero from the mid lane, and it is kind of ticks the box already what we described we want from Runa team. Like, able to play most lanes, able to break into the game. Of course, you do need to respect Pangolier though. When you pick up the Pangolier like this, GPK will happily pick it up, call you up, punish you. So yeah, I like the start from Runa team, but ban the puck. Yeah,
I get rid of that. So we did leave Timber in a little bit. He gets removed. Terrorblade gone. Terrorblade was, I don't know, for me, I guess, a little bit of a surprising one for the last tournament. I mean, maybe tail end of Valaki as well. What was the big reason he got picked up so much?
It's just the fact you're just a really strong laner, right? And you put this kind of like invisible timer on the enemy team where if you try to go somewhat snowbally, Terrorblade will be the carry that will 1v9 the game, right? So I think having this like invisible scaling timer on the enemy team, knowing that if he gets to Manta Skadi plus one more item, like Daedalus, you can never go near him when he has meta. Like that really hurts a lot. So yeah, it is kind of pretty much that. Just you forget the hero exists, you get 3 items, and you're really scared.
Yeah.
And also into like cores like into DK carry and like these like semi carries, you just know that like I really need to play well.
Yeah, because we saw it was like the Falcons Yandex game where Skitter was playing DK, blinked into a TB with meta Skadi, and just got blown up by a little Chrysalis crit every now and then.
Yeah, exactly. You've also got like Mouse who are drafting like Huskar carry. You've got Tundra who played like a Lesh carry and an Ursa carry, right? It's like, Lesh and Ursa carry are very different things, to be clear. Ursa is a good carry, Lesh is not a good carry. But the point is, you can feel that a lot of the top teams in the world want to have 20-minute item timings, break the game, win by 35. They don't want to play that 45-minute game where a Terrorblade's in it, right? So, yeah, I think Terrorblade honestly could be picked up earlier in drafts if you have a confident play on the hero. It really forces you to pick very specific carries or play in a very clean way. And that aside, the draft has progressed quite quickly, and BB at least are going down the generic draft pattern. They've got the Naga Siren that was actually not banned at all in either the first or second phase. Now that gets picked up. They pair it with the save Hoodwink, just a really nice natural combination between lockdown, control, map play between the two supports. They kind of amplify other heroes with their setup. And then of course DK, as we already mentioned, one of the best heroes in the patch, can be mid, can be carry, will happily utilize that lockdown. BB still needs some more damage though. They've got a lot of control, a lot of like ways to start a fight, but they don't have that kind of killer blow right now.
Yeah, because quite often we've seen that like Tusk Snapfire with a DK, with a Slardar, and you can play as this duo or trio and look for kills on the map. Right now it's like DK Hoodwink, the pairing so far, that can maybe do that. Nice also to have Naga against Pango, right? You talked about the puck as a difficult challenge for Pango to play through. Naga can be quite hard as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Like your team gets slept, you're focused down, you get netted. If there's another ranged hero for BetBoom, you just get right-click down.
Yeah, 100%. It's quite a fun little double-edged sword though, because where you can sing to focus the Pango, also the Pango can roll through the sing to stop the TPs when you're trying to disengage, right?
Yeah, true.
So it's kind of like a weird little back and forth, but that aside, I think Runa team need to make sure they have the damage available, because when Naga picks up the shard, if you've used your roll, or you used your golem, or you used your Mourner Kisses, you can just heal up during the song, disengage. Sure, you might not be able to TP out if the Rolling Thunder is in play, but yeah, you just need to make sure you're very clinical and very clean against Naga Siren. One mistake and then she will just combo break any big team fight. And Runa team, they've gone for all big spells in the team fight, right? Like all big ultimates. So if they don't use them, yes, exactly. It's like me have red spell, throw it into fight, haha.
And we were just learning how to play Magic the Gathering at Blast,
we were,
learning all about the red spells.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I was thinking of buying a deck, to be fair, mate. I was going to talk to you after the game.
I immediately I installed MTG Arena. I'm not going to lie. As soon as I got to my computer, Lacoste, Nat-T, and Lyrical were convincing, very convincing salespeople and getting us to play MTG.
I've never played it before in my life, but I played like 4 or 5 games, and now I'm like, ooh, I could see myself wanting to buy a couple. Yeah, I was on the plane with like the 1 meg Wi-Fi, like trying to, like the free messaging Wi-Fi. I was like trying to like research, like, it took me like an hour to load up one single card, but either way, got there in the end, and now BB go for an Ursa. Yeah, I think BB have just got a really nice lineup to counter Runa's style, because you want to pretty much brush off the first wave of spells from Runa team, reset, and then you go kill them because they've like wasted their first fight. So
yeah, like
Ursa with Enrage, they have all the tools to do that.
Yeah, like now it feels like a matter of banning. I guess I'm looking at this Pango as going mid, and then banning out the like Mars and these other initiation heroes. Yeah, Slardar is a good flex as well. Because it feels like Runa team are lacking catch in my eyes.
They're lacking that simple hero that goes, hey,
I start a fight now.
Yes, yeah. Which is another way of saying catch. Catch is the best way of describing it, but when you look at their draft, it really is quite clunky, because they are very scary in laning phase. They have good kill threat, right? Because you can just like Fatal Bond, shove the wave, keep spinning on them. Like you're never gonna die. You got Pango plus Snapfire in tandem can kill heroes. Like their lanes should be farm focused with the slight ability to kill if they're in good position. But if they have that extra one little guy on Runa team, then they can punish the greed. Because I think like BB is very low damage. Like DK, Ursa, double physical damage cores, be it off lane, carry, mid, whatever roles you want to put them in. They need 14 minutes of farm out like during lane to feel good. Like they need Battle Fury Blink, they need Blink on DK. Like they need items. So the Battle Fury, by the way, was for the Ursa. I just didn't mention that, but yeah. Okay. Before a cursed DK Battle Fury build. If that happens, I'm going to go on strike, by the way. I refuse to cast the rest of the game if that happens.
Just watch him do it. Kiritic's going to do it. Ooh.
Enjoy. Okay.
Ooh, I like that. So I play a lot of Warlock, and I know I hate playing against heroes with Dispel. Legion Commander, very good against Warlock. Can be good against Pango and Jug, right? Into the spin and the roll to stop them from escaping. You just duel them.
Yeah, what you mentioned earlier with the ranged hero fighting during like the role, Legion also is a good example of that. We don't see the hero too often, but Miro does like playing it, and yeah, this is what I was hoping to see from teams that aren't always turning up to every tier 1 event. Have that extra little bit of flavor that you prepared, and like you said, you got the Dispel on the Fatal Bonds. It's not that good into the heal because a Warlock can just heal his Juggernaut and then still do the damage that way, but it's a scary pickup. I'm really intrigued to know the item path because Legion obviously thrives on Blade Mail Blink.
T, come on now. We all know the offlane item path. It's Bracer, Soul Ring, Pipe.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was going to allude to in the end was we want to see Blade Mail blink and be like, wow, 3 billion dual damage. But is he going to go Bracer phase, Soul Ring into, Pipe, walking to the middle of the fight? I mean, it's a pretty good Blade Mail game. Like you get a Jug or a Pango, they are just going to disappear inside the duel, paired with the pick-off potential of a Hoodwink. Like Legion Hoodwink together on the map is very scary. But again, we'll see. I think there is an argument that with Ursa and DK wanting to maybe chill and farm for a little bit longer than other heroes, maybe the Legion also can be a bit greedier as well. So yeah, some questions in regards to how they want to itemize, but I think if the lanes go well, then they can pretty much buy whatever they want because the amount of pick-off play available for BB is very scary. And Runa team, they go for the Sand King last pick here. A hero that we've seen some teams try to run recently from the mid lane. Sure, the mischance doesn't apply on towers anymore, but it's still just the simple I buy blink and go find hero kills. And we wanted an initiating hero, right? So it at least ticks that box. Oh. Cheap stun.
Whiteboard strats behind Miro.
Oh, yeah.
Is that a Mimikyu? Ugly Pikachu?
I didn't see it in time.
Some Labubus, though, behind GPK. Some spooky little fluffy fellas.
Yeah, my guy's got to be careful. If he's investing his tournament winnings into this, then I'm going to be...
A money sink for the rich.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. He hasn't been winning recently, so I don't know. Does he have the...
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's just, playing 1v1s for cash.
Oh, I see. Yes,
like poker
classic.
players do, you go to tournaments, you don't do well, then you go to the cash tables to actually make your living. You could see that happening. But here we go. Game 1 is BO3 Swiss, so plenty of chances here to try things out with Miro on the Legion Commander. We'll see how that's going to go. But I just want to think about the vibes of this game, because it felt like at Blast there were two very different styles, looking at it from start of group stage through to main event. This kind of early game laning focused tempo build up, and I want to look at OG as one of the teams that were doing a lot of that versus the Yandexes and of course Tundra Falcons, who look for this more 20-25 minute we are ready now timing after slowing the game down as much as possible. Do you see BetBoom here as having like a slower draft, whereas Runa team needs to be faster, or am I looking at it in a wrong way?
Both of these teams feel like they just need to have efficient laning into then kind of just good farm after lane. Neither lineup has that very simple approach of if we win lane, we go, just because of the natural battle fury carry buying heroes, right? Both Jug and Ursa need to stall out the game a little bit to ensure they get there in farm. And then also it's just awkward for BB to make moves. You have Legion and DK. It's very clunky.
Yeah. So I guess I was also showing my inherent bias of thinking Runa team are the underdog, therefore they've got to play better, faster, stronger to do well against BetBoom.
Yeah, I'd like to see the Sand King and the Pango try and play together at different points in this game. I think they have a lot of skirmish and pick-off play to utilize. Of course, just going for a farm game against BB will just pretty much just be net loss for them, right? The tri-core scaling on BB is extremely scary once you enter the later portion of the game. But yeah, I'm expecting Runa team to be aggressive, but it doesn't need to be super crazy OG style of madness, but slightly quicker than BB if you want to answer at the end of the question.
Okay, good. So I wasn't too far off.
No.
I just like to make things simple for my simple brain,
Yeah. And I made it harder for no one, actually. Just for myself.
Just for yourself. Fatal Bonds level 1. Big fan, as usual. Push out the lane, get that early little advantage, chip away at regen. It's always going to be hard trading into a Hoodwink here, who just moves forward, misses the bushwhack, Caster's Curse is going to happen. Even spending the spin there to get damage onto Miero, but that's fair. I don't know if you're winning that trade into Legion Commander.
Yeah, there's of course, I think in this lane, at any minute, whoever hits level 2, specifically the Radiant team, oof, you can go for a little bit of a kill, but a 17-second cooldown on the spin save doesn't have the XP to get the kill there, so Nesfer will be fine. But it really feels like it's on Runa team to find the kills in the off lane. Like, I'm expecting Pango Snapfire to punish an Ursa, a Naga. There's not crazy kill threat, I think, on the safe lane of BB. You need like a lot of damage over time, a lot of right clicks, build up the stacks, and that is where both Pango and Snapfire can just completely burst you as Kiritich pummels his face into a tree. Maybe he's trying to wake up still. He's like, if I bash my face into a log.
Well, they're losing the Naga Siren now. A few more hits, missed chance. Blood grenade, chucks it back though, gets the trade. So Kiritich going to be reasonably happy with how this is going, especially with body blocks out of these illusions to push a bit more damage onto the Pango. The Fury swipes of 7 stacks really adds up quite quickly.
Yeah, especially with bear down. That's going to last a little bit longer. So, yep, Pango has to be mindful of that. Now it disappears. As expected, though, I wanted to see some kills. Queasy, though, he missed a couple hits, right, because of the Naga innate. And then it meant that he had to kind of also die for the trade. But it's fine. Killer's kill.
Just look at how bold Save is playing top. He just steps up 1v2, harasses you. Warlock has a sad time.
Yeah.
And Katarm is going to force Queasy back.
Yeah, it's quite annoying how Hoodwink always seems to kind of creep into meta, right? Like, even when the Hoodwink players stop playing here, it just takes one guy to like step up and go, it's viable again. And they're like, okay, we're going to go. Because Ari and Save will always try to play the hero where possible.
We should reskin her as a weasel. Always weaseling her way into drafts.
Yeah, it's true.
Little critter.
I feel no one would miss her if it got deleted, other than like the 20 absolute
degenerate players.
Yeah. I was like, how do I describe them? Actually, thank you.
I mean, who's your top 5? It's like it is Crit, Ari,
Save, and then after those 3, I don't think I have a big player that comes to mind.
Yeah, it does get a bit harder. Look at that damage from Warlock till the end just kills Miero. Probably going to lose his own life, though. Pops the heal. Still falls.
Oh, interesting. He opted to heal the Jug rather than himself. Then he didn't actually get the first 2 or 3 procs of the heal. I'm pretty sure if he healed himself, he would have just got up into the healing ward. So not understanding not trusting himself, I feel there. But okay. A good reset also helps, right? When you don't have any mana, you can now bring more resources back to the lane.
Like so many factors that go into that decision, right? Like, are we pushing the lane? Am I dying? Can I heal the Juggernaut? Is he going to healing ward in time? I think we're trying to look at a replay, but the curtains have closed. The show's over, T. Everyone pack it up. Lights off. Intermission's done, and we're back into it. Oh.
Basically, all we're finding out is I feel like production are just big Runa team fans, and they're seeing the Warlock die a couple times.
Hide the shame.
Died. Hide the shame. Exactly. They were like doing anything possible to hide the curtains on reality. It's like, I'm really sorry, boss, but your Warlock died. He TP'd back top lane. He died again, and now the Warlock's doing the walk of shame. And I feel
that's unlucky. Kiritich going mano a mano into this Pangolier, and Fury swipes 8 stacked up. Will take him down. As Queasy has a cookie in 3 seconds with a few stick charges up his sleeve, but I don't think he's going to be able to slip out of this. Maybe he can try and get a kill on Kataomi on his way out. Nope, Kiritich will take him.
All right, do you want the honest answer of what's happening right now?
Yeah.
Or you want me to flavor it up for the cast?
No, we like honesty.
All right, Runa team's lanes have gone to absolute shit, boss. Everything has disappeared.
Is this like off a cliff, or is it a slide down? Slippery slope? Avalanche?
No, they were walking along a nice path, and then...
The cliffs of Dover. They were walking along the cliffs of Dover, yeah?
Exactly. And then, oopsie, I'm now at the bottom of a mile big cliff, and my ankles are gone. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Runa team at all.
It's all got rough very quickly. Here we go. Nicky Cool, about to die, just about gets under his tower and survives. We have 5-2, a 1k lead, and Dragon Knight with this Hoodwink, putting pressure on the mid-tier 1 already. That mid lane, it seems like it has not gone well for the Sand King. We've not been peeking in too much. DK was getting a ton of denies and is now 1,000 net worth ahead as they go on the Pango again. Kiritich and Kataomi straight towards Alberca. Pangolier swiped down by the bear, and now Till the End has shown up here to try and save his buddy. Luckily, with a Snapfire round, well, I say luckily, I don't know if there's any luck involved in this. Kiritich is going to go munch on people. Now, is Queasy dead as well? There's no way.
No, he's good.
No way.
Show mercy, my dear bear, but if he was level 6 and he had an Earthshock available, he might have entertained it. But...
Oh.
And then Katomi's still stuff.
Oh.
I want to try and be nice to Runa team boss, but it's looking so bad for them already.
Yeah.
Like,
well, it's looking very good for BetBoom. We can put a positive spin on the flip side of the
true.
coin.
It's doing really well. And again, I honestly can't remember what you guys have seen through the curtains closing and whatnot, but Warlock died top, respawned, TP top died, walked all the way back to top. Meanwhile, bot lane, the Pango and the Snapfire had died. Then the Pango came back to lane by himself. He then dies. Of course, then Warlock TPing in and dying as well. So in the last 2.5 minutes, Warlock's died, 3 times. Pango, Snapfire have also just disappeared from the game as well.
Yeah. And this is a game which we were saying BetBoom are kind of looking for farming items before they get ready, right?
Yes, exactly. As the ghost of GPK also haunts us because he is just chilling, hitting the mid tower for free. And Pango and also Hadu also haunting us slightly longer, but both Pango and Snapfire, they had to take a bit more fight to the lane. Like, they have kill threat and at least a way to threaten the Ursa Naga Siren, and then through that you can then run into mid and do other stuff. But because they fall off their lane so early, pretty much everyone's waiting for Nicky Cool to save them. Yes. But that's also not happening because we already mentioned that Nicky Cool is off in the jungle at minute 8, so not a single lane is doing well. Jug's jungling, Sand King's jungling, and yeah.
And they've not had any chance to build stacks, I'm assuming. Because that's usually the way you get the Sand King back into it, is big old ancient stacks.
Yes, exactly that. People have been so locked into lanes that they've been unable to be efficient and to kind of create these opportunities. So now they're kind of waiting for level 6s on the Warlock, maybe even on the Pangolier, and then to try and go for a fight there. That's kind of like the lifeline available for Runa team to have any entry into this early game. As Queasy is only level 4 with a Snapfire. But if they want to... Actually, they can't even eat the Grimoire. He's still 150 XP shy away from level 6 if he was to eat the Grimoire on the Warlock.
Oh. Heading into minute 10.
It is relatively despair.
And Legion Commander did go for the double race of phase, but the Blade Mail is coming like you wanted.
Alright.
Till the end.
Of all the heroes to go Aura, that sounds hella cursed to the
yeah.
The Legion Aura just walking in.
Is Nicky Cool getting a good item delivered?
No.
Any items?
He was phase boots. He got phase boots. He's treating himself. Yeah.
Maybe a 10-minute rune will sweeten the deal. Nice.
We have to remember though that day 1 of a Swiss is always going to be like, especially on the Earthstream boys. We are going to be getting the 1s through the 24s, the 6 versus the 18s or whatever. That's maths and how it works out, but don't hold me to that.
Omni Slash sent to the creep wave, and another attempt from Runa team. Yeah, gone awry.
Duel up.
He's just going to go for this.
Mirror it.
He got the spin off. There's a lot of damage coming. The duel doesn't succeed, but they've still got the kill on Juggernaut here regardless. Miura sticks around in XP range for it as GPK comes on through for 1, maybe 2, if he can just catch up to this Queasy Snapfire. Breathe Fire's ready. Not enough damage, though. GPK will just lay into the tower a bit.
I mean, that's the issue with the levels, right? If Snapfire was level 5, maybe even level 6 at this time, you know, 10 minutes 30, you could argue 4 positions should be around level 5 and a bit, right? So, yeah, being level 4, just not having the damage, GPK coming in to save the day as well. Yeah, all the choices of the early game are now hurting Runa team. I think Miro wouldn't have gone for that duel if he knew about the levels of Snapfire being high, right? So that's just him reading the fact that getting double Wisdom Rune, having the freedoms of everyone just pretty much chilling on BB. And there's zero stress in this game at all, right? You can see it on the net worth as well. Ursa DK doing incredibly well. We mentioned that these are slightly more farm-intensive cores in the early game. Of course, DK wants to buy Blink Dagger. Ursa wants to buy Battle Fury Blink. But at the 11-minute mark, the Battle Fury is coming out in Korea. The DK just completed his Blink Dagger. So Runa team have not been able to stop any of the early game of BB at all.
It has not been easy for our boy Queasy. Level 4 still. And a move from BetBoom down into the bottom area of the map, knowing that Sand King, Pango need to recover in jungle somehow. Are getting closed in on here pretty quickly. And with Elder Dragon form coming back up, it was a good spot for BetBoom to try and find a fight, but I guess equally you have to look at this and say, well done by Runa team to hold on their side of the river, not get picked off. But they are losing tier 1 bottom lane, losing a lot of the map. Not getting a lot of efficiency going. What is this, Kiritich Battle Fury coming? Yeah.
Yep, there it is. And the thing is with Ursa, as soon as you get that Battle Fury, you blink, and you've already got blink. Oh, that was a really bad use of word, actually. I'm sorry. I'm not on my A game, I'll be real.
Close your eyes for a short period of time.
And then you get blink.
Then you get blink, yeah.
You know, I said jet lag is going to hit me at some point today.
Oh, it's coming.
It hit me 30 minutes into game 1. Let's go.
Come on, we'll get a sick team fight. We'll wake you up. You know, we've got Pango, we've got Snapfire, we've got Sand King. Team fight ulti's there here for Runa team. It's just a matter of finding a position from which you can use them. You are non-stop being run at by a freaking squirrel, though. Yeah. Save is going to scout you, send you all back, and you're not in a confident spot at all.
I mean, the calm before the storm, right? We already spoke about how there's scaling on BB, but let's also not forget that all their cores naturally buy Blink Dagger as a second item, sometimes third, right? Within such a short period of time, we are going to be seeing 3 scaling cores also have initiating tools, right? Miro is looking for the Blink Dagger after Blade Mail. GPK already got his, then going back for the Armlet to then go like BKB, Daedalus, and Scale, and Kiritich on the Ursa. So I feel like we are just 2 to 3 minutes away from BB wanting to go and smoke up with a couple cores in the same smoke, try and get a kill, play for that Roshan. Like, we already know the motions that are coming in. It's just a matter of Runa team having to dodge it or even be ready to contest. What if there's a Roshan, you have the team fight, go take it. If there's a Tormentor take from BB, be ready to snipe away the Tormentor, even kill the Ursa who's using his Enrage to be able to do it. Like, there are some pretty decent comeback tools, but they need to be calm and understanding of like, this is our moment. They just have to decide what moment is their comeback, and smoking up as 3, finding Katomi.
Oh, to drop it on him. Give him the treatment. Entire business. Go on, a little bit more. No.
Oh, no, come on.
He's going to song now. He's out of there. No. No, you serious? Nicky Cool, can you... No.
He could have maybe epied into Blink on top of it.
Oh, man.
Yeah. I mean, Nicky Cool just thought the Naga was dead, and then he mirror imaged and dispelled the Warlock kill, and obviously didn't take any damage.
Yeah, I thought he was dead too. Well, I was going to ask you. So there was the sequence where Pango used Rolling Thunder to secure the Wisdom Shrine because Naga was there contesting it. And my question was going to be, is Rolling Thunder worth the Wisdom Shrine? But now it's part of an extended sequence, and I guess it answers itself?
The thing is, it's like, because you're behind, you need to do resource management very well. Because if you go for a kill, and let's say to kill Naga, they used Roll, plus Golem, and Epicenter, there's 0 pressure on the map anymore because you used 3 big spells to get the kill. So in any moment, especially when you're behind, you need to kind of like you have to pick and choose your battles, right? So contesting the Wisdom, when you're this far behind, I think is fine. Roll, tick, that's now gone. Going for that kill, maybe you could argue just Golem was needed because Nicky Cool ran away, didn't go for the right click. And then Golem could be used to pressure tier 1, holding the epicenter for the next move. So I kind of feel like the spells they used were fine. Just in the moment, the right clicks, the positioning, that was the bad thing. But the spell usage, I feel, based on their state, I don't really have any complaints with.
That's fair. So the individual elements were fine. It's just the granular
Execution.
details were...
Exactly, yeah.
We're off. Another pick off on Pango hurts as well. A Runa team 7k down. It feels like they still can. If they get a big 5v5 fight, I feel like that's what they would like to have with Fatal Bonds and all the ultis that they've got. But I don't know if BetBoom are ever going to give you that when they are just piercing onto your side of the map with 2 heroes here, 2 heroes there. You know, a Legion Commander +1 or a DK +1 can find you.
Luckily, though, for Runa team, we already mentioned how the Blink Daggers will be coming into play for BB. That naturally will mean there will be a chance that there will be an initiation, there'll be some aggression. This isn't a lineup on BB where they need to just scale forever, they're going to choke you out and just like Falcons it up, right? This is a matter of like their natural item paths invite them to go for a move. So at some point, if Runa team don't play split like you're mentioning, enable the 1 kill from a Legion, the 1 kill from a DK, if they hug a ward and offer up like a big 3-4 man fight, all the spells you're mentioning can at least create an opportunity of a comeback. But again, the issue there is if you stay too close together, if you hug each other, you're starved on XP, you're starved on gold, it is going to feel quite uncomfortable. But it really feels like the only way Runa team can get back into this game is getting like a 2-3 man, kill in one big fight. And
so
they at least are hugging each other though. Like they're still 4 on one side of the map. You've got Pango hugging the other side of the map. Like they at least are in some type of position to counterplay. But then you look at BB, they're in every corner, right? You've got not a single hero is within like touching distance of each other. They are very, very greedy right now.
Just the vision from BetBoom, being able to see all the moves coming. Like that bottom right-hand third of the map is completely free. They have all the information in the world because they've got all the wards in the world. Oh, scary times. A Runa team. And Ursa picks up his basher. You know it's going to get difficult. And as we now approach minute 20, hang on. Miera's just gone in here with a Blink Duel. Nicky Cool trying to backstab. Golem dropped in to try and save the day, but you've just lost 2 heroes immediately. Third one falls. GPK goes into the back. Alberca going to roll to try and defend himself. 3 heroes and a Golem. And 2 ultis down. So, yeah, I was going to say what happens with the whole Roshan Tormentor trade. Again, I think GPK and his boys just answer the question before I ask it.
Yeah, they get the initiation, they get the Roshan, they're going to walk top after this. As we do see a replay, of course, they kind of stepped up for the rune, and then Mira gets the jump, and then Nicky Cool kind of second guesses what he wants. They use the Golem. It's like, for Runa team, you want to see just a really clear understanding of like, this is how we get back into the game. Like one player has to step up and say, follow my lead, this is our moment. But like walking into the river at night time, kind of like fumbling your spells, not really being confident in why you're like, what is your comeback mechanism, is going to hurt them, right? It's an 11,000 gold lead to BB. It's 12-2 as Kiritic just solo kills the Juggernaut, sorry.
Yeah, I think there's a duel mid as
well.
And
Warlock's dead mid. Oh, Nicky Cool!
Nicky Cool's in with the epicenter going. Song of the Siren's going to... Oh, no, that kill from the Pango takes down the Naga. GPK back in to try and salvage what's left of this fight. Nicky Cool in Viz. Let's see if we've got any reveal or anything. It looks like no, because the target is Queasy, diving up onto the tier 3s, nearly finishing it off. Snapfire should be falling here as the final bushwhack and touch from GPK comes in.
Okay. We saw a glimpse of life, though. Because Nicky Cool did use Epicenter for what felt like the first time in the game.
And he definitely BetBoom going pretty aggro, though.
Of course. Like, I feel like any Dota player in this position, you're going to go for these kills, right? Like, you look at Runa team, the 5 heroes kind of feel like slightly bulky jungle creeps. Like, they don't really look like they're actually like a threat on the map. Like, there is nothing to their name, especially if you get the initiation from a core hero, right? Like, I feel like BB, they have to play with this level of confidence because, or not even confidence, like cockiness. You want to break them. You don't want them to feel like they have a chance. So, yeah, I respect the dive.
Yeah.
Kind of putting Runa team in their place.
A pretty nice pickup for Nesphere. They're killing the Hoodwink off. But while that's happening, we were talking about the Tormentor. Ursa just goes and takes it, gets the shard for the Naga Siren. And Runa team with a scan.
They're setting up.
That BetBoom are coming, setting up to defend their Wisdom Shrine. Kiritich from the tree line. He's going to get poked at here. Blink Burrow into Rolling Thunder. Great execution from Runa team to take his first life. No Song of the Siren ready just yet.
3 seconds.
We'll see what's going to happen here as Kiritich is getting blasted. Golem dropped on him. They can't save him.
Okay.
And that's the setup, right? Undervision at an objective. 5 heroes against 1. That's how Runa team gets it done. Now, though, Miro's gone with the Blade Mail, the Caps on the Juggernaut. And Nikki Cool trading blows with his Legion Commander, who's bonded up with 3 or 4 behind her. But GBK, he's a big dragon with a BKB. Coming straight back in to slay the Sand King. Queasy, Alberca, until the end. Gonna have to tail between legs, dip back to their tier 2 or tier 3, but a bushwhack and a move in from Kataomi catches the back line. Warlock gone. And Alberca trying as hard as he can to find something out of this. Cookie dodge by the blink, though. Well done there. Get themselves out of it. And the Pangolier TP attempt. Any stuns? Damage is good enough. And Runa team bleeding out completely as Queasy will get found in the back. Can't escape from this. A 5-man wipe as the Dragon Knight, the third carry on this BetBoom side, picks up the slack.
Whoa, yeah. 15,000 gold lead at 22-minute mark. It looked like Runa team at least understood. They're always going for the wisdom snipes. They're always trying to be greedy. You know, they just dove our mid-tier 2. Like, they do not respect us. So let's go and defend our wisdom. And they get the Ursa kill. They get 2. It looks conceptually really good, but because of that tier 1 tower still being alive for the Radiant team, they get to bring in the Hoodwink, they get to bring in the DK. Legion was already walking over, as you see from the minimap in this replay right now. And it's like, sure, the Ursa dies, but I think Runa team, they're just too comfortable. It's like, yes, we got him, guys. We're still here. They instantly run to the wave, trying to be efficient, but with the blink in, the duel, Juggernaut dies, it all falls apart, right? So, it's like Runa team makes one step to success, they get comfortable, and then BB's like, guys, it doesn't really matter if one hero dies. Like, we have such a big lead, we can 4v5, we can even probably 3v5 if the DK is enabled correctly. So, yeah. I like the fact that Runa team had this mindset of going for the wisdom snipe with the scan, but they can't do the things after. Of course, it's easy to say, but yeah, I just wish they're gone.
Just like if you spaff all your ultis on one guy, there are these 2 other guys that come out with BKBs, very tanky.
And it's not like a DK of the past where from the mid lane you go like Blink, Mage Slayer, you're kind of like enabling through tanking. It's like, this is a Blink, Armlet, BKB DK. This is a DK that's going to absolutely slap you silly if you go to the wrong position on the map, right? Like, you got to be careful. Like, he is, I think that's the biggest kind of joy I've seen from DKs, at least, is the pivot from both mid and offlane DK.
We're not boring anymore, we promise.
Yeah, exactly. We do something else, but they just stole the carry build pretty much, right? So you can see how desperate I am because I'm saying that a DK build is interesting. Fuck.
We've fallen low.
Yeah, we've fallen so low. This fake hype thing is... we got to talk about it at some point, Karen. Oh, mid lane.
Duel. Let's see if they can just kill off the Warlock. They can, with the Ursa there. Miro pretty low, though, as Nesphere and Alberca try to open up. Kisses off the mark, and Miro dodging. Now it'll land, though. Take the Legion down, while Kiritich, Golem dropped on him. So Runa team using different ultis on different people, not just throwing it all onto one. But they can't really continue this fight, as the Pango gets reeled in. Everything's reset. And a 1-for-1. Honestly, not bad. It's Legion for Juggernaut, but the fact that Runa team can get out on the map and potentially farm.
Yeah, you say that though. I can even hear in your voice, you're like, farm? Are they?
We're just watching the Sand King die in a second.
Yeah. Moments away from absolute disaster. I mean, Jug trade. You lost your Jug, doesn't get any closer to Butterfly. Ooh, be careful, Nikki Cool.
Yeah, don't go in there.
But at least for Runa team, what we have requested from them based on the Wisdom fight has been installed in them now, right? They get a trade, they kill the Legion, but they're not showing on the waves too long. They're like pushing quickly, disengaging. Like, they are respecting the pick-off play. So at least we are seeing Runa team kind of changes slightly, but as I say that, Warlock steps up too far and Snapfire's dying. Yeah. Oh well.
So...
GPK is godlike.
That's one thing, but the Naga Siren... Wait, oh, this is a duel onto the Pango with Sharpshooter and Bushwhack lined up to chain stun. They missed the Sharpshooter, but I don't think it matters all that much. The Pango will be dismantled. Naga Siren's net worth. Huh?
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. And he's just gone Blink Refresher. So he's got Blink Refresher Shard. I've not seen this build ever from a Naga Siren this
have you
5
not?
position. Look, the second item Refresher?
Yeah.
I've not seen it personally.
I can't remember what tournament it was. It was Kataomi who did it in like one of the Eastern European
okay.
qualifiers for something like, I don't know, six months ago. I was casting that
Brother,
game. I can't remember who wins, but
Okay, that's fine.
that was the first time that we'd seen it as well. He was Eon Disc, Blink, Refresher, and they were losing a game, and that item build was what turned the game. Because it let them just like reset twice, enemy team in a big team fight, stop it, reset, go back in.
I mean, it does look pretty cool, right? When you think about it, like having the 7 seconds of healing from your shard, then suddenly now it's 14 seconds of healing, like you just cannot die. We already mentioned that Runa team is locked into the big spell usage. You have 2 songs, like you don't care. Like please, throw down your spells, use an Omni Slash, I dare you, right? So yeah, fair play. And the game is so one-sided that Katomi could have bought, Dagon Refresher, Dagon Hex. Like as long as he presses Song and has Shard, it doesn't really matter what items he has. Like you could argue in a closer game, Lotus Orb would be OP in this game, right? To reflect the Juggernaut, to get rid of Bonds, to potentially punish a incorrectly used Burrow Strike. But yeah, in this game, sure, show me the Refresher, Katomi. Sing your heart out.
Okay. The game I was thinking about was 3 months ago with the Eon Disc. But
Sure.
he did do it 6 months ago against Extreme Game. So this is a Kataomi special. He's like Refresher,
But
Blink,
did he go?
Glimmer.
Did he go like? Was the Refresher after like Glimmers and stuff, or was it like
Yeah, it was
naked?
after, it was after Glimmers and stuff.
Okay.
But
Yeah, just
But the one I was talking about 3 months ago for sure was like Arcane's Blink, Eon Disc Refresher. He didn't go Glimmer or anything in that one.
sure. Okay, that's pretty. Still to go like, even though there's an Aeon Disc, like that is a pretty conceptually cool build if you can get there at a real timing. And like 27 minutes into the game, like that is a very, very real timing for a position 5 to have these items. And he is going for the Aeon Disc still, but after. Of course, I think with this type of build, you do put a massive target on your back. Like already there is a target on a Naga's back. Don't let her press Song. When you have 2 songs, like you are meant to be assassinated. Like if a single hero on the team doesn't look for the Naga, then you are probably gonna be losing the fight.
Yeah, it was against Disruptor, Puck, Sven kind of thing.
Oh, yeah, that's
So
good then.
Yeah, it made a lot of sense.
That's nice.
We'll see if he's able to disrupt the team fight from Runa team here, as both sides kind of
Oh,
prepping
Nicky,
for this
cool!
next Roshan.
No.
What's happened?
Look at the top bar. What green dot is missing from Sand King?
Oh,
He just used
Oh.
ultimate for nothing. Yeah.
well, that's upsetting.
It's quite upsetting, yeah.
Well, I guess back to farming. try and get into his BKB. BetBoom giving no wiggle room for this one, though. Oh, Berkey has to roll away.
Okay, so now the important question is, do you think this makes
Yes.
BB a good team or an okay team based on the fact that they're not, like, ending the game? It feels like they're playing with their food a little bit.
No.
Okay, if after Roshan, they're not killing heroes and trying to progress the game, then
Agree.
my statement holds true.
Agreed.
If they go Roshan, get kills, don't go for tier 3, and chill, then technically, yeah.
This feels like very much going through the like algorithmic process of, hey, wait for Roshan, then we go high ground, because I honestly feel like Runa team has 1, maybe 2 fights left in them, because they could quite easily drop all their ultis, lose a team fight, and then you lose 2 lanes. And then maybe a team fight after that can happen, but they're not even going to get a full team fight, it looks like. The damage in towards that Legion Commander mid-duel is good, though. Till the end, the trade, as the rest of BetBoom will arrive, bashing up the Juggernaut. Healing Ward maybe can keep him topped up. Manta to get away from the Naga Siren, but netted and bushwhacked, down you fall. And yeah, not even a proper team fight here as they song up onto the Queasy Snapfire. Any way to catch? Yeah, easy peasy. What can you do? But I'm not even going to count that as the one of the 2 fights.
Oh,
I think that's like half a fight.
It's half a fight.
Tango dead as well. But he
Does it become a
swatches to
full
try-
fight then?
No.
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 Okay.
1103 Dragon Knight. That's a cool first pick hero with GPK just smiling into the camera.
very, very cool gameplay from the Dragon Knight. I cannot wait to talk about him again for the rest of this entire Swiss group stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are they a good team or are they a...
Nah, yeah, they're good. They're a good team. They're a good team.
Kills into towers.
It's
Mid
fine.
lane's gone for sure, but they're gonna go for this. 3-man stun with the bombs and stuff. Naga Siren here to try and get Curatage out, but they've already lost DK and the Legion. Oh, it's pretty damn big. Runa team haven't even lost a lane of barracks. Don't we look like idiots now?
Hey, Gareth, are they a good team?
Yeah, Runa team are pretty good, huh?
Yeah. You couldn't have asked for a better. We're clip farming, mate. I'll be honest, we're clip farming. Oh, good stuff. Yeah, absolute bots.
Let's watch this back. So as we were saying, it's really risky here for BetBoom to go high ground and push like that into the ulti they've got.
Why are all three hitting the melee?
Yeah, I don't know, just standing next to each other, brother.
Like, that looked like some like unranked pub at 3 in the morning type building hitting. What's happening from like? You've got a DK, just let him hit. You got an Ursa with an A, just let him hit. One dude hits, the other just chill. They jump the guy who's hitting the racks. The other 2 cores with blink daggers reinitiate on the Sand King with bashers or duels or something. You get the kill clean. Dota continues. All 3 hitting the melee racks. You're asking for Runa team to do something. Of course, it probably won't change the entire scope of the game, but yeah. These small little things, they do eventually matter in more intense games, closer games.
Oh, yeah.
Well, either way, BB are just going to walk back down the lane with no cares because, of course, Golem's on cooldown. Let's see if they do the correct setup for hitting the buildings.
Not gonna lie, I lost track of that Sand King as well. Like, he's not been in this game, so that's the first time some of these BetBoom heroes have actually seen him. Another start onto the Snapfire. Nicky Cool is thinking about the epicenter. He's gonna just have to do something here.
This is so awkward. Save's about to see him. Oh, he doesn't. He comes up.
Round 2. Oh, blinks back into base. Just about gets away, but they lose their melee racks now. BetBoom come in for round 2 and finish up the messy job they started.
Okay. And even Legion just... Oh, whatever. I'm still thinking about that mid-racks.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't exist anymore.
Nicky, cool. Oh, let's go.
Is he going? Where's the fatal bombs? There's the duel. Juggernaut being focused. Miro dropping low. The bombs are out onto them, and they'll try and turn up the 2-man burrow and the Rolling Thunder. Song, though, is going to cancel out the Warlock in the back, and GPK can angle towards the support kill, while the rest of the team focuses on the Sand King. Bashing and Abyssal Blading, stunning and killing as Alberca slips off to the right-hand side, but there is no retreating. GG called. No way back in. Runa team have known this for quite some time. They gave it a good shout in the last couple of minutes, finally executing some team fights, but it was a difficult game.
It's unfortunately for the sake of Series 1 of the day, Game 1 of the day, it does feel like there is, of course, a bit of a class difference between the 2 teams. I think for management of post-game talk, BB needs to make sure they don't get carried away. This is easily the type of Game 1 where some guy goes, you know what, I want to play this hero, that was too easy, let me try this, you know, and then suddenly you don't respect Runa team. And then for Runa team, of course, they just need to do better in the lanes. They have to understand that the aggression is going to come. I think both Warlock and Snapfire didn't really step up into this game. The Warlock died 3 times in like the matter of like 2 minutes. Snapfire didn't really get to utilize the strength on offlane Pango. So the supports on Runa team need to just play better, putting it simply. And then, yeah, for BB, just make sure you don't get carried away. So I think Runa team, they have had a pretty decent run within the online space. Like, they've been getting consistent top 4 placements in online tournaments. Like, they've been annoying a lot of teams, but again, not ever able to, you know, lift the trophy themselves. But
yeah, very much a tier 2 team.
Yes, yes. I was about to say 3, but that's okay. We can go to it. So
I don't know. I feel like when they go to these kind of tier 2 tournaments, they do get the top 4s. So I kind of put them as a solid tier 2. But then when they go to a tier 1 event, they get the 14th, 16th, whatever it is.
Technically, Gareth, this opens up a whole debate on what is truly a tier system in Dota, what's tier 2 and 3.
we
everyone's got
added
a
the
slightly
S tier
different.
at some point and broke everything.
Yeah, everything is broken. So, depending, I think realistically, based on your listing and my listing, I think they are the same. We just phrase it differently. Either way, though, we are going to see some highlights of pretty much GPK just styling on Runa team, blinking around on his Legion. Miro is a little bit of a loose cannon of his Legion, but it didn't really matter because his team always followed him up. He was never dueling by himself. He was dueling with teams behind him. But yeah, Dragon Knight in the hands of BB is a very, very scary hero. I think GPK is probably one of the strongest DK players outside of like the Malreens of the world, and yeah, very, very spooky. So especially from the mid lane, I think he just understands how to build the hero correctly, right? Go blink, go back for some type of farming item, and then go and kill. So yeah, will he get his hands on it? Yeah, the one moment.
Runa team looked like they could actually play through their heroes and get something done when BetBoom handed them 3 cores, literally lined up like ducks in a row. They all continued falling apart after.
Now, what happens though if Runa team played a better laning phase, continuously hunted the map with the Sand King and the Pango? Like that mid fight that we saw, that one fight, you could argue could have happened a couple more times, right? Like, it's still difficult because you are playing into the dispel of a Legion, the tankiness of a DK, the tankiness of an Ursa, the soul reset of a Naga Siren. Like on a draft level, I think BB answered the team fight of Runa team really nicely. But I'm just sad that we never got to see Runa team ever do anything. Like, it was like one fight here, one fight there. So yeah, again, we'll have to see what Runa team can do in game 2. The main thing is, don't be too disheartened. Know that you can draft better, play better. Like, these guys always play against each other in pubs. Runa team's probably smacked BB in pubs multiple times in lanes, right? But in this game, not the case. So yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, you are the underdog. You do have to upset the balance somehow. So if that's, an interesting pick in draft or some way to upset laning stage, you kind of got to go for it to break the rhythm a little bit. But there we go. Game 1 wrapped up. We'll take a quick break and come back with game 2. We'll see you in a little bit.
DreamLeague Season 27 is brought to you by DHL.
Okie dokie, let's get into things. Game 2 coming up shortly here as BetBoom are taking on Runa team T-Gov. Game 1 was pretty one-sided, wasn't it?
Yep,
good.
It was. But the classic line that every cast will say, it can only go up from here. Am I right?
Positive vibes.
There we go.
Has positive mental attitude? Yeah, that's the one. PMA.
Yeah, PMA. He's also not in the game. He plays for Navi. So we'll see him probably on a different stream at a different time. But yeah, I think for Runa team, easiest answer is just lock in, boys. Lock in. You are potentially able to create one of the first upsets in DreamLeague Season 27 if you can just understand what you want to do in the laning phase to try and break BB. Of course, it's not that simple. You didn't have to be able to win out the mid game and do all this other stuff. But with how weak your laning phase was, I just want to see some focused gamers in the first 7 minutes, and then we'll probably get a game on our hands. Yeah, it was rough.
The foundations were there, right? The draft was solid. I don't think I've got any major issues with the way they drafted. So the foundations were there, just like the building blocks. I don't know, the cement was too wet. They didn't let it cure and dry well enough. Laning phase was not I don't know where I'm going with this metaphor, but before you build the roof of the mid game tee, you've got to have the building blocks of the walls. You've got to have the walls first, and then the floors and the stairs. So I feel like looking towards mid game and late game maybe is a little too far fetched for Runa team against a team of this caliber.
Yeah, no, I think right now, Runa team just need to find a plot of land to think up buying first, because right now they don't even have ground to build on at the moment.
Come on,
maybe that was too harsh
now.
Yeah, I am. I realized that when I added that into Dota context, it sounds like they weren't. Yeah, okay, they have a plot of like, who cares? Analogy's dead.
I think they've got the foundations, Steve. They've dug the holes in the ground.
Okay, that's it. They need an excavator. Okay, they have the ground. They have purchased the land.
Yeah.
But I don't think they have any of the building materials that you mentioned. They just need a good, solid, like, digger to start breaking ground to understand what they want to do. And they're locking a Bat Rider. That's what they want to do with a DK ban. Thank God that analogy's over. We can talk about a draft.
Move on!
Please. All right, but that aside, I didn't look at the bans at all. I just said they picked Bat Rider. It is really, really, really intriguing that Runa team, if they aren't a Naga Siren team, just aren't banning Naga Siren. Because normally, when you can't play the hero, you get rid of it. And looking through some of their previous drafts, every time that they've been first pick in all of their online tournaments, they do not pick Naga Siren on first pick when it's available. So that is proof that they don't want to play it in 5, but also they don't respect it because they're giving it to the enemy team through not self-banning it.
Okay.
Which is a concern. Exactly.
Just such a good hero. Why would you?
Yeah,
usually you'd have like a plan against it or something, but this feels like we're just letting it through because we don't rate it.
Yeah. So like, there's two ways to deal like with Naga Siren. There's the late game Naga Siren where you can never team fight because of the Shard Hill, like we saw Katomi showcase in the previous game. But then there's also the argument where Naga Siren is relatively slow pacing in the early game, where you play quite a static lane depending on what your carry is. You can punish that if you are dragged into lots of fights early on when you don't have more points in your ultimate, where it's a small AoE. If you only have like Mana Boots Blink or Mana Solar Crest, like you aren't as impactful as other supports because you don't have like constant stuns. You're playing more on like roots. So there is an argument that there's a very narrow window where you can like outlane the Naga, outpace the Naga. But in the back of your mind, one mistake, song disengage, your fight breaks. Hence why it's always banned out. Because even if there is a very, very slight chance you can do these things I mentioned, reliably doing it is so hard that teams don't want to try and do that type of game. So yeah, it is really intriguing that Runa team doesn't play it, doesn't ban it, and yeah, they just have to be really clean in lanes. Do not allow Naga Siren free access to the mid game, otherwise she'll dictate everything.
Who likes to lane with Bat nowadays? We're looking at this as like a POS 4.
If it's POS 4, then it...
Like any offlaner Mars kind of dude?
Pretty much. So Bat Rider is one of the few ranged heroes that can pull waves quite nicely. So that does open up kind of any offlaner to exist with Bat Rider, because you're kind of like a pseudo ranged hero, right?
Right.
But in regards to kill threat, then like Centaur in the offlane is good kill threat. Mars can also be fine because you have the spear back into then like flame break, like lots of repositioning.
I guess that's a good point.
Beastmaster's good. Yep.
So now you can play potentially aggro with a Centaur bat, or you could cut the waves if you're against one of these Ursa lanes again, right? So depending on what the enemy has, you have options to either play aggro or drag the waves.
Exactly.
Around.
Yeah, exactly.
It does show your hand pretty early on, though. We'll see what they add in here. I wouldn't be surprised just to see a Warlock again, honestly. Very... Oh, Mr. Chen.
Okay, so Runa team are looking for the ball up strategy. But with this type of drafting, you're pretty much giving your carry like the perfect pick, right? Because you see Beast is... I say that though, Beast is offlane or mid right now. You see the Jug. Because of Beastmaster going to mid, it actually isn't the perfect pick. BB is just flexing him to the end of the draft. So we'll see if Runa team wants to pick a better carry matchup into Jug, or if they want to pick a potential Beast offlane counter in the carry role to force him to mid. But
like
with Gyro's already banned out.
Yeah.
Terrorblade's banned by BB.
And then the ones
So the
like
two
PA
that
aren't heroes anymore.
No, they are gone. Yeah. Okay, sure. I mean, it's not like a lane counter at all to a Beast offlane. If anything, Beast offlane counters the Ursa because you just keep ball slowing him. Can be quite annoying. And also you have Ringmaster for like the fear plus the dagger slow, so Ursa can never really lock onto him. But at least in the game, you are gonna not care about the Naga control. You don't care about Raw because you're having Rage, later Aghanim's. You can tank the Omni Slash for your team. You buy Nullifier to do a Ringmaster. It's like Ursa in the fights in the mid game does exactly what you want it to do. But my fear for Runa team now is they went from a very team fight heavy lineup to now a lineup that has to do well in lanes. Like if they mis-execute, like they are just victim to only farming, right? Centaur we saw from 33's gameplay at Blast Slam. You need to farm for like 15 minutes to feel good. Ursa, you need to farm for 15 minutes to feel good. If you lose the lanes, there is no map play. There's no Centaur smoke gank. There's no Ursa smoke gank. So Nicky Cool has a lot of pressure on him to find a hero to buy time for his greedy side lanes.
If this is a Beast Ringmaster offlane, I kind of worry for the Chen a bit. Like what's Chen going to choose? Like, do we send the Satyr towards mid to try and zap mana? Is that his emphasis to save and help mid and get momentum going there? Or is it playing with the Ursa? Because like, trading into ring plus boars is so nasty.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they go for. Of course, the whole Chen can just take the boar and do all this like small shenanigans as well. But
yeah,
if GPK has a strong like mana dependent hero, I think you just send the Satyr mid, help Nicky Cool there, and then you play more for farm in bot lane. Because I don't think Ursa is ever killing a Ringmaster Beastmaster. Like, I think if the Ring Beast is playing like correctly, you should just be farming. Like, you block the small, you pull the hard camp, you just play defensive.
Do the Slardar and Storm bans tell us where Beast is going?
It feels like they're just protecting the concept of what Runa team needs. Like, Nicky Cool needs an active mid hero, right?
Okay.
And Slardar Storm are active heroes that he likes to play. You could argue what else is available. Okay, Puck's banned out, Storm's gone. Oh,
Bat mid?
guess so. Yeah, bat mid.
It must be, right?
Yeah, it is. If
Not
it's
seen
snap
this in
mid,
a while.
yeah, I'll be worried. What does BB go for?
A Dazzle? Is this Miero offlane Dazzle?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. So Dazzle, oh my god, Dazzle Ringmaster against Ursa Chen. Good luck, Runa team. That lane sounds awful to play into. Double range with damage over time.
I don't know if you just heard me, but I just fell off over my desk.
I mean, I just threw up in my mouth a little bit.
You said the offlane, and I legit just stumbled over the light on my floor. I was like, oh god, what are we having to cast? Oh no.
no.
Luckily, we weren't on camera because it was just awkward.
Okay,
Oh,
so it's Centaur Snap then. That is still a solid lane, but they no longer have the dragging shenanigans until Centaur gets the helm. And they're playing into Jug, but they're playing into Jug Naga.
Yeah, and when we mentioned Ursa not being that strong in the lane, because you want to chase heroes down, as you already mentioned, the spookiness of the draft, right? A double ranged off lane into a Ursa never feels good. Chen also likes to play like kind of somewhat slower lanes where it's
from
like
the
I
trees.
poke you, I poke you from the tree, I annoy you with a creep, right? But if it's like a dazzle poison touching the creep, double clicking it, even sending the dagger from the ringmaster helps kill the summons really nicely. I'm scared for Runa team safe lane. I think on paper, ringmaster dazzle just sounds like an absolute terror lane to play into. And then Batrider versus the Beastmaster, right? It's Batrider does punish melee heroes really nicely in the mid lane. I think the concern there is just with a boar slow, maybe even like a hawk root to hold the Batrider under tower for that extra like half second. With a TP in from a Naga or a Ringmaster, Bat can never kill the Beastmaster, in theory. So I don't know if Bat should dominate Beast as much as we expect it to, maybe on paper. And then Ursa might not have a good time top, or shouldn't have a good time top. And Jug is the counter to Centaur that we saw in the previous tournament. So right now, guys, I am looking at 3 lanes that BB's happy in.
And that sounds like the complete opposite of what we wanted to see from Runa team. Right, we were bigging up the chance to get strong lanes, get yourself the foundations of this house they're trying to build. It's already fallen apart. An earthquake has hit in the draft already.
Maybe they were leasing the land, and then the lease expired just today. So
the queen comes and knocks on your door. Like, this actually belongs to me.
Do you have that too? Where no, yeah, you not in the, because like in the UK you got like like when houses are still, there's like a church thing where like you have to pay for like an insurance because every church still technically owns part of the land, and if they
like
wanted to, they
it's like crown land, right?
Yeah, my parents were talking to me about it. I didn't realize, but it was like technically the local church, if they wanted to, could just tell every house in like the neighboring area, like, hey, we need a new roof, and because we own the land, like indirectly, you have to help us pay for the roof or something. So you have to pay for like insurance and stuff. It was very fascinating, but it's like £5 and you're fine. But
it's not that bad.
Today I learned, or last month.
Yeah, it's like if you buy land, you don't own it, and then you also don't own the mineral rights under it. So you can just be like, oh, I found oil under my house, nice, but then it just belongs to the king or something.
Well, you just don't tell them. If you got a really big straw,
I think if you start drilling.
Hey, I dug a hole. No one knew. You know, I'm an expert in digging holes. You know, summoning patches and whatnot. I'm sure I could find a way to.
Oh, that's the way you get. That's your loophole. You do it. You tax exempt and do it for work, digging holes as part of your content and streaming. But actually, really, you're finding dinosaur fossils and oil down there.
That's hype. Yeah. Don't leak my next waiting room, mate.
The vein of diamonds. Have you seen all those Minecraft hacking reels on Instagram? That's you.
That is me. That is the next one. Can't wait.
So, a bit of a lane switch up here. Ringmaster is down bottom, and they put the Naga Siren up top. So we don't have the Ring Dazzle lane, which I thought would be super nasty. Instead, it's going to be Ring protecting the Juggernaut, which alleviates some of the issues down here, which could have come from the aggro Snap and Centaur.
Yeah, I thought like we hyped up the idea of the double range, but we didn't really think about bot lane too much. And I think Ringmaster does provide a bit more stability to the jug lane because you've got Impalement arts to kind of just bully the lane. And then if you bully, then you have kill threat. If Naga was down here, you could argue there's more focus on the Juggernaut and he would have a worse time. So to ensure Jug's having a good lane, Ringmaster does go more towards bot lane. And as mentioned, I didn't think bat into Beast is that good for the bat. So he's doing well as Mirror does that kill. Yep.
So it begins.
Do not forget, guys, we are on a fixed schedule for Dream League Season 27. So if you are looking forward to the upcoming series, you want BB to drag this game out as long as possible to ensure that your Dota content on Earth stream is at maximum.
Continuous content.
There we go.
I mean, game one kind of gave us a signal here that it might be a quick one.
Nicky cool. You've just tanked the tower. Ooh.
To kill a boar. He is ahead in last hits, but not by that much. And Mira up at top, pretty low on resources himself. A mango and some wand. But it just feels very difficult for the Chen to... Like, this is, I don't know, it's one of these heroes that sometimes feels like they don't do anything. Yes, they can kind of farm jungle, get to, you know, drums or mech or whatever, and start to build your progress on the map from minute 10 onwards, but laning stage-wise, paired with an Ursa, what are you actually accomplishing?
It's more about the things that you don't see too much on broadcast, right? It's the burning the mana over time. It's, you know, protecting your small camp to get a pull. Like, these are things that you don't really hype up too much, right? In a cast, it's just kind of, they just happen naturally. You kind of fast forward to minute 7-8 when things are more kind of hype and interesting, but you can kind of see that's what Chen's trying to achieve in the top lane. And you got to give credit though to, I think, Mira and Katomi, right? They have the null on the dazzle. They got the mango as well. Like, they are kind of prepared for this mana burn that we're expecting, as Nesphir does get picked up a bit more.
So the outcome of the Chen's actions is the wave is near the Dire Tower, right? So like, he's gonna die here, but it's like these are gonna feel like necessary deaths to try and keep the Ursa in the lane. Just don't know how long he can actually stay here for.
It's you could also argue the Ursa was fine and the Chen maybe didn't need to put himself in that position, but now because he's pulled, it also gives a free dive. So you could argue the Chen's also griefed the lane by pulling.
So he's also died. Ursa.
Yeah. It do be rough.
Ow.
Yeah, it do be rough.
We knew this lane was going to be hard, though. 3-0 start for BetBoom. What's a silver lining here for Runa team? Is Centaur doing well? Is Bat doing well? Have they shut down the Juggernaut?
I apologize, Gareth, but that's your job in this cast, all right? I give you the fact, you give what the people want to hear. That, the hope, okay? So I will ask you the question. What's the silver lining, Gareth? What can Runa team look towards?
Well, they can look towards an early lunch, I think. Maybe an early dinner, depending what time zone they're in.
Well, that would be quite nice, yeah.
It's 5 minutes in.
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
It just always feels hard. What have you I want to hear about your lunch decision.
I've already planned that I'm not going to eat rice for like 2 weeks. I'm tired of eating rice.
Oh,
Viero.
Oh, he's dead there.
Okay.
Chen drops low, kind of baited them in. They do lose out the fight bottom lane though, as Save and Kiritit's going to blow up Queasy. Nicky Cool, his courier, in an awkward spot, takes down the Naga Siren. So across the map, what is that? Just everybody died except Beastmaster?
Yeah, that was quite nice, yeah. Ursa gets a kill, Bat TP's top. Bat just kind of accepted that mid lane has been a bit of a farm trade, not to what he kind of maybe wanted. Of course, Nicky Cool, he will be the key piece in Runa team's puzzle, and as I say that, he gets roared up.
Yeah, roared and reeled in. Goes for the lasso and a little shredder play under tower. GPK needs to be saved by the Ringmaster. Oh, he's just stayed alive though. Don't burn him down. 100 HP remaining. Chen needs like 2 or 3 hits with a blood grenade to finish the job. He won't even get there with 1 hit, never mind anymore. Well, the chaos begins. Minute 6 hits. Queasy grabs the arcane rune. Got like a 4v4 mid lane.
It's kind of what I want to see Runa team do though, is, you know, Backrider, he's got the 3-point Firefly. Like, he can get kills on heroes if he's on top of them, but he needs that additional bit of control, right? Like, bring a Chen slow, bring a Snapfire cookie. Queasy just getting hunted down by Save the entire time as Chen also steps up. Does get denied off by the neutral camp, but both supports from Runa team dying across the map. I was about to say, I want the supports to play with Nicky Cool, and as I'm saying it, they both died, but that is at least something they can look towards, because net worth is not looking good right now. 1,000 gold advantage on the Jug over the Centaur. The Dazzle has around 400 gold over the Ursa. So it's like, when you think about the laning partners...
really aiming... Oh, hello?
Hello?
Lost you for a second there.
No, that's right.
Hopefully I didn't talk over you. I think Discord just had a little hiccup.
No, that's right. It's, I'm going to keep role-playing, cutting out now, just to try and tell you. Sorry, what would you like to ask, good sir?
I don't know, how big of a deal is Helm on Centaur? Can they drag the game out long enough with that, with pulling waves and stuff? Oh, wait, hang on a second. Has Nesphere just overplayed his hand? Body blocked. Chen, he's going to step across and show his presence there to safeguard the Ursa from death anyway. But yeah, Helm
That's
Centaur.
what Naga Siren died.
Yeah, watch it get burnt down. Nice bit of fish and chips.
There you go. The problem I think with Helm on Centaur when you're in a losing situation is you're not as like tanky behind the tower as you can see here. Like Jug just walks over, presses Omni Slash. Now Ringmaster's going to TP in, potentially get the TP cancel. Yep.
Yeah.
So it's the whole point of Centaur and why it was so scary in the previous tournaments was you free farm your lane, you get Helm of Dom, you play behind tower. You're such that you're to kill you, you take so much time that your mid and your carry free farms. So when you're losing the game and still buy Helm of Dom, exactly what we just saw was going to happen 2, 3, 4 more times, right? You don't get to be this annoying kind of time sink. So yeah, there is no. Unfortunately, I cannot look towards Centaur and go, yeah, he's a lifeline. He's just going to be awkwardly farming now for the rest of the game.
So that's the story for him. That's the story for Ursa, who obviously wants to get Battle Fury before his acceleration can really begin. So a lot here rests firmly on the bat and the snap to get these lasso into kisses plays. But first, we need level 6 on Snapfire, of course.
Yeah, this time around, he does have more XP though, right? Because at 10 minutes 40 in game 1, he was level, I think, 4.5. This time around, he's getting to soak up the bot XP. He will be looking towards level 6 in pretty much as the clock strikes 10. And when you talk about Nicky Core on the back rider, what he can do, he is going for a drum first. He went Tranks into drum. Like that is such an indicator of I want to fight. As Ursa is getting poked in the top lane, there are pretty much every BB hero is here to come and send Nesphere back to the base.
I mean, GPK got his mid-tier 1 a couple of minutes ago already. So it's a pretty easy move for him just to go top, pivot there, get another tier 1 tower. And then all of this talk about Runa team needing to farm jungle and try and play out this map to get to the timing they require to play the game, when your map is just getting smaller and smaller. As BetBoom swarm 4 heroes top, you can only really play into mid and bottom lane. There's no kills to be had there, so it is just farming to recover. But this is an important move now. We talked about the bat and the snap. They've hit 6 on Queasy. The potential for Nicky Cool to get a lasso into kisses with a stampede to help them out. Kiritich is a massive target to go for, but he's the one to start on them. Naga with the Ringmaster, allow Jug to spin forward. In comes the rest of the Runa team though. The Wheel of Wonder into Omni Slash though. Oh, they've saved Kiritich. He's perfectly fine to turn and get the song off with the Naga Siren. He wanted to hit the Snapfire one more time, but this allows the Healing Ward to top him up. So Queasy's gonna get sliced. Katomi gets a double kill. Nicky Cool gonna get cracked and spun as they brought in till the end. I'm not sure what he aimed to gain there, but it ends up a 4 for nothing. And yeah, that's got to suck. Oh, what is that? What is that? Hang on. The arduous journey ahead is tough as iron, but today we take a step forward and start anew. We love some of these Chinese voice lines.
Honestly, so me and my mates, we would have this voice line. Spamming that like 6 times in a row was S tier stuff in games during the voice line season. But you can see from the initiation, like Nicky Cool, he holds the lasso. Like he has a chance to just throw it onto the Juggernaut, and because he holds it and doesn't start walking away instantly, they get hit by a 3-man Wheel of Wonder from the Ringmaster. An ultimate that we often don't see multi-hero usages of. It's always like 1 hero, maybe 2 if we're lucky. But they're safe. It's a perfect 3-man wheel, and Runa team get fully dismantled, all because they hesitated on that initial go. Like they saw the Jug, but they didn't go. And now they're trying to get save. It starts with save, and now ends with potentially save. And it doesn't happen at all because the arduous journey ahead is tough as iron.
Go finish it. Go on.
Yeah, but today we take a step forward and start anew. Thank you, man. Very, very good voice line.
Oh, it's top tier.
Well, it's a 7,000 gold lead at 12-minute mark.
Brother, don't look at the numbers right now.
Oh, okay. Do you just want to try and cast without looking at the top bar?
Yeah. This is hope and vibes. You know, we've just got to believe that Runa team can take this to game 3.
Okay, I've closed my eyes. I'm audio only. Okay, Ursa is hitting some creeps top.
'cause I don't know about you, but you know, we talked about the viewers would miss out on content if it goes to game 3. But I'm also one of these people where I like to keep the constant rhythm of casting like non-stop. If I have an hour-long break between series, my body dislikes that.
Yeah, it's
what do I do with myself?
Tough.
I'll just sit here watching the other streams anyway.
I was thinking of queuing up for a pub. You know, I'm going to load up all the other streams on my second monitor, and I got 3 games concurrently happening whilst I play a game. Like, that's just enough Dota, right? 4 games at once.
I'll play 2 turbos.
2 turbos? Ooh.
Yeah. It's risky
really
business.
Turbo kind of guy.
Some of my turbo games go 40 minutes, so.
Oh my god. Should we use this time to quickly update everyone else on the 3 other games that are happening at the same time as this one? So far, guys, on the A stream, we have Nemesis took game 1 against Liquid, OG beat Tidebound in game 1, and Spirit beat 1W. So the only upset based on seeding would be Nemesis beating Liquid in game 1. Again, it's all best of 3s, but that is pretty hyped that we have had one potential upset already underway.
And that's the new Nemesis, right?
Correct,
23 Savage,
yes.
Analog, Jabs, Jokam, Naraman, and Masaros as the coach.
60-minute game.
Wow. To take Liquid in a 60-minute game, that's impressive in its own right, never mind just winning a best of 1.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, pretty cool.
Nice. It is Roshan time, apparently. 14 minutes in. BetBoom are hungry to try and get the clock ticking on second Rosh. I'll take that pretty fast here with the Aghanim Scepter Aegis Beastmaster. He can now pretty much take control of the entire map. Look for kills alongside his team. And this should give plenty of room for Juggernaut to farm into his 2nd, 3rd, 4th item. I guess one of the things here for Runa team is that the Ursa, even though he was shut down with touch in lane, he wasn't devastated. He has Battle Fury, he's well on his way to Blink. So Runa team have a strong core to play through. It's not the Bat.
Yeah, and Bat normally is the core that you want to play through in the first 15-20 minutes, and then he passes the mantle to the next guy and goes, I've done my job, now you take me to the next phase of the game, right? Of course, this feels more like a Bat rider that's going to be slotting into kind of more of a supporting role, helping others. Which again, it is fine. I think luckily for Rune team, having an Ursa on the squad is always going to be very, very good. With that burst potential inside of a lasso, inside of a stomp of a centaur. Well, the lasso of the Bat Rider as mentioned. So yeah, it is 8,000 gold down. But if BB do ever want to get a little bit too confident like they did in the previous game, there is some pick-off potential.
Yeah, let's see what Nicky Cool can find. Invis, under sentry. Oh no, has he found Sadness?
Dagger to the heart is all he found so far.
It's non-stop. Just 8-2 brute. Getting daggered out by Save's bloody Ringmaster.
I'm sure there's some Caesar line we can do later on.
Is that Blink already on Beast?
Probably.
Yeah.
He is complete free farm.
He's large.
Yeah. And very much in charge.
So, Runa team looked for something, didn't find it. Now playing on their side of the river, which is going to get run at by this Beastmaster. A quick roar into tame the Beast. And then once Chen's down, there's a quick pivot up to top. You're just trying to make the map as small as possible. Don't let Runa team have any room.
It's the sweeping motions, right? It's go top, instantly go to mid. Ursa steps up. There's a little Omni Slash just to send him to base. And then go protect the wave and hit top tower. Yeah, it is quite rough. Because often at this stage of the game, this is where Centaur normally would have a Lotus Orb. But because of how starved his early game was, being 0-3-0, there was quite a natural play to be made, right? In an even game, you put the Centaur with the Lotus on an Ursa, like, you have fight, but you're still in comeback. And Ursa jumps in, doesn't find anything.
Yeah, it's very aggressive. He's got Hand of God and Stampede, but Kataomi and GPK step forward. There's a lot of damage towards this Naga Siren, but with the saves they've got, they're able to turn it back around. And Nicky Cool still has his Blink Lasso, though, to find the Dazzle, grab him under tower. Miero's reasonably tanky with 21 charges still, so GPK slays the Centaur, moves in now with all the damage in the world to blow up the Snapfire, till the end is gone as well, and situation that started kind of awkwardly there. Runa team will bleed out 4 kills. BetBoom don't lose anybody, not even the Aegis.
Yeah. I mean, the start of that fight was pretty clunky, but of course, you've got so many saves that, like, just to be clear, Katomi was blinking in on the Naga Siren to hit the Deluge to cap the move speed of the Stampede. Like, he was like nearly killing himself, and then Ursa jumps in, doesn't really find a clean jump. He then has to run away. The wheel kind of awkwardly stops Runa, then also joining the fight. We do go back to
Hungry Little Bear. He got the Aegis. I don't know if it's worth dying for, but I also don't know the setup for that moment. Maybe it was GPK that just found him to begin with.
Yeah, it probably is. BB have been running around trying to hunt everyone on the map. Yeah, so you've got so many different saves. You've got the escape hatch, you've got the grave, the heals from the Aghanims, Holy Lock Up, the Dazzle, and of course the Song as well to counterplay. Like, yeah, it was not the cleanest to go of Runa team.
Which is, it is fine. 2 more kills, we'll hit the meme, and then we'll call GG. Right?
Then we'll call GG. Okay, all right, I see. Okay. Oh,
is
Nicky
happy
cool
with that plan?
He's helping. Yeah. Yep. Nice.
Right.
321. Next. 1 more for the boys. All right, who's gonna die though? That's the real question on Runa team.
Snapfire.
Honestly, not a terrible shout.
Go on, the Arrow. No, not the Ursa. Save the Ursa. Ring. Not going to do too much, but the net and reel in.
Oh, there's Snapfire dying.
Forces the Stampede and Queasy. Gives us the 322. I mean, BetBoom are just far too strong right now. In game 1, you can kind of make the argument, okay, they've got team fight, they've got ultis, they can play through the skills their heroes have. In this one, the skills their heroes have are more kind of macro, wide map, play to timings, with a bit of pressure from the snap and bat in the early mid game, like you've been saying. If you don't hit these plot points, you don't hit the story markers, then I don't know, the outcome's just not going to be good for you. Chen is dead weight right now. Snapfire and Batrider haven't been able to play together. You talk about the Centaurs behind his timing. So it's like, and I guess that is why Ursa has been going kind of psychotically into the middle of fights. He's the one who feels like he has to dictate everything to do anything.
Yeah, it's so about Batrider. Like, he's potentially going to be overtaken by the Ringmaster in net worth, right? Like, he's already blown the Naga Siren. Like, often when you pick Batrider, it is to, win your mid lane, to go connect with the side lane. We wanted to see the mid lane of Runa team play into the Centaur, play into the Ursa, make them feel like they could chase down the lane, but yeah, Nicky Cool could not find that entry at all in this game. And because of that, BB are just very much chilling. This game is so much cleaner from them as well.
Yeah.
Like, the way that they've enabled each other, the usage of their saves, the spells, the amps, very, very spooky.
Well, who can Runa team kill? Like, who has to be the focus?
I think the only thing that they can reliably kill in this game is their own Ancient by calling GG. That's the one thing I know they can kill for free. Everything else, I don't know yet. We'll have to wait and see.
I mean,
but that's a good sign in Dota.
Yeah, it's like, in terms of target priority, the multi-level save setup that BB has. Like, you go on Dazzle, saved by Box. You go on the Ringmaster, saved by Song. I don't know.
The serious answer will always be the high ground for Runa team, right? If they can find a way where they drag a hero to the tier 4s, whilst they're trying to kill that hero with like Batrider, Ursa, and the displacement, Centaur and Snapfire like jumping the heroes by the tier 3, stopping them from like walking up into the high ground, like more of a kiss to push out the back line. You drag a beast or a jug deep in, you kill him with like a basher from the Ursa. Like, there is a world where you create this like really fragmented fight where the saves don't ever get cast because they're too far away. Like, but the problem there is everything's getting used to kill one hero. So even if you do kill that one guy, how do you then defend the tier 3 if they still want to fight, right? If they still want to hold their position. But there is a line in which Runa team can kill one guy. They are smoked up though. This could potentially be the final smoke of the game. If Runa team are to die here, we will open up the next stages.
Kiritich, who just throws the Omni Slash at the Chen and his army. They've blown up save though. 1,000 gold going their way. GBK gets bashed during the BKB. He'll turn and roar though. Kisses come back out with the Hand of God to help the Centaur stay alive. Now Lasso on the Naga Siren will drag her away, stopping any song play, but the Grave potentially could get her out. So much control though, so Kataomi cannot get it done. Runa team get both supports. And honestly, that's a lot of money. That's $2 grand going to them.
That's quite a little throw from BB, right? It's your Juggernaut used Omnislash on Chen creeps, thinking he was going to try kill the Chen, but the creeps are close enough. Ringmaster instantly get popped at the start of the fight. Of course, he gets bashed by the Ursa and stomped by the Centaur. Then Naga Siren was never able to use the song. So in regards to Runa team getting a good start to the fight, you couldn't ask for a better initiation, right? Killing off save, Jug wasting spells. Kataomi actually pump faked the song at the start of the fight to then get lassoed and dragged into death. So yeah, just BB not really having the setup to be ready. And I think Runa team, we wanted them to play with some conviction at some point in the series. This was one little glimpse where they were being proactive. And in that one little glimpse of hope, they found the jump zone. They need to try and do it again. The issue is next time, BB will have vision. They'll have position. It won't be as simple. The supports won't be as exposed. But Runa team will be grateful that they got one pick off to then try and, bring confidence to another player. Let's see.
Yeah, next fight is Jug Butterfly as well, so have fun fighting him.
Oh, Queezy's probably dead.
Yeah, looks like it. Reeled back down to low ground. Save and GPK will try and finish the job. Who did all that money go to? So it was like overall a 2,500 gold shift.
I believe, if my thing doesn't bug out.
Ursa got 1,000.
Yeah, and then Bat got about 500. Yeah. Of course, split among other people. So between Ursa and Bat Rider, you couldn't ask for a better combination of gold distribution, right? But if it went to like Snap and let's say Centaur, doesn't sound as good.
That pushes us towards the Ags and BKB.
Yeah, exactly. Like Bat Rider wants the BKB, Ursa wants the Ags. Of course, now with a 25-minute Aegis on the Juggernaut, with the Butterfly, it does feel like they just want to walk down a lane, start hitting that Arax. Of course, we mentioned the play of the high ground, the lasso into the kill, Monomakista to push back the other heroes. When you have an Aegis on the Juggernaut, he can just get lassoed. He'll happily tank it. Hopefully, for his sake, he gets to press spin to try and also delay that damage, but we will see how BB wants to approach this. Again, I don't think Kataomi's going to be blinking in like the madman he was last time, and yeah, he's actually just going straight for the refresher again. So 2 games in a row now, Blink refresher was the play.
That's the Kataomi special. Well, GPK starts with a Roar, Wheel of Wonder, and a ton of control, hypnotizing the Centaur. Alberk is out of here for 50 seconds. So this should signal a set of racks, probably with no contest from Runa. We'll see if they try to defend mid-tier 3 or top lane. Just usually when one lane goes like this, the second lane also falls and you defend the third. But you might have time with Centaur respawning in 30 to defend the second, especially if Nesphere is cutting waves. Kiritich very easily dismantles the base. As BetBoom, you can see them sit back.
What? Huh? That was very weird. He like blinked on him but didn't do anything.
Just trying to force spin, maybe? Kiritich not going to go for it. Centaur is alive now. So we could have this Stampede Lasso play. Kiritich uses the spin now quite early on. Let's see if Runa team decide to go for this. Killing off the healing ward first. Jug down to about half, but he's been popped in the box. And BB just going to reset as Nicky Cool does pop the Firefly, signaling that he wants to make a go for this, but he's just walked into the Jug, who puts the sword into him. Now what are you going to do, Bat Rider? You've popped the Hand of God. You've still got this Lasso Stampede, but there's so much damage from long-range poke. They'll start with the Ursa instead. A Grave, a turnaround. Nesphere is low orbed up and trying to stack up these Fury Swipes on the Juggernaut, who still has that second life and still has the song. So a setup here from Kataomi, picking their targets. Looks like the back line. Ursa and Chen, the ones to be Wheel of Wondered, focusing on the Nesphere first, with the Omnislash there. It's a double kill for Kiritich. Runa team down 2 heroes with no buyback. And it's probably going to be more. The Batrider and the Centaur both being caught up by GPK. The Kiss is giving some covering fire here, but Kiritich has Grave and the Aegis still in his hands, and Runa team just get dived in their base, forcing the GG. A 2-0, easy as you like series here for BB.
Yeah, very, very clean game from them. Of course, there were some moments where they got a little bit carried away, but I think with how dominating the lanes were, they kind of allowed the creative freedoms on making a couple of these mistakes. I don't think they'd do this against some of the better teams. I think they'd have a bit more discipline to try and close out against higher seed teams, but yeah, for BB, it's just another day in the office for them. There's a reason why they've always been one of the top teams in Eastern Europe, never really falling short to the likes of Runa team in any qualifier of the past, and yeah, we get to see it in display once again. So yeah, BB cruising their way through to the next stage of Swiss with a 1-0 start. It's very, very good for these teams to not start with like a shaky, day one loss, where now it's like having to go through the one loss teams and all this stuff. Like, it gets real muddy real quick in Swiss. Like, you just don't know who you're going to meet. So playing the clean games, getting the 1-0s, getting the 2-0s, get yourself to the playoffs as quick as possible is always going to be preferred. And yeah, we'll see how Runa team can just recover from what was an absolute beatdown today.
Yeah, because when you have less and less time to prepare for your opponents, it becomes much more, do you believe in your own identity? Have your reps and your strategies been good from your perspective, rather than building stuff, particularly against, oh, we're playing against Liquid, let's deal with them as a team. You've got to be much more on the fly.
Yeah, and also it's such a brutal format as well. Like, just to remind everyone, like, you're playing a Swiss, you're doing 6 rounds potentially, and only the top 8 teams go through to the next phase. Like, there are 24 teams in this bracket,
yeah,
and 8 survive. Like, normally, like, there's a bit of cushioning as well, but there is no there's no time to just be average. You need to be the best. So when I look towards Runa team and like the score lines that we've seen from them, I am looking at them trying to find just some takeaway from this series, right? Like, the issue is they never really entered the mid game on an even footing, so their understanding of like Dota was never really put to the test. Because then it's like, how do they use twin gates? How do they use smokes? How do you set up to do Roshans and play for the high ground? Like, all this stuff to win you the game, they never got to try against one of the best teams, in the tournament. So for them, it's like, we have to look at lanes. We need to load up the replay. We need to watch the first 7 minutes of both games and go, where did we go wrong? Who's to blame? How can we fix it? Let's be mature about it. And then take what they can learn into the next game, because unfortunately their laning just wasn't good enough to ever threaten BB. And if they play like this against a Spirit or a Liquid or a P-Vision or any of the top guys, Falcons, Tundra, etc., they aren't going to be able to do anything. So for Runa team, it is going to be a very scary kind of upcoming day or two, but the best teams can react and can fix it. So we'll see if they have it in them to be able to just bounce back from what was a really, really difficult day one for them.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very strong BB team here who have still a lot to prove, it feels like. I don't feel like this team has ever really hit their full potential with all the star players that they've had. We kind of expect them to make one of those Gaming Gladiators or Liquid runs where they win 2, or Paravision 2-3 tournaments in a row. They've never really hit that stride as a roster. Maybe this is the one, but they've always done well at EPT. I feel like they've always done pretty well getting themselves, like last season they were second place. Season they've actually come second place both previous EPT tours on the leaderboard, so they're pretty good at racking up the points over time, but they've never won a bunch of tournaments.
Yeah, I feel like it's like inevitable for BB, but as an organization, they've been there, but not
not quite
winning it. Yeah, exactly. I think they've got, at least in tier 1 results, I think they only have 2 or 3 tier 1 wins under their belt. I know they've won a Blast, and I know they won a Valahia, but I might be missing another tournament. But when you look at like the organization and what they want, they wanted to be what Falcons were. They wanted to be what others were, but they just not got there. So at some point it might click for them, but in this current version of what we saw them do to Runa team, it feels like they should be already like a top 6 team in this tournament.
Oh yeah.
And that's no surprise though. So it's more, how will they do against the other teams? But against the other bottom 18th to 24 grouping, yep, BB looking good.
They absolutely are. Right, well, that wraps up the series. We should have an interview coming up shortly. Miro is going to be joining us, but as we get that ready, we'll take a break and come back in a couple of minutes.
Because you're playing Green Dragonite, so that's going to be the damage as well. Ember uses that as well. Plus, you also are going to be looking to build into Shiva's Spirit Vessel Shiva's Guard on Ember this game. Lower the healing, you have that extra bit of armor.
That's like good.
No, this time around, I like Liquid's draft a lot more. Last time I said...
Why do you like it last time as well?
No, I said 60-40 last
Okay, what's
time.
it this time?
This time, this is a 75-25.
Whoa!
That's some strong pain.
They're all gonna jump in. Tofu's gonna get the 8-man Fatal Bonds with the Golem. Multiple heroes appear from the innates. They're gonna win.
I also saw you eating snow when the show started.
Yeah, he was like,
it was yellow snow. Like, there's one rule in the house. During winter, don't eat yellow snow.
I dropped my lemonade out there. What can you do? That was really good. All right.
Okay. We're going to find out what's going to happen in this game 2 and see if there will be game 3 or maybe Nemesis will take the full series. But we're going to go to that game via some Function Pandas. Take us away.
Seconds to battle.
Fuzzy Wuzzy, Fuzzy Wuzzy.
The battle begins.
We're having a few little tech issues, so the interview not going to be here for Miero today, but hopefully we'll be able to grab him in the future and see what's on the whiteboard behind him. But we've got an hour-and-a-half break until our next series up, so make sure, grab yourself lunch, go and join some of the other streams. T, it's been great to hear from you, but we're going to go back to a break, and we'll see you in an hour-and-a-half for the next series.
Dream League Season 27 is brought to you by DHL.
Radiant are scanning.
Found unworthy. Axe has no time for all this gibber.
Is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's bottom barracks is fallen. Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
killed by a bird.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Found unworthy.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
A tool to teach.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Another aims to see.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under Roshan has fallen to the Dire. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Begin.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Speedy rune of haste.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The lesson.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Here I come!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Monster kill!
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is fallen. Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Stupendous!
Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Thank you, thank you. We're indeed going to Game 3, and we're still painting balls, Christmas balls.
What the fuck?
But we also saw Team Liquid painting a beautiful picture here. It seems like they had... I would think at some point someone said, oh, it looked like Ace woke it up.
Oh yeah, I mean...
I've destroyed this game. Like a lot of the laning stuff too. Maybe the top lane this time around there was a bit of a skill diff. Like I think the Mars Bat, they got cooked a little bit too hard by Tofu's Warlock and Mickey's DK. And there was a big difference between like how the three heroes could play together. Like the mid with the two supports in game 1, Analog with the Nama stays, I think they really owned. But this time around, Nisha on the Ember, he screwed them.
Yeah, he had their number pretty much throughout the whole game. Like you saw Storm Spirit going for a bit of a different build. We saw this from the carry role where you're going Yasha Kaya. He did disassembled it to pick up Manta style to be able to get out of chains for free, which is quite a lot of commitment. And I believe he went for just casual Yasha. I mean Kaya Sanj, which was upgraded from that Kaya later on, but seems like they were lacking some damage because Dazzle doesn't provide you with much. Your Mars, who's supposed to be like the playmaker playing with the Storm Spirit, he wasn't having that good of a time. Also, to point out a little bit more about itemization, Blink Dagger, your Bat is going for Blink. You have Storm Spirit. Maybe if he got that earlier Crimson Guard, maybe they could have be getting some of the earlier fights for easy. Like in terms of team fight, because it's Blink Dagger, naked on Mars, not the best item.
Isn't that right?
What's
yeah,
wrong?
but what do you,
I was hoping that's
I'm just nodding. I'm just agreeing. I mean, I think it's pretty messed up for Liquid to pretend like, you know, they couldn't win game 1, and then clearly they could. Like, they're laughing, dude. They were laughing in game 2. Like, you're gonna make Nemesis feel like they could be a good team, and then you're gonna do that to them in game 2 on purpose.
Yeah, very rude.
Isn't that rude?
That's very evil of them, isn't it?
I don't understand that. I thought they were the good guys in Dota. Guess not. Never meet your heroes.
You've met them. Are they that bad?
Can I have that color?
Which one?
The blue one?
The blue one.
That's interesting. I mean, I guess it is a legitimate, like, did they actually just not wake up for Series 1? I mean, I feel like their draft was good in Series 1. Am I crazy?
No, I think their draft was
fine. For the lulz?
But they got more out of the lanes, in my opinion, in this game than they should. Like, it was, what, Clock Slardar against Dazzle Ursa? They did really well in this lane. They cooked the off lane as well on Liquid. And they made a lot of really nice moves. Like, they go to the enemy tier 1 tower, they come over, even if Tofu's positioning wasn't great. You fight early with the Warlock, you're happy. I feel like this time around, you know, Liquid, clean. That's what we like to see.
I mean, also the way it started. The rotations to the mid lane where they wanted to kill Nisha. Suddenly Boxy shows up, gets a very good body block. They kill one, they kill the second one, choke him. He doesn't get to hit his Batrider spell, which is called... Which spell am I talking about? Flame Break, that is right.
That's right.
They don't get the kill even, so they get pretty much 2 freebies.
Yeah, and the mid-clockwork was really good.
Yeah, the mid-clockwork.
Mid-clockwork was balling.
I do think there was one very major change and difference between Game 1 and Game 2 for Team Liquid, because Game 1 we had Mickey on Kez.
Right.
And don't get me wrong, I like seeing him on Kez, but...
Kez it up.
Seeing him on DK just kind of felt like he highlighted the shortcomings of Kez. Because you can do so much more. You can be active so much earlier. You can be, you know, you don't necessarily even need farm because you have a stun. You are a big-ass dragon. You can hit the tower easily. You can take objectives after you win a fight very early on. You don't need Kez.
I have to agree with you. This is a big concept in Dota 2 that a lot of people get wrong. They think hard equals good. And this is not true. Most powerful, hard equals good.
Okay.
Despite what my wife thinks, not true. Okay? It's not. What's good is easy to do. So, big Dragon Knight, easy hero.
Okay.
Stun, breathe fire, lots of health, boom. Just because, I'll be real with you guys, I don't know what Exhort does on Invoker. But I know how to kill an Invoker, all right? I ain't got to be a good, smart player in order to kill stuff, and this is something that we saw a lot from Mouse. You guys think I'm memeing, but I'm actually not memeing. Mouse just picks dumb heroes. Big, beefy hero with stun. And you see that. Mickey got to play Kez. You got to do calculus in order to do something. Or Dragon Knight. Walk in, one stun, make it easy. Make your games easier, not more difficult. Nobody cares how good you are.
That's true. Dota is very complex, so if you can make it more simple. That's a good point. I agree with that. But doesn't Kez fit into like Mickey's playstyle? You know, the like semi or soft carry, you know, who plays fast, can make
Yeah, for
stuff
sure.
happen.
Does he play fast though? Because I don't.
I think this hero
You
plays
should.
pretty fast. Like you basically are building, like you're snowballing out of the lane. You are getting your Falcon Blade. You are building into Deso, and then you're gonna be ready to take the fight. Even pre-Deso, you're still gonna be engaging into some of these fights. If you need a BKB, sure, you're also gonna be fight ready again. If you need Aghanim Scepter, if you can skip a BKB in some of the matchups, it feels fine. But this hero can be very good. This hero is very bad when he's played from behind. I think this is pretty much Marcy without like. Before Helm of the Dominator, where people were trying to figure out how to play Marcy from the carry role, maybe with Diffusal, maybe with Battle Fury, but you can't farm. If you like are 0 and 2 in the lane, you just can't jungle. I think Kez kind of has the same issues.
Yeah.
Now, for Liquid, whenever I see if they're having a good game or not, it's really, to me, just Nisha, right? Like, it seems like if Nisha wins his lane, they're gonna have a great game. But if Nisha gets pooped on, I mean, what is Boxy gonna do something?
It's true. I mean,
And also, he does.
I think he's a great player. He's a pro player.
he is.
But I'm just saying, you know, Nisha, he has a lot of tempo for that team. You know, and in game 2, you definitely saw Nisha have a better time.
He cooked them. He cooked them hard. I will also say maybe there's something not right about their response to Dragonite was the first pick in the last game. Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
There's something not right with your response, I think. Like you end up with Mars offlane, who traditionally, he doesn't counter DK. Yeah, you give the team fight, sure, but you do that into any hero. Your items don't synergize that well into a DK. You don't really own him.
What? Okay, so noob question. What should you be first picking if you see a DK? Like,
I mean, it's obviously going to depend, like, kind of what is, like, in the pool, right? Like, if you, I guess Timbersaw was obviously banned.
Sure.
Yeah.
But you can, like, look for heroes that maybe pressure more, because against DK, like, you free farm against Mars with no matter what, kind of. You know, you could look for a kill combos with like a Snapfire +1.
Yeah.
I think while Batrider is good in the game against DK, he's not good against him in the lane, or at least not that good. It takes a lot of time. So if you now pair that up with Mars, who kind of wants to kill, but you have Bat, who like kind of wants to like halfway stack and play forward, but he can't because there's a Warlock. I think they should maybe rethink their answer into like the next draft.
Yeah, but with that in mind, shouldn't the answer just be ban it? Because it seems like you have to do a lot of things.
If you have it, yeah.
I mean, yeah, I don't know who's first pick and all that, so...
You can.
But DK seems like a pretty high prio target to ban.
No, I think so for sure. I mean, there's a reason this hero's picked like in nearly every game, right?
Yeah.
He can also flex. Even like if you do counter him on the carry roll, maybe he goes mid, you know, swoop-de-doo, you do the little swap-a-roni. What you gonna do?
Yeah, sorry I didn't say too much for this panel. I was focused on these balls the whole time.
Yeah,
they are nice.
These balls are nice.
How come Lacoste people don't pick on Dying? Now that's a hero.
That's a really strong hero.
Well, that's a hero that could stop...
He's a lot in my pubs too, yeah.
He could stop DK because he got strength steal. I mean, to me, it's about these like Phoenix, for example.
Phoenix is good.
You burn out, you know? I was talking to a pro team that will remain unnamed in a bus one time.
Falcons.
Sure. And I asked them, why don't people pick Phoenix?
Is this the famous bus?
No, not that bus. not the winner's bus, I'm afraid. But no, like we have in this meta right now, you got Centaur, you got DK, these big beefy boys. Phoenix, you know, percentage-based HP damage seems really good. And I said, why don't every team pick this? And he says, you know what? No matter how good the hero does, he just never wins. No matter what, he just doesn't have the capability of winning despite having all this utility.
I think that's why we're seeing more of Ringmaster coming back to meta, because this hero brings you save. It gives you percentage-based damage with daggers up to 5% of max HP, which is very good, and you can use that on multiple targets as well. Gives you team fight, gives you good laning stage, a lot of control, hero that can move across the map. I think some of the strongest supports that I've seen in the last couple of tournaments were like 2 supports that can give you save and that gives you enough damage.
Yeah.
I would say some of my favorite hero combos were probably Tusk plus Ringmaster, like maybe Shadow Demon in some cases, because you still have like a lot of BKB piercing tools, gives you team fight, pretty much checks all the boxes.
Great.
Great.
Kez,
Anyway.
give me
Great,
one
yeah,
of those
great.
things.
What?
And I want you to show your one ball to the camera.
I'm showing
what
my
you
one
made.
ball. Wait, what's the right angle?
Bro, what happened to your
Where's the
ball?
camera? That's supposed to be an A for Aurora.
Yeah,
Avengers.
Great. I also made a ball.
Yay.
And
Show Shiva's balls, please.
This is the one ball.
That's a good ball.
It's Team Rune.
That's
Look
good.
at that.
Rune team.
Gosh, he's
Look
good.
at that.
I have one which is half finished. I feel like I did mess it up a bit.
What is it?
Mickey Mouse.
It's Mickey Mouse.
What is that?
Okay, well, you can make the insides, you know, a different color still to make
Yeah.
Or at least draw out the name on it so people know which one.
No,
I could just.
Shivar!
Let's go,
Shivar!
Right back. Bye.
Our love was a chance encounter, a glance across the street, fleeting moments, two strangers meeting that swept me off my feet. Golden leaves under an autumn sun. You talked about the movies and how your life begun. Our lives weave together through all kind of weather, and our hearts grew strong. Our love was a chance encounter, a glance across the street, fleeting moments, two strangers meeting that swept me off my feet. The buzz of traffic, the bright city lights. You talked about marriage and who you'd invite. We talked for hours and I brought you flowers, and our hearts grew strong. How can something so special be mere happenstance? Was it destiny calling, or just life's little dance? Our love was a chance encounter.
Dream League Season 27 is brought to you by DHL.
Yes, I do. I do feel this is a lot better of a day. Gareth's going to probably fix his audio in a second, bless him. He probably just forgot to unmute in VMix or something. Who knows? We'll find out in a minute or two. He didn't? My guy. All right, Gareth the King. Either way, I'll keep filling for this fun part. Yes, we got Falcons versus Passion UA. Honestly, I feel like if Falcons are sleeping, Passion UA could upset them in a game, all right? Because Falcons, they didn't look too hot against Yandex in the best of 3 they just played in Blast Slam. They were a little bit lost, and we'll have to see how they navigate that one. I don't think
you can hear me in Discord, right?
There we go. Welcome back, boss.
Could you hear me in Discord before at all?
Yeah, I could. Yeah.
Now I'm on both.
Yes.
Interesting.
Well,
literally, I muted and then unmuted myself on.
Yeah. All right. How about this, Gareth? All right. Let's redo. Okay. I'll stop talking. You reintroduce. We'll restart it all. Okay. Ready?
Yes.
Nothing happened. Go.
Yes. Nothing happened. Welcome back. It's Dota 2 time. Yeah. DreamLeague Season 27. Next up, we've got Falcons against Passion UA. T. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, boss. Thank you for asking. No idea what happened in the last 60 seconds. All that matters is Falcons, even though they are the TI winners, crazy scary team. I think they have looked a little human recently. And because of that, if you asked me like 2 weeks ago, what's the chances of Falcons beating the side of Passion UA, I'd have said like 95-5. But because of them looking a little human, I'm going to go 80-20 to Falcons. Still very much the favorites, but you have to respect some of these teams that are kind of unknown in the tier 1 space because they have some pretty cool strategies if they can execute on them and get them within the draft.
It can definitely bleed, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It's also one of those things we were talking about in the first series, the potential for Palanitia. I've got so many tabs open. We were talking about Palanitia and the members of their team that did move over to Passion UA and kind of reformed and joined. If Passion has that time to prep, there's so much tape on Falcons. You can have that little edge where you have the advantage of watching all that tape, forming a plan once you know what your matchup is. Whereas Falcons, kind of tired off the back of a trip to China, now returning back home to play against the underdogs. Passion, everything to prove.
Yeah. And also, of course, to prove, you already have to start looking at some of the foundation of Falcons, right? Crit, as we just saw the stats on screen, is very pivotal in Falcons' success. I feel like when you think about good teams, it's the efficiency on supports. And, we praised Save in the last series. Now, this series, it will be this battle between Crit and QBFY and what they can do. I feel like I am looking at both Krekker and QBFY immensely in this lineup because, Batyuk on the offlane, Gambit Paris, alternate ID for pubs. He could take over games on like Timbersaws and annoying offlaners, even Pangolier. Same thing for Moonlight, right? On his mid lane pressure, he can take a Leshrac or a Storm and go crazy. But, if your supports can't enter the game, then it doesn't matter what your cores have. You've lost the first 10, 12 minutes of the game, right? So I think Runa team really displayed in the last series, weak supports can really hurt you. But I think QBFY with his stint on Na'Vi, his Lion dominance, his Dark Willow. Again, we probably don't see much Lion nowadays, but still, I think QBFY, he's like a sleeper player in that 4 role that could do a lot for the team. But again, as always, when you're low seed versus high seed, your lane's got to go well.
Yeah, QBFY always struck me as that player who's in the right place at the right time. Like shades of Crit and Schofield, but maybe with less of that risk reward thrown in there. But very often just like with his Lion or his Willow, he's ready preemptively to make these moves. So putting him on a hero that can do a similar thing, I think is pretty important for them.
Yeah, so far in recent tournaments, he's been playing a lot of Ringmaster, Bane, Shadow Demon, Hoodwink, which you could argue are all relatively strong supports, right? Kind of common in tier 1. I'm not really a fan of the Bane personally. I think Zayat's tried playing it for Na'Vi. I just feel like Bane in the 4 role, I understand it can work, but I'm just not a fan of it. I want to see Shadow Demon, the Hoodwink, the Ringmaster, the other heroes he's been playing.
That bring like the control and the damage. I think Hoodwink's a good shout there as that hero that's like forward on the map, scouting from tree line, setting up, and then bringing damage. So you just need like a +1 or a +2 to get kills on cores.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But I really just hate drafts. So when I see Bane 4, I'm like, I'm just not a fan. Like, there's something inside of me where I'm like, sure, you might like kind of annoy the lane, you might walk to mid, you might press Nightmare, but you're never explosive by yourself. You're always like hoping someone's with you. And I think 4 players, like some of the best 4 players in the world, are the ones that can like find something by themselves, like put a hero to half HP, just like be constantly annoying. And like, of course, some of the other heroes that I mentioned can do that quite nicely. So again, we'll have to see what they want to draft in that regards. But yeah, for Falcons, it's been a little up and down, right? I think because of how upset they were with their performance against Yandex in the last tournament, there is a world where Falcons just enter this tournament with, we're not fucking around anymore. How dare we lose a best of 3 like that, where we don't get to play any Dota? This could just be an absolute tear for Falcons when they, when you knock them down and on the way back up, they are going to have to slaughter some lower seed teams to get there. So it could be scary for Passion if Falcons are playing at like 120% or something.
I mean, both. Last season they came in pretty hot. Falcons just got first place at DreamLeague, right? Got all those points. They placed 4th overall. So yeah, maybe something to look at there for Falcons to pick things up, get into the rhythm straight away. Yeah. Just thinking about how to play against Falcons when they are this very deliberate, slow-paced team. Like if you bring that early tempo and don't get off to a good start, things could fall flat. But then if you match Falcons' tempo, you're getting bogged down in the nitty-gritty that they're very well versed in.
Yeah, the thing with Falcons though is this kind of logic of them being slow is not really a thing, I would say. I think that the slowness of Falcons comes once they set themselves online with like an early lead. They choke you out. They do all this like methodical play of take Tormentor, reset, take Roshan, reset, every time just like pushing you
very deliberate.
Yeah, but like the start of the game, because of how well their lanes often go, they overlap really well. They go really aggressive. So I think you need to be afraid of Falcons like craziness in the early like 15 minutes of like doing stuff, and then they choke you. So it's like, even though Falcons, you could argue, are a slow team, they're not slow in the first phase of the game. They're just slower to close out a game compared to, let's say, like a Liquid or someone else. But the speed in which they break you is as quick as any other team, right? As Liquids and this stuff, right? They're not some XG where it's like you open up the watch and you're like, all right, guys, set the timer for 45. Until then, yep, XG aren't really going to be too crazy. It's they're not like that. So yeah, again, it's always the little layers to it, of course.
It's like go to a shopping mall with some friends and you've all got very different ideas of where you want to go. Just like, yeah, meet back here in 45 minutes. Get to the late game.
Luckily, we're not covering XG on this stream because as much as I love the old XG team fight, I think post TI that isn't really the meta anymore, and they have been very unsuccessful with making that a kind of reliable strategy as it was at TI. So yeah. It is a bit sad to see XG at the moment. They are kind of limping through tournaments.
I got so distracted there. I just wanted to add on to your Bane topic.
Go on.
Bane has these shades of the past where we used to see this Bane as a setup for like global strategies. And I feel like, with IO not really being a hero nowadays, I agree with you for the most part, but I like Bane when he's paired with like a Nature's Prophet, where you can have this hero that kind of sets up, but that's like very draft specific. Like, I don't think Bane is an open hero where you can just be like, cool, Bane. If you have like a Storm or a Furion or something, then I think there's a lot more to it.
Yeah, but also
don't
you
argue that point.
No, I'm not going to argue. I'm actually going to amplify your point, if that's okay. I'm going to hype you up because Bane in the 4 I can also see working if your mid is, let's say, like a Leshrac, right? Because if your mid has a blink at, let's say, minute 11, right? And then Bane walks into the jungle, finds a hero, then Leshrac's like, on top of them throwing spells. It could work, right? But you just need so much damage from other heroes. But yeah, again, let's see if either team wants to try and draft Bane in the 4 position in this upcoming game. As the draft is going to be underway. Game 1, Falcons versus Passionue. Of course, Falcons coming off the back of a 3rd, 4th placement at Blast Slam 5. They are not to be happy with that result. They have only expectations of grand finals, of lifting trophies. And you can see from the cameras, they are currently not on boot camp. They are at home.
Well, they've done their research about the offlane Venomancer, already banned. I was going to bring up that point and say, yeah, it's a little toxic hero that Passion could look to bring out. They've got a fair number of those in there, like Viper, Venomancer in a bunch of their previous 10 games.
Yeah, they are relatively annoying. But Falcons, they take the Jakiro.
No surprises. Good strong laner. Does a ton of stuff. The amount of times we've seen Jakiro even scale into like Aghanim Scepter and be the highest damage dealer in team fights is pretty incredible.
But it is showing Falcons pivoting, right? Using what they learned from Blast Slam to kind of change their draft slightly, right? Because when you think of Falcons, often they're the DK first pick team, but now they don't go for it. They go for the Jakiro instead, giving away the Dragon Knight. So that is actually quite a big draft change within only one tournament. Quite interesting. Even though it's just a Jakiro, but it's the small things. God, Amar just got flashbanged. Do you think he...
Yeah.
That looked like a CS monitor for the...
But why is he not using dark mode on his browser? Insane behavior.
So bright. It's like no lights in the room, but...
Shush! I'm trying to read the reflections, and I can't when
when sounds.
I
can't read. It's fine. I took a screenshot. I'm zooming in.
Enhance.
Unfortunately, enhance on paint does not work very well. It just turns into more pixels.
But yeah, giving up the DK's kind of timing hit and the flexibility for this Jakiro, who's just going to bring you strong laning. An indication there Falcons might want to get hot pretty quickly. And then next round of bans, Huskar, Slardar. And what else is out there that's like a big one?
So Passionue is yet to ban. That Huskar was in the first phase. Falcons, they're taking away the Slardar, and the thing is with Jakiro, it does protect you from a lot of the offlaners. Like, do you need to ban Mars if you already got Jakiro? Because like Jakiro +1, you just eat the Mars alive, you don't care. You could even argue that the Slardar ban isn't really needed if you have the Jakiro for laning at least, but they still respect the fact that Slardar after lane is such an obnoxious hero, and you can itemize to never care about Jakiro ever again. Passionue though, they progress the draft. Very cookie cutter draft here, like DK Snap. You've seen this variation in many other teams. It's really nothing to go wow at, right? It's just a copy paste of other people's drafts.
Yeah, like if their third pick is Tusk, then we've seen that
exactly
so many times.
Yeah, that's a mouse specialty draft right there for you. The thing is, I understand these are strong heroes, but I'm just not really a fan of when you get to the point of just, oh, we have access to it, let's pick it. You know, it's just the same thing happening. For Falcons, they, of course, are kind of doing the same thing for their players, right? The Marine Sand King, exceptional TI winning. The Crit Hoodwink, also exceptionally strong. Like, the opening from Falcons is what you want to see. It's got good damage, good map play. There's no real limitation on it. The speed in which they can make moves, I would argue, is very punishing to a DK and Snapfire. DK Snap requires a bit more time to breathe. Like, Snap wants to get level 6. We just saw in the last game where at minute 10, the Snap wasn't level 6 in both games. So it was kind of a handicap to the team, holding them back. For DK, you don't get an early blink and join your team, then you also are just farming. So yeah, Passionue, their next 2 picks needs to play into Falcons. Of course, Pipe is an incredibly good item this game against Falcons' first 3 heroes. So maybe an offlaner that can kind of frontline by Pipe is an option.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a decent amount of like Tidehunter filling that role.
Mm-hmm.
Just scary when you pick Tide early in a draft and then you end up getting Ursa or something like that.
Yeah, but if they are to pick Tide, for example, then their 4 position could be like the Lion or some type of control, and then with a Gush and an Earth Spike, you can kind of survive the laning, and you still get to your timing, but it does lock that 4 position to have to play the offlane the entire time. But I mean, Tundra are one of the best teams at drafting Tide. Like, I think they even opened it in the second phase in previous drafts with no cares. Of course, I think they did cover themselves with at least a gyro ban. But as mentioned earlier, Falcons, they had the option to ban the Mars, as I was mentioning. They don't ban it. Passionue then do take it. But it's another team fighty cooldown hero, which into Falcons, who don't really have any cooldowns to care about, it is something to note. You lose the lanes of these heroes, you are always just going to kind of hope to get the big spell. If not, you're just getting out farmed. Like DK has a transformation, Mars has Arena, Snapfire has more number kisses. Okay. And Falcons are any care, just insta-lock the Doom in. Yep.
It's been a go-to. I was looking at like hero pairings they've used against Mars and Snap in particular. I saw some like Gyro Naga, where they can maybe push out the wave and don't allow you to have this chasing lane. Doom is another hero that they like to pick against some of these teamfight lineups, where you just, like, if you have the first jump, you eliminate one of these abilities, obviously from the game for a while. And Passion are pretty reliant on having this chain of events happen, where it's a blink in from a DK or a Mars, and then you follow through with the rest of your arsenal of abilities. If the Doom starts the fight and just like runs in with his phase drums, goblet, freaking movement speed, aura buff from the Kobold, and spots you and dooms you, you no longer have that element of surprise which you rely on. And then it opens up the eyes really nicely for Sand King and even Hoodwink to follow up.
Yeah, it's also, when you think about the laning, right, how much pressure does Passionue apply in lane? Right, if it's a DK plus Snapfire, Doom should be able to free farm. If DK is going to mid and there's a new carry pickup, then Falcons can just ban to protect the Doom if they really cared about it in that way. But I just think the pacing of Passionue's lineup is farm intense lanes into the team fight that you mentioned, and yeah, Doom will very quickly get to the point of not only deleting a hero, but also being tanky enough that he can walk in and soak the arena, soak everything, as you mentioned already. So yeah, it's very, very scary Doom pick, but that's because Passionue's lineup, it's just, it doesn't
one-dimensional.
It's one-dimensional, and it doesn't respect the journey to getting to 25 minutes. Like, once you're in 25 minutes and you have all these items, sure, the game will feel good. You have plenty of team fight, but it's just, in my opinion, it's just too clunky in getting there. Like, there's no nice overlap. So we'll see how they want to fix that.
And if you ever get behind, I feel like Mars has shown he's one of those heroes that suffers so badly after a lost laning stage. DK doesn't necessarily want to be AFK farming, but might have to if they fall behind in lanes. And yeah, you've already talked about like getting to level 6 can be a challenge on your supports as well.
Yeah, I feel like for Passionue, Moonlight needs to really find the most crazy mid hero he can. Of course, I normally would be calling for Leshrac for him, but into a Doom, it kind of feels like you blink in one time, get doomed and die, like your game can disappear. But of course, Doom will just delete any hero that jumps in. So
yeah, it's like
can't redraft against that.
What is the option then?
Again, normally to beat Doom, you want to break the map early. So then when he does press Doom, you already have like a net worth lead. So a couple 4-staffs, ways to delay the fight.
But we still have like Pango out there, right? Like he's a hero that maybe doesn't want to buy Lotus or Lincolns, but can break the game open, can play fast, and can buy items that deal with Doom a little bit.
Yeah, that's for sure. Again, structural pressure is the best answer to Doom.
Just give me Furion. Give me Nature's Prophet.
Yeah. Sure, there's already some annoying control where if you TP in incorrectly, there's bushwhacks and ice paths and burrow strikes and randomness to be thrown into your face, but yeah, I could see it from Passionue as a potential. And Falcons, they go for the Ursa. We already mentioned the importance of team fight, and combo breaking that is always going to be good. Ursa can do that very easily with Enrage. Doom can do it with his 20-odd minute BKB, and Sand King, you delete a hero, they're pressing those spells. So yeah, I think Falcons are very happy to play into the Passionue's lineup. And it's pretty much on Moonlight to decide, am I countering the Sand King in lane, which is very hard to do, or am I going to try and outpace the farm that Falcons require to get online and try and just get 3, 4, 5 kills in the early game to kind of protect my team scaling. But it's not a comfortable last pick, that's for sure.
What's the chance of DK mid and another carry coming?
It is an option. I mean, that's half the reason why Falcons also pick Ursa, right? Because Ursa and Passion UA, you get to chase the Doom, you have Enrage. Like, it's actually a really good Ursa game for Passion UA, but Falcons do take it. I mean, there is an option where you can, like, Medusa carry, and then you go, like, Giga AFK, just farm.
Or
like,
Gyro, maybe?
Gyro's banned in the first phase by Falcons.
Oh, he is. They're thinking about crystallized heroes, but... Oh, Weaver! Well, that is a crystallized hero. Link Inspire? But you're...
It's like... I feel like if you were to put DK to mid, then a carry to counter Falcons... Like, the big counter is Medusa, because you butterfly the Ursa, you don't care about Doom, you soak the damage of, like, Sanking. But that's maybe too greedy in AFK, because we already mentioned that Passion UA is a bit spooky in how they, like, play early fights.
Yeah,
so their answer
like,
is going for
joins.
a week. Yeah, so Weaver can join, but, like, it's a lot of risk, right? Because now you got a Weaver carry into like the Doom, the Sanking, the explosive potential Falcons have. So if the game does get close, you're like one Abyssal away on a Weaver from just getting 100 to 0'd. So it's always a bit spooky, but I respect
one
the fact
burrow into Doom or...
yeah, exactly. But I respect the fact they did put DK to mid. I think I couldn't see a mid hero that fixed everything for them. I think shutting down the Doom was a good option. So my Medusa pick, my suggestion doesn't make sense in that regard because it doesn't shut down the Doom. It plays late, but Weaver can, in theory, with the correct support movement, can kill off Doom a couple times. And then you buy Deso, run around the map and kill. But I want to see a Deso Weaver instead of Miono Weaver. Like, I want to see like minus armor and fight, and then the minus armor from Lil Shredder and the Weaver then enables the rebuke of the Mars, and then the minus armor of the DK as well. Like, there's so much minus armor in play here that heroes can just get deleted on Falcons. But yeah, you know what? I can see more for the Weaver now that I think about it. But I think it's a high execution for sure. Like, you die a couple of times and suddenly you're 15k behind against Falcons and you got a Weaver carry. It feels awkward, but fair play.
So what's
UA, they're playing for themselves.
What's Amaru going to buy then to deal with all this? Rings of Protection, Chainmails, Buckler, Crimson Guard.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be a simple Helm of Dom Doom to get some early armor and then get a phase boots already. That's kind of early game armor ticked. And then go plain and simple. But yeah, we'll see. Of course, tips are absolutely flying at the start of this game. We've got tips going left and right.
I wonder why. I always wonder about these little bits of lore that we're not sure about. Have they met in pubs? You know, have they flamed each other? Was there a falling out? Or are they best of friends?
That's a good point.
What does that say? Can we translate
no
that?
Clue.
Something about Huskar. Next, Budesh na something Huskare.
Okay, I'm gonna get Google Lens for you, boss.
I'm assuming next time don't ban Huskar. That's my guess.
Ah, no. It's Maureen asking if Passion will first pick Huskar next game.
Oh.
30 seconds to battle.
I mean, asking for draft advice in game 2, in game 1 for game 2. Intriguing.
Sort of
to be fair,
little jab.
Passion UA are naughty. They've got offlane Huskar players, mid Huskar players. They're kind of Falcons-esque in how they can play the Huskar.
Okay. We'll see if that comes into play later in the series. Huh? Might pop out, rear his ugly head. There we go, game 1, best of 3. As we enter our second series of the day here on the Earth stream. And so far, only Skitter and Cracker to get the bounty runes. But it should be a 2-4-2. There's just that one on the Radiant side that hasn't quite yet been grabbed because this Weaver and Snapfire went on a little journey towards the enemy Ancients.
Yeah, Cracker going for the hard camp block. Always nice to see kind of the early motions that people do into Sanking. Blocking out that hard camp, stopping Crit from making the stacks to also boost his economy. Very, very nice. Now means Crit's going to have to walk over and unblock it. Just never feels good.
And Jakiro Ursa into a Mars Ringmaster. So it's not the Mars Snap that we've seen time and time again. A little change up here. But how's this going to go into an Ursa Jakiro? Because that feels like a dominant lane.
It really depends on how Falcons utilize their level 2, level 3 timing. If they get the level 2 advantage, good crit wave position, then they will try to chase down the lane. But I think it's more on snaking or the Jakiro, building up the damage, kind of indicating Skidder, we're ready to fight because I've set up the HP. Of course, with Spear, pushback, the Tame the Beast as well. It is hard for Ursa to lock onto heroes. So it's not as... I mean, it's a scary lane for sure, but there is a world that Passionate can just play it if they hold their spells correctly.
Nice little sidestep by crit there. Been difficult for Cracker bottom, getting aggroed on the wave and stuff like that. But this mid lane so far, Malrine has whittled down the Dragon Knight quite a lot. And Sand King against melee heroes usually does pretty well. But I don't think I've seen too much of DK versus Sand King recently. How does it go?
Honestly, boring, right?
Just
get
farm
double, yeah, pretty much. Get double bracer on DK, and then it's a farm trade. Early levels, you could see Sand King put a bit of pressure on the DK, but realistically, unless you really misclick, it just disappears.
Like just looking at last hits, 12 and 4 DK against 5-0 Sand King. I was kind of surprised to see the DK pull so far ahead, but I guess he traded a lot of his health for that.
Exactly, yeah. Like, played inside the wave. Of course, he then takes some extra caustics, and as soon as you hit like minute 3 and the double bracer's in play, Sand King pushes wave into DK. DK will farm with the tower. And rinse, repeat. Both teams, I think, are pretty content right now. All cores are kind of even on their CS, all within the kind of that 12 to 14 phase. I feel like at any minute, though, you can expect some kills. Right, you've got a Jakiro that can step up. You've got a Weaver snap in the bot lane. It really is a matter of like one misstep and someone's going to die.
It's just so funny. They go 2v1 against Jakiro. Jakiro wins. You can't even trade into him as he tags you both with a dual breath.
It's a really cool hero. I'm actually sad I stopped playing ranked because like, I'm a Jakiro lad, but I got 13k, stopped playing ranked. In the back of my mind, I was like, what if I just kept playing Jakiro? What would have happened?
You'd be playing pro again.
Yeah, again. I never played. Bless. One day though.
What do you mean you never played? Come on, T. Don't sell yourself short.
That is true. Fair enough. I did win those ESL Premierships in the UK.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn right.
To be fair, Yuma and Devi, like one of their first ever tournaments was playing in those, so it's kind of funny.
Thompson's first tournament's first LAN win was a freaking I-Series.
That is true, but I was fucking bad back then. I don't think I'm kind of grateful I didn't have to play against Thompson.
That was wild stuff. I mean, we even had a bunch of those French players that were playing in TI1 come over to our lands as well.
That is true.
Vlad Tepes and the boys. Amar against Crystallize. Oh! Amar gets the first blood. Now Krecker is going to get tagged up by Crit on the way back. A 1-for-1 trade not going Passion's way.
Gonna hit with that with a not worth, boss, if that's okay.
Yeah, definitely not. Especially since there's this big Radiant wave coming. Crit can gather all that up, experience and gold, and freeze the lane quite far forward.
Yeah. So Amar, from his quick fight, he's having a lot of fun. He's just not playing the lane, right? He's just drag wave. What's the O boss? What have you found?
Oh, just free bounty runes. 2 of them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she used the word free. I was like, huh? There was only 2. Oh, they're free, as in, yes.
Not costly.
Not costly. It's the whole Blink thing again from game 1 of the last series. Oh,
thank you. Oh, QBFY. That's why you can't really trade into a Jakiro. The Mars is left kind of stranded up here with the waves so far pushed up. Batyuk still looking okay on the last hits, but this is where Falcon's like pushing ahead. They get some lane kills, they start shoving you out of the wave, pushing you back across your lane. They accelerate while you kind of get stuck in the mud.
Yeah, and it's when you control the lanes like this, it's like a bad TP from a hero on Passion or not contesting the 6-minute rune, and it snowballs to like another move. Like what happens in 30 seconds time whilst QBFY is walking to top. Maybe he doesn't get there's a haste rune on Sand King, and then he can use that to go kill Weaver bottom. Like you need to be really careful around this like 5.5, 6 minute mark that you aren't just wasting too many resources. And already Marine continue to shove in the wave as Crystallized dies.
Alone
bottom.
1v2. Yeah, I mean, Snapfire was moving mid for the 6-minute rune, which is kind of expected.
Yeah.
Didn't see how it happened because we just didn't expect the Weaver to die down there. But now a fight over the Arcane Rune, denied by snaking. Moonlight and QBFY gonna jump over the top of the Jakiro and eventually finish him off. He's gonna make them fight for it though. Malrine running back from Krekker here, just burrow strike through the Snapfire to not get caught.
Okay.
So at least a kill for Passion, but yeah, losing your Weaver again bottom lane and putting Doom closer to level 6. I mean, Doom's already top of the net worth.
Yeah, I feel like if this is how they were going to play the lanes, I'm going to go back to it. I think Medusa would have been better. Right, if you're picking Weaver and not killing, kind of rough. If you're picking Weaver and killing, kind of cool. But sitting at a 0-2 scoreline on the Weaver, just not really getting the punch into the lanes that they wanted from the hero.
Yeah. So my guess is crystallized Shikuchi to secure range creep. There's a sentry there for the Dire, and he got bushwhacked.
Correct.
Mid
That's exactly what
and
happened.
died.
Yeah. Yeah, I checked the death summary. It was a bushwhack into Infernal Blade, and he just disappeared as Butchuk. Sorry.
Cookie.
Ooh.
And Moonlight's here with
as well.
a stun. Lotus popped. Raindrops are there for Skitter as well, so it seems he's well protected to run away from the turn.
Ooh.
Passion can't chase him.
Interesting. Falcon's a rare moment where they just kind of forget to contest Wisdom. So 2,000 gold lead to Falcons, but double Wisdom going the way of Passion.
Yeah, Crystallize is dying again. He has to Shikuchi away and run. Amaru's gonna have to give up the chase. Well, there's an attempt in the mid lane from Malrine. Does not succeed in killing off QBFY though.
Okay. Couple mistakes happening, right? The pressure on top, then Skitter having to run away, then the Malrine dying mid, losing double Wisdoms, going for the Weaver kill but not getting it. Like, okay, Passion your way. Feeling ever so confident here. Of course, the double supports have just pretty much ditched bot lane and fully enabling the DK. Half HP on the tower. As Ursa, he dies top.
A lot of unexpected deaths this game. Just,
Yeah.
I guess Arena into Spear.
Yeah, because normally Falcons, they get the 2,000 gold lead. They kind of stabilize, smoke up when they get a blink, maybe at minute 13, 12, or like utilize Twin Game. Right, that's kind of like their motions, but to give away such cheap resources around the map, it's not really the Falcons' MO. And Krekker, an early level 6 Skitter, he just died, TP'd back, but Krekker, not very good at kissing, does enable Skitter to walk away.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Skitter was looking for. Look at him smiling. He gets away from them. But yeah, I assume Skitter was trying to like hit level 6 top, and that's why he died to the Mars, because he was so close. Thought he would have Enrage and Raindrops, but didn't. This time, he will be fine. But I mean, well done by Passion to find these openings. You know, having a really bad game on the Weaver for sure, but now
We need to
pressuring top.
pause. We need to pause for a second, boss. I'm sorry. Look at the Ursa's items. If we can click on Ursa for a second.
Is it going Radiance? No.
When was the last time you potentially saw a Mask of Madness Ursa?
Last time I saw Mask of Madness Ursa.
That's been time. For me, brother, it's been time.
It wasn't that. I mean, it's more than a year.
Okay.
But less than 2 years? I don't think it's...
I mean, normally you win lane with a Jakiro, you get Fury around 12, right? That's normally what happens, but...
Yeah.
My guy's looking at the old Mask of Madness, and don't mind me, lads. I'm recovering by myself without no need of my team.
Because, I mean, the old... So the reason we used to do this, right? I guess the last time I saw it was probably when... maybe it was longer than 2 years ago. The big reason was you would disassemble it into Satanic Butterfly, and you would have that status resist shit, right? With S and Y, Satanic, and all the business. Titan Sliver was good as well. Well, Malrine's going to start things off. Nice cookie to dodge the bushwhack, though, and now 2 stuck inside the arena. Spear whiffs, and Amar's going to chuck the Doom at the Dragon Knight. Malrine going to have to get away from this Swarm and Shikuchi with the burst strike back to his tower. Dropping lower and lower, but there's no finishing touch from Passion. So a bunch of spells being thrown and no one dying as Falcons bring numbers to defend the mid-tier 1. And Malrine's thinking about going, though. No,
Again, of course, going back to the Ursa chat whilst, spells were used. you can still disassemble the Mask of Madness. So Battle Fury does use the broadsword. So I can see a world where Skid is like, I have no tier 1 tower to chill under. I will go for the Morbid. I will full jungle, buy it a lot slower than... Actually, no, it'd be quicker, no? Because if you're this far behind with only a double broadsword, I don't know. I've just not seen Mask of Madness. I'm kind of stumped at this this item path.
Yeah, it reminds me of there was an anti-mage build for a while from CTY out of China, where it was when Abyssal was still with Vanguard, and you could like disassemble Vanguard and Mask of Madness, make Battle Fury plus this plus that, and he would go mom into disassemble and then think about the butterfly later, but now it's for attack speed and scaling, right? It's a better Midas for this kind of hero because you can fight with it and you can just perma jungle.
Yeah. I'm just trying to do the like in my head it's like what's the difference of rather than buying the Morbid, the Mask, why not just buy the Cornucopia and then you can still jungle with the health regen without the need of lifesteal.
It's only Roche, right?
Yeah, it's like yeah, that's pretty much the only thing. That's why it's like I feel like because of Cornucopia build up in Fury, this whole disassembling Mask of Madness just fully disappeared. So seeing it again, yeah.
In a funny spot there, he misses his Burrow Strike. And losing Snake in the process anyway. Like Falcons are ahead, but this has been sloppy.
Yeah, a bit, yeah. I mean, I have said that Falcons haven't looked the cleanest in the last week or so.
Well, there's an epic jump. Marine comes in with crit by his side. A ton of damage to pump into the Dragon Knight. Put it in the box to save him, though, as Amaru goes towards the back lines. Moonlight's dead, and the speedy Doom with 500 movement speed will chase the Ringmaster down easily. Look at this, how quickly they find another target. The +1. Marine spots his man. Snapfire fully controlled. That should lead into a tier 1 as well.
Yeah. Snaking's here. 3 points in Liquid Fire. Off he goes. Just clicking away. Probably one of the future nerfs to Jakiro will be some type of mana cost on Liquid Fire or increased cooldown because it is just so easy to eat through these early towers. At no expense to the Jakiro. They take mid. And they move bottom. So from after a pretty decent showing of Passion UA stabilizing the net worth, right? Holding it to be like a 1k difference for a good portion of the game. 3 kills in a tier 1, we're now at 5k. So Falcons regaining that control that they had. And Cracker TP's bottom.
Yeah.
Just to enter the slaughter that Falcons is just, yeah. Anywhere they go, you die.
Amar wasn't far away from getting Doom on the Weaver there.
Yeah.
Could have been even worse.
That's very true.
Yeah, this is like 5k deficit, and now you're kind of stuck in catch-up mode. That difficulty we mentioned about the Mars going behind. The funny thing is, the Weaver has been the biggest problem. This last pick Weaver, not able to get off to a good start in lane stage, and I think he is going for that Mjolnir build, right? Not going for the Deso, so he's looking to try and catch up through farm rather than through fighting, which just plays into Falcon's playstyle even more.
The thing is, it's like the debate of Deso versus Mjolnir. It's like when you see Deso, you do farm pretty quick because by the time you pick up Deso, you buy Shard. You then mark all of the units. Like you can farm quite nicely. Chris Glides though, has to be careful.
Oh, Malrine has him here.
Oh, no. Back he goes.
Oh, but he's under vision. And Burrow Strike falls, not going to catch him. They don't see him go high ground. That's pretty close.
Didn't have any dust or sentries to really lock down the vision on the Weaver to then try and follow up with the stuns. But the tower falls. Jakiro, of course, playing his part, helping the team. And a scan does connect. Malrine might go for the blind.
Well, they've got to go on the Ursa mid. Arena Spear, good catch. Malrine comes in. Doesn't save his bud, but potential turnaround here with a couple of kills on the menu. Batruk falls. The Dragon Knight's in trouble. Crit picks up another one. A double kill for the Hoodwink as Amar, he's finished off QBFY, and Malrine is looking for the fourth. Every time Passion make a move, it looks good to begin with. They get that kill, but Falcons react with numbers and enforce.
Yeah, and for Falcons, though, they did get the scan onto the team, but Skidder was unable to get the enrage from that blink initiation. They knew what was happening. Maroon was like pump faking the epicenter. We're gonna see in the replay here. Like they already knew everything that was happening through scan, through the positioning of Maroon. Again, Skidder doesn't get enraged off, but it doesn't matter. Falcons, the rest of the gang, TPM, beautiful bushwhack on 2, the chase down, the damage, the doom. Yeah, Falcons had all the tools required. And now, yeah, Skidder, because he has the Mask of Madness, he is looking to go for Roshan by himself, and that is pretty much the, the main reason why you'd look at going for the Mask of Madness. Again, if we get an interview and we do get Skidder, we'll ask him if that's pretty much his reason, or if there's something else. Yeah. Of course, the good thing with, I mean, you said it earlier, right, with the whole logic of old school Mask of Madness, like you'd buy this item to go to Roshan, like that is the reason.
It's like Roche then disassemble.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he's doing now. Bring out the recipe.
It's a lot of damage.
That's pretty cool.
Damage, thanking. And Malrine given the Aegis, so he can play very freely to be aggressive whenever he wants to. We're still yet to get the farming item on Crystallize up.
Amar has a 17-minute BKB. Phase Drum minus BKB. He has 10,500 net worth.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he's going to be doubling up on this Weaver pretty soon.
He has more net worth than the entire safe lane combined. For the 5 and 1 combined, Amar has more gold than both of them.
That's pain.
That is pain. That is true.
Suffering. And we're just going to need to see a lot of moves like this. Passion, smoke up, play forward, try catch with their vision. But Observer Ward expires and the Ursa's already TP'd out. While Falcons are looking down south at Crystallize. Malrine going to try start things off here. Crystallize just going to Shikuchi away.
And whilst they're making the mid bottom, Smoke's in top from Passion, so they're not finding anyone. Very, very uncomfortable couple minutes for Passion here. 8,000 gold lead now. Like, you want them to do something, but that clunkiness in the draft that we were mentioning, the way that they play out this game, they need to have a lead from the lanes, because otherwise they're just victim. If you don't find the smoke, if you don't find the arena, the pickoff, then that's all you have in your lineup. There's nothing else. There's no cute layering of aggression or fight. It's just, we need the team fight. And Batyuk walks up, finds Amar.
Nice BKB.
Yeah.
Breaks straight through the walls of the arena. And that's now arena down.
Oh, QBFY.
Does he have stun? He does. Oh, quick little bonus kill here on QBFY.
Amar was trying to steal it. My guy was running in so quickly with the speed aura, with the phase and jump. He was like, this is my... Ah, okay. You're lucky this time, Malrine.
And now pretty simple for Falcons. Tower, Tormentor. Plenty of options for them. While Ursa gathers up all the farm on that right-hand side of the map. And Crit holds out that mid lane. They're getting a lot of value from this map now. And when this Weaver gets Mjolnir, it's still just like a farming item, right?
Yeah, it's just there. It's like, alright, cool. There's no like impact. There's no big gotcha moment. Yeah.
Whereas Ursa, Battle Fury, Blink, Basher, that's a lot of wow.
Yeah, I mean the Blinks are wow, the Bashers are wow, the Abyssals are wow. Like, yeah, it will be very uncomfortable for Crystallize in this game. Of course, his main job will try to kind of execute the backline. That is difficult though. Jakiro has pretty good stats. He has Pavis going solo. He'll be able to attack slow the Weaver, Ice Path, and Hoodwink has Scurry to utilize even the Mistwood's Wayfarer from his innate. Like, there's so many little things that the supports can do that it's not a simple Weaver kill you type game, right? Like, if this was like a Warlock support or something, then sure, but Falcon supports are inherently quite tanky to try and just buy time.
Moonlight quite close to his BKB, but it seems like the call is to go and try and make a play somewhere and angle to this right side of the map. Just look at Malrine thumping the floor with his tail constantly until they have vision of the target and blow up the Weaver. As easy as that. It's just too slow from Passion. They were moving across the map to get there, but Crystallize shows on that wave. His team is not nearby enough, and Falcons are, 6 or 7 seconds ahead of you. Now a quick Tormentor. Like 13k lead just feels like it comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's all these just small moves, right? Like, again, this could have easily been way more if they didn't make like that 7 to 10 minute awkwardness from Falcons. This could potentially even been even more gold. Like that's even scarier, right? The thought that this could be more than 13k gold. Mardo helping out Pasha with a little bit, providing.
Is he dead though?
Wait.
Is he dead though?
No, he's not. Wait.
Is he dead though? He doesn't look like he's dead, you know?
Yeah, I do know. Yeah, that mystical enchantment plus a BKB, quite a fine little combination.
Monster.
Yep, he's a big boy. I thought he'd donate. I thought, you know what? It's like, I feel bad for Passion. I'll offer myself up just a bit, but nope.
He has
not even able to get the Doom kill.
He has the button that goes, nah, actually. Now,
Skidder.
Ursa, he might actually. Wheel of Wonder after the stuns. Doesn't have Enrage anymore, so a spear into the damage, but 3-man burrow from Malrine, saving the life of the Ursa, turning around with crit and snaking coming in. Krekker's the one in trouble now. BKB out from the DK. Snapfire falls, as does QBFY, and Batyuk. Blink Tag is ready to try and get into the trees and TP home, but Crit is there with a push. Ooh. Almost. Not quite.
Falcons aren't that good at battleships. That's all we learned. 3 attempts, 3 misses. Pretty good TP location. Yeah. 15,000 gold lead for Falcons.
Another move by Passion that goes awry as well.
Yeah.
At least their Weaver has me all near now.
Sure. I just don't know why teams keep doing these like big team fight drafts. Like it just doesn't feel good. Like the speed of the map, like Dota is such a large map nowadays. Like I say nowadays, it's been here for so long. Is going for like the one fight when you need to spread so many resources thin around the map really a logical approach? It does pain me to see teams doing this to themselves.
But Amar has Sanjin Yasha now.
He's just so
massive.
big. Yeah.
And Falcon's miles ahead. Krekker. Scary place to be in. Dragonite.
He has a shield
with
rune
the kisses.
on Sun King.
And now an Arena comes in onto 3. That's good for Batyuk to find the opening. Look at the 2 supports to blow them up and fear the Sun King down. Well, in the back, the Doom has doomed the Weaver. And got themselves at least a 1-for-2 trade. Skitch's Ursa arrives on the scene of the crime. He's like, any more? No, just a BKB TP out from Amar to cut this one short.
Okay.
Well, they've definitely shut down Crystallize.
Yes, the Weaver is deleted from the game, correct. At least for Passion, they were able to show the combination of their team fight one time, right? To execute on the Sand King. Malrine being a little cheeky with his itemization, right? Going for the Blink Ags, then straight for a Basher. Not opting for the BKB that you often see. Of course, he wouldn't have it at this time, but still, with the Mortimer Kisses layered on top with the 3-man Arena, they got through the shield rune. They had the BKB on the DK, just clicking away. It's just a shame for them that the Weaver did get found very early on in that engagement.
Crit. Behind a tree after being invis. Hands the target over to Snaking's back, but the damage from Malrine's good enough to kill off both supports. And what, a TP out from DK? That's not going to work. Skitter comes in and clears out Moonlight. And another attempted play of aggression here through Passion, losing 3 for nothing. Death by 1,000 cuts.
It's just a 1-2 punch, right? You got a Solar Crest on the Jakiro, you got a Glimmer on the Hoodwink. So you start with a jump, you don't find the Hoodwink, Glimmers away, scurries away. Then you go quite, whatever, go for the next guy instead, and you're already in too deep at that point. You need clean kills. Or a carry, one or the other.
Yeah, having a carry would help. And what is he now? 7,000? No, 6,000 behind the Doom.
Yeah.
But this is where things can slow down a little bit. In this 18k lead, map pressure, it's pretty annoying. But a longer Roshan respawn means there's no quick grab here by Falcons. And
that would be a good nerf, actually. You just made me think about it. The 7.4 weight mechanic the more gold you have, the slower you go, because obviously items in your inventory and your backpack. Maybe that would stop Falcons from wanting to farm so much.
No. As someone who plays a ton of tabletop RPGs and D&D and stuff, no. I despise. I think it just makes the game unfun, honestly.
Of course. But just imagine, like, they're just dumping items onto the supports, holding them so they're slower.
It's like in Skyrim. Hey, here, my little assistant, hold all my wheels of cheese.
Yeah. Here's a horse that I stole from the local village. Please put it into your inventory.
My 700 iron daggers that I had to craft to raise my armor skill.
Yeah.
Moonlight's gonna pop the dragon form and try and find a move here as they smoked up, but Batuk smoke broke, couldn't get in. We go back to the standoff around the Roche pit. The Falcons are so ready for any kind of move. 30 seconds to go. And this could have been a decent place for Passion to play in. Like, if it was a faster Roche, they wouldn't have to go back and deal with lanes. They could just have a fight, force it around this little narrow terrain, and maybe find the go that they wanted. But instead, the map does close in around them. They've got to spread. And that allows Falcons to get up into enemy triangle.
Going onto the Doom.
They do get the jump on him. Down to half health. Amara's going to BKB up and turn with the damage there. Oh, Mallory just does it to him. Well, that's another 4 for nothing. Where's the Weaver, buddy?
I mean, on paper, it kind of makes sense for Passion to try and fight them, right? Like, go towards the Roshan pit. There aren't any BKBs in play for Falcons outside of the Doom, right? The Sankey doesn't have one, the Ursa doesn't have one. Between Mortimer Kisses, Arena, like, you can lock people down, but you do the damage. It just, you jump one guy, the others are going to jump in and kill you. And of course, Amar now has a full heart. Like, you just don't buy heart too often in Dota. It just, the stats don't really help. It doesn't really do that much in the grand scheme of the game. But when you buy it at 26 minutes with an SMY and a BKB, you're probably going to feel quite nice into the jump from Passion. So, yeah. Passion just couldn't do anything.
I think it might have been Arteezy talking about this. Someone was talking about heart in the green room, and it's like, this is something that nobody does because it's kind of a trash item. And we see, like, Ace or Amar do it when they're so far ahead and they think, what do I buy with all this money? I don't need anything. And you just buy a heart.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's not a good item, but in this kind of situation, does it matter?
I mean, in this situation, it is a good item because of how, like, how impossible. You really think that Mortimer Kisses, do you think Amar cares about it anymore? Like, 85 regen plus the magic resist from his level 10. Like, if he bought it at 47, then my guy might be griefing a little bit. But yeah, go crazy. Amar, plenty of heart in the game.
And there goes the tier 3. It feels like a foregone conclusion.
You know, one thing I respect immensely so far from what we've seen today is both Runa team and Passion have not GG'd out in moments where, like, tier 1 teams would have GG'd out, you know?
Yeah.
Like, getting wiped by Roshan, like, in the back of minds, other teams are like, nah, this game's probably lost. Let's go fix it for game 2, but...
You've got to take every chance as the underdog, I think. Like, tapping out earlier is just a tactical mistake. Especially when we've seen, like, in that previous series and now this game, there is a lot of team fight and displacement that could come into effect. Like, if they find the right target and snowball that fight into something more, and get a bit of wind in their sails, maybe there's a chance. That's just a very slim one. You can't go on Doom. You can't go on Ursa. So you kind of have to find, like, Hoodwink or Sand King, maybe? But they're going to find you.
They find you. Yep, there we go.
Yeah.
Yep.
At this point, like, do you buy back?
Yeah, it's... Oh, there it is.
You kind of gotta. Skitter's munched on QBFY. The Hoodwink's going to slip away with Glimmer Cape as the Dragon Knight and Mars Arena. They've caught the 2 Falcon support, but Malrine comes in with a burst of damage, and Amar, Skitter just line up the targets in a row. The buyback out of Krekker probably not going to accomplish too much here because the Ursa is on the Mars. Taking down Batyuk, a Doom on Crystallize sends him towards Fountain, and Amar, the Fountain Farmer, is going to dive in here and force out the GG as Falcons quite easily take game 1 in this best of 3 series. Pretty much bang on 30 minutes.
Yeah, it was kind of rough for Passion UA. Of course, Falcons, a very, 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 very scary team. Let's never, undersell their strength. There have been moments in this game where I feel like if this was, let's say, like a Tundra or a Liquid, even a Spirit, there are certain moves Falcons made that you could argue was a sign of maybe weakness of Falcons, but against Passion UA and what they were able to do, Amar just free farmed. Malrine knew exactly what he needed to do. Like the fact that Skid Snaking lost their tower so early on, I think is like the biggest alarm. Losing the double wisdom, also quite an alarm. But in the grand, it doesn't matter, right? Because like Falcons, they're gonna rewatch the replay, understand what those like minor mistakes they made, and then after those mistakes, they were near flawless, right? With the pickoff, the counterplay, the baiting on mid lane. Yeah, Falcons, very, very scary.
So then I want to pick your brain a little bit in this regard, because we very often talk about teams playing up to their opponents, like the Underdog playing up to, like old Team Empire used to be very good at playing the top tier teams, but were garbage at playing lower tier teams. Is it also a case to be made that Falcons here are playing down to their opponents, knowing they're against underdogs, knowing that sending numbers to team fight and shut down this team fight momentum is more important than guarding a Wisdom Shrine, whereas the reverse would be true against Spirit?
I think honestly in the moment they just kind of lost track, right? Because they were going aggressive top lane, and then they're making other moves, and then like the Weaver sniped it whilst they're doing stuff. So in other games they probably wouldn't have gone for that top fight aggression. They would have had the hero bottom to make sure they go 50-50. So honestly, I'm really trying to find something out of nothing, because Falcons, they demolished Passion UA, right? And
yeah, we're nitpicking at this point.
We are very much nitpicking. It was quite a one-sided showing. I think, if anything, I really feel just between Runa team and Passion, I just don't understand their approach to playing these top teams. It's like they're following the meta script of what heroes to pick in regards to, I see DK, I take DK. I see other teams pair it with Snap or Ringmaster, I take it. It's like there's no identity. They're just there. And like I really wish these teams just had a better like way of reading the meta plus putting their own flair into it. Like when you look at Falcons draft, it's them. When you look at Tundra, it's them. Like the top teams in the world have looked at the meta and put their heroes and twist on it. But I look at Runa and Passion in the game so far today, and like there's no creativity. It's just it's just copy paste and then lose. It's
very
kind of
much
rough.
Surface level understanding, it feels like. Like this, this feels like me looking at Dota 2 Pro Tracker back in the day and saying, oh, that's the item build this guy goes for. I'm literally going to go with that item build because it's good and he wins with it, rather than why are they going for this item build? Why are they doing this? And what can I adapt with, or what can I change to make it better?
Yeah, exactly. And like when you're drafting against these top teams, like you pick a DK. They've played against DK like 100 times. Do you really think that's going to change like Falcons draft pattern? Like we saw Falcons lose multiple times now. So I feel like if you are Passion UA, try and throw a curveball into the draft. Show you, like I want Passion UA to draft for Passion UA, not trying to draft because you're playing against one of the scariest teams in the world right now. Like you're in your own head too much. Like if you're against other teams, you probably do other stuff. So do that stuff. Don't just change everything because of the matchup you're against.
Let's see if they can do that stuff. If Falcons will bleed again, potentially. We've got Passion UA Game 2 against Falcons coming up after a quick break. We'll see you in a little bit.
DreamLeague Season 27 is brought to you by DHL.
Welcome back to a very festive Dream League here, hitting season 27. And if you're just joining us, we are midway through, or 1/3 of the way through, potentially, this best of 3 series in a Swiss system. Falcons going up against Passion UA, game 1, another stompy situation.
Yep, it was. And I, for the sake of my sanity, hope that Passion UA...
What sanity? Come on now, you're a Dota player.
Yeah, it's gone. That's a good point. Yeah, and I do waiting rooms, so yeah, I just don't have any sanity. What am I on about? Yep, anyways, yeah, for Passion UA, please, lads, if you're listening, hopefully not, that probably is against tournament rules, but anyway, if you are listening, get me some aggression in those lanes, stop picking these clunky teamfight lineups that require every spell to be perfectly used, otherwise you just get picked apart. Like, give me some depth to your draft, show me a bit of flair, show me the Passion UA, not no, victim to the meta.
It all got banned out. Their Veno and Gyro got banned out. All their fun heroes got removed. Who else was there? Shadow Demon got banned.
Well, it did. But, if Falcons aren't first picking the DK and taking Jakiro, you don't have to rush to pick the DK yourself, right? You don't have to force yourself into this weird position. And not saying... Moonlight, to be fair, he was probably one of the few players having a game in that previous one. He had the early blink, the BKB. So I don't even think the DK is much of a problem. It's the Snapfire after. Maybe I'm just a Snapfire hater. This hero is just so meh.
I think a lot of us have come to that conclusion over the past couple of weeks. Like, the green room at Blast was pretty much talking about we touched on it in game 1, that Tusk, Snapfire, DK trio. On paper, it looks so good. You've got catch, teamfight, a bit of scaling, but in the words of Lacoste, the greatest panelist known to man, Dota 2 is not... Sorry, T. Dota 2 is not played on paper, it's played on computers.
Well, yes, there we go. Well, your bias is showing true, but anyways...
I don't know, he's the one in Stockholm, not us.
That's fair, that's true. You know what? My apologies, oh God among men.
And Lacoste is super hot. He's very hot. It's actually in the official Dream League Reddit thread, which Slacks posted earlier on. He's incredible.
Oh God, you just called me ugly and shit at my job.
No, I don't bring other people down while praising them. No,
it's okay.
I'm not like that guy on Reddit who said, "Screw these casters, I want these other casters instead."
Yeah, sure.
No,
I can't be as hot as Lacoste.
You praise some people, it doesn't mean you have to bring others down. T, you're amazing.
Okay, you know what? I don't even know how to segue this.
Your face is flushed red. You're so embarrassed now.
I'm on camera, I'm kind of...
A British man being complimented by another British man is unheard of.
you naughty treat of a man. What the fuck am I looking at?
Uh-oh. Well.
All right, so...
Right.
So basically what's happened here, just so we understand, Passion UA had first pick. They had the option to take the Husker themselves, because they're a Husker team. They opted not to take it. They took Viper, thinking that would be a deterrent to Husker, because of course with the break of your ultimate you can annoy him. Thus they then banned Weaver, because they want Viper off lane, and Skitter playing Weaver carry would beat the Viper. But Falcons then don't care anyways. They still pick the Husker because they're second pick, and will decide whether Husker goes at the very end of the draft. And I don't know if Falcons care about the Viper counter, because you can just, 1, dodge the lane, 2, buy Blink Dagger, and then just not play near the clunky Viper. So,
T,
yeah.
May I give you a third option?
Ooh,
we saw Falcons get Vipered when they first picked Husker during the group stage, I think? And Malrine won that lane. He solo killed the Viper at least once, and dumpstered the Viper in the 1v1, and did not care about him the rest of the game.
That is true, but also I don't think Niku played that lane very well on the Viper.
Oh, it was
because
Niku,
he didn't.
Right.
Yeah, it was the Na'Vi versus Falcons game. Niku, he went for the Toxin level 1.
Yes.
He went push wave, second spell, third spell, pushed wave, then went back for poison attack, conceding the early aggression to then just lose on level 4 Husker timing. So if you are picking Viper into Husker, and you're mid v mid, you have to poison attack, hold the high ground, win the lane that way. So I don't think he did a good job showing what Viper can do, but I do agree that Maureen can win matchups that he's not meant to win. So, yeah. Either way, what the you know, I said I want Passion to be Passion. They've took that and ran with it like a mile. They're like, okay, we'll be us. Whee! They just run away. So I'm intrigued to know how they can do that, like keep building on this first pick Viper. It's a hero that we just don't see first picked by any team in the world. So maybe they were listening to the panel.
Yeah. Just hope it doesn't end up being like Forrest Gump, where, you know, he takes that passion, runs for a mile, runs around the country, then realizes, wait, what am I doing? Where am I? You got a bunch of people following you, all these hero picks afterwards, and you think our draft doesn't have an identity anymore.
That is a likely case. I think Falcons did a very good job with the Tusk in the opening of the second phase. Having Snowball save to buy time during the break is a really, really important mechanic. The Huskar can go SMY for some status resistance, and by Blink and BKB. So like, there's ways for him to like do little things to try and keep himself alive. But yeah, I think Tusk is pretty cool. And then another break now from the Hoodwink. So
who else does Nick still have it on Shard?
Yes, he does. Yeah.
Who else has break? Because we removed a ton of it.
Well, Shadow Demon has been banned out. Any Silver Edge buyer is going to be good. Any Kanda buyer, but Monka. Both of those items are just never really purchased.
Scar's Mage, anybody?
Sky can, yeah, Sky could buy it from the 4 position. But picking Sky into Huskar does sound like you're kind of griefing a little bit, you know what I'm saying? But
yeah,
you never know.
And what's the next process here from Passion? Do you want to keep the Viper flexed, or are you saying chuck him mid? Like, is this now going to be your offlane plus pos 5 pick?
Maybe a little Terrorblade. Okay, no, you're pugging. I'll say maybe like a casual Terrorblade in carry position to like progress the draft, and then maybe I'm putting too much stonk in Terrorblade. I don't know, man. Like I'm talking about a first pick Viper draft. Like, you want stuns, you want good lanes, and I don't know if Pugner's the big pick here. I'll be honest. Like when I see Viper, I want to see Tusk on my team. I want the Hoodwinks, the Jakiros. Like, oh my god.
Like, unironically, I want a Pudge. What do you mean no? For Passion, instead of the Pugner, I'd prefer a Pudge.
Right. Okay.
Pure damage hook. You displace the Huskar.
Yeah. Okay.
Can't get Snowball saved.
Okay. Sure. But then what if you missed a hook?
Well, then you're not good enough to be playing the hero.
Okay.
Why have you picked it in the first place?
Now you know why I didn't suggest it.
Okay, they don't have damage, fine.
There we go. Gotcha.
So, Enchantress Abaddon for Falcons. Some more heroes that you just can't kill, I guess.
They are amping up this Huskar if they want to, right? Because you got, like you said, the heal of the Ench, you got the shield of the Abba, the Radiance from the Abba to also apply Mischance, and the Snowball saves. It's a really, this is probably, in regards to like Falcons, like hero combinations, this is probably like S tier line of draft. Maybe not top of S tier, but like there is a very, very strong draft from Falcons. Probably like the most comfortable you could give them at the moment. And for Passion, just some dudes.
And they still have the Huskar flex until the end.
They do, exactly.
That's got to be
between. I mean, Abba could obviously be offlane or carry, but most likely carry, and then Huskar mid to offlane.
Yeah. And
now Passion Yue with what you could argue relatively weak lanes, because also like Enchantress and Abba, if that's most likely your safe lane duo, you don't really care about Viper too much, right? You can get rid of the poison attack with the shield. You can just play very sacrificial, and the Enchantress keep healing up. Bring in a creep to then apply pressure. Tusk, depending on what the offlane is, could just twin gate and go for some big moves. But Passion Yue, they identify the fact that their lanes are a little bit spooky if they put Viper offlane, based on what I was saying. So they slap the Viper middle, and now Tide goes to the offlane. So Tide is complete free farm in this lane, in this game.
Until the Huskar starts moving.
Sure. But the first 11-12 minutes, Tide will be pretty fine. Again, Tusk plus Huskar can kill anyone in the game. You need to be very mindful of that. So Passion Yue, they need a carry, and Falcons need offlane or mid. I feel like Malrine probably will just play the Huskar mid.
Probably.
He beat Viper before, like you mentioned, at Blast Slam. I do feel like the lane should go worse for Malrine. He shouldn't be getting the kills on Viper. So maybe that confidence of beating Niku carries into this game, and he gets reminded of a different Viper playstyle. But there's a Terrorblade ban that I was hoping Passion Yue would pick up instead of the Pugna.
It's got to be one of those kinds of heroes, right? Like I feel like this is where Passion bang out the crystallized clinks or something like that. I felt like that Tide was a necessary pick, where it's like there's not much we can go for here. We need that big watermelon to just go frontline.
Yeah. The carry has to be a bit of a... Oh, okay.
Like Gyro... I mean, could be okay. Oh, it's banned again. I should just think it's crystallized. It's banned. Yeah.
Yeah. So heroes that Crystallize have played recently that could maybe work is he's played. I mean,
Clinks. I think they're looking at Clinks. Honestly,
I'm a little stumped what he can play, but
you can't bang out the Beastmaster. Like it's so hard going for one of those heroes because tempo-wise, you're playing into a Baden who breaks free of your stuns.
You could argue maybe the Windrunner carry that he's kind of copied from Natsubi could work. If it is Huskar off lane, then you play fine, you Windrun, you never die to the Huskar off lane. You have ways to just threaten and you play together. I don't know. It's an option.
This is where they pick Morphling and we both get sad. I feel it, man. I feel it in my bones, actually.
But Morph into Abbott also doesn't feel too good when he starts punching you.
Morph into anything. Morph into anything feels bad. I don't think I've seen Morph win in like 3 months.
It does take a very, very specialty player to make it work. Like Watson had one good Morph game at Slam. There's probably going to be a Morphling Yatoro game during DreamLeague Season 27 that's going to be like, ooh. Yeah, I'm leaning Windrunner, but I'm not like hyped by it. It's just kind of a hero. I mean, Passion started real strong with the curveball Viper first pick into then, yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, exactly. All right, I was about to get a sassy answer to you, Gareth, but I had to. I said yeah, exactly. I was like, no, that's way too sassy. Yeah, out of context, I'm just gonna look like a dickhead, so I just stopped myself.
What
about It was gonna go full circle. Do you know from the starter draft where you were saying someone's best in the world? I was like, you think they'd have called this? You know, it was gonna be one of those ones. You know?
Oh yeah.
Like, no. No, I can't. It's too awkward.
Well done, T.
Thank you. I got a bit sassy for a second, but I'm gonna calm down.
I'm trying to find some energy. Then come on, last pick, draft god predictor. 5 seconds to go.
Keep fluffing me up for 3 seconds. It'll be too late. Yeah. All right. Say it again.
So what do you reckon that last pick is going to be, T?
This is awkward. This is like I've never had a panel like this before. This is hype.
My program feed is I don't know what the last pick is. I've lost all video.
It was Pangolier. It was Pangolier.
Great prediction, T. Is it really Pango?
Yeah, it's Pango.
I can't believe you called the last 2 picks of the draft.
Yeah, fucking Falcon's Pango is not that crazy, actually. All right, what are we thinking, boys? How are we... God, Passion Yue really just threw a curveball with this draft. It just...
Yeah.
It's so feast or famine, where... Sorry, go on.
Yeah, if any one of these heroes goes behind, it's one of those drafts again where it's like to make the full jigsaw puzzle picture, they need all of the pieces. If one of those pieces has a bad time or is crooked or whatever, the draft feels like it falls apart. Like they rely on Wind Ranger for mid game and late game scaling with like the catch is Wind Ranger and Hoodwink. The team fight is tied. They need to come out of the lanes strong, and I don't know if they can do that.
Yeah, pretty much. It's as soon as like the Viper dies twice or the Windrunner doesn't get that item progression. They can carry Windrunner, we don't see it too often, but you do need to have just really good lanes for the hero to feel good, because your first item is still hoping to then get the next item, and after the next item, you're chasing. Like you're always chasing an item, and if you're ahead, sure, that item chase is often supported by getting a kill and like enabling objectives with your ultimate, like focus fire, like it feels good, but if there's ever grouping, if there's ever like a snowball saving the guy you're going on, or Pangolier rolling whilst you don't have BKB controlling you up so you don't actually get any right clicks off, you can feel very uncomfortable. And we'll see if Passion Yue can execute on their lineup. They've got some very niche heroes like the Viper mid, the Windrunner carry. These aren't heroes we see too often. And Falcons, they've got probably the strongest looking lineup that you could ask for from Falcons. Like, every hero is a tournament winning hero for Falcons at different points in the organization's history.
This this could be a Game 5, TI grand final draft from Falcons, right? This is comfort heroes. They're like almost best in slot for a lot of their players and heroes. Good in this game, good in this draft. I would be shaking in my boots as Passion in this one.
Yeah, it is very, very spooky. We do start the game with a pause, and of course, don't forget the game 1 all chat. Maureen asked if Passion would first pick the Huskar. They didn't. They let Falcons have it. So let us see if Moonlight also... What's up?
Oh, 100% win probability. Is this because of the pause? Like, when it unpauses, give it like 30 seconds and check in again, because that's wild.
No. That is smart, because QBFY disconnected pause, so Dota Plus is like, it's a 4v5. Well, of course Falcons are going to win.
Whatever.
So smart Dota Plus and its prediction. All right, I'm looking at the graph right now. Okay, yeah, it instantly then went back the other way.
Good.
So with the honest 5-on-5, Dota Plus thinks that Passion UA have the slight draft edge.
Interesting.
Breaks do make a draft, I guess. Oh, damn, Moonlight insta leveling Toxin.
He knows what he wants. I guess it's one of those things where we used to see Spectre would always have like a plus 5% on the graph just because she existed. True. If it goes late game, that's who you want. What do we got there? Skitter looking for wards. Steps a little bit too close to tower though. There's no vision. It is just Crystallize who's going to show up. And a late smoke out of Passion. Oh, this could get interesting now. They're going to go the long way around, though.
Again, often the late smoke is more for setup, right? You're not looking for the kill with it. You're looking just to go to the rune. If it breaks, okay, be careful. I do apologize. It's quite anti-hype, but information smokes are quite something.
Yeah, it's just at the beginning, they're all grouped up as 5. Then they start moving together. They angle towards top jungle. And it's like, oh, interesting. And then they just spread.
Yeah. I do wish there was a way to make early game a bit more dynamic, but I feel like throughout the last year or so, we've had phases where it's like, go for the fight, don't go for the fight. The 5-man smoke for the kill, you go for 2. But nowadays, it's just position for 2 runes, get 2, don't waste too much mana. Of course, go for the kill if they present it, but...
I think the game is too balanced. We need to add like 300 gold to First Blood. Or the first 3 kills of the game are first, second, and third blood with bonus bounties on them.
Imagine getting 3 kills pre-rune. How much of a snowball that is.
Yeah, just call it.
I would be so scared to die in Dota if that was a thing. I'd be hugging my tier 1 tower, even my tier 2 tower, like, guys, is it safe yet?
What if you're the one who dies first, but then you get the second and third kill?
It never works that way.
It does.
No, it does. To be fair, it does. But in my game, I feel like I'd be very unlucky.
Yeah, I mean, we're both support players, aren't we?
Yeah.
We're the ones who have to sacrifice ourselves for the greater good or something. I don't know. Well, game 2, Falcons 1-0 up in its best of 3. We've already seen a lot of the tournament favourites make their way through that first round of Swiss to look good. What's happening to Skidder? He's getting punched.
Yeah, he was by himself top and just got Akon shot and gushed.
Well, he might
it is a lot of damage.
Die.
Yeah.
QBFY gets it. Snaking trying to trade back here. There's a fairy fire, a little run through the tree lines. Skidder. Yeah, you're not getting a free lane this time. You angered them in game 1. This melee creep trailing QBFY isn't quite enough to catch up and get snaking the kill. And now back on to zoning Batyuk. A great start there. First blood. Push the Abaddon out of lane a little bit.
I'm a big fan of Tidehunters who do level Gush level 1. I think there are certain lane matchups and combinations that enable you to be really, really aggressive. And yeah, Batyuk just reminding Skid of what he can do. And now Moonlight level 3 doesn't take any points in poison attack, so kind of doing what Niku did, but I can't remember. I think Niku took poison attack at level 4 or level 3. Either way, we'll see what Moonlight wants to go for. At the moment, he's just going for his own farm. Try to push out the wave as quick as possible. Of course, if he gets level 6, he can then just kill the Husker.
He has the opportunity. We have seen Abaddon fall off a little bit in draft priority through Blast, like compared to Vlachia anyway, from my perspective. And we've seen Abaddon also lose a lot of momentum in games when the first 10 minutes doesn't go his way. He's a very lane-focused hero who doesn't jungle very effectively. So that first kill, if it turns into like one or two more kills on Skitter, his game could kind of get crushed.
Yeah, and he can't worry about Mask of Madness or any like these random little farming tools, right? You could argue if the game's really bad, then maybe like a Midas on the carry is like the comeback mechanism normally for Abba, but yeah. Abba is a lane-focused hero, and at the moment, he's having to put quite a lot of resource into just surviving the lane due to that gush spam, plus the Akon shot is very, very annoying for him.
Well, he is top of the last hits even with that death, so not a tragedy for him. While Tide kind of dragging his heels a bit down at 7-2. Looks like Malrini's doing fine. Viper with a slight upper hand overall there. While down at bottom, Pango 11-6, Wind Ranger 13-2. But Falcons have this kind of advantage of being quite tanky melee heroes with gap close, so Pugnus trading hasn't been that effective. Usually Pugna must be like 1v1 against a ranged hero where he wins, out trades, runs away, heals, comes back. But Tusk and Pango can keep poking at him.
It also helps that Cracker went for the decrypt level 2, right? Because against the double melee physical lane, gets a point in decrypt. He's super chilling. Can always keep his teammates alive. Outside of that first kill, everyone's just pretty much just chilling. Hitting creeps.
It feels like top got a lot harder for Passion. They have been unable to keep the blocks up on the camps, so Snaking has full access to it, can keep dragging waves. And yeah, we've got to keep tabs on this mid lane. Huskar is always low HP. There's the chance that either one or both of these heroes die at the same time.
Yeah, Moonlight just never went for a single point in poison attack, just utilizing his Predator innate, plus right click, shoving the wave. That's his playstyle. Again, I feel like there is a world where even just forcing the Huskar to press cauterize, press Berserker's blood would be useful. But again, yet to see a Viper mid laner try that. It's now 2 that have opted to just not use the spell. Oh, they ping Skidder, but don't go for the kill. Mr. Bushwhack. I feel like at any minute. Missed da Bushwhack. There you go. That's my witch doctor impersonation. Don't worry.
Snaking has gone a bit of a wander.
Oh, yeah, Moonlight. You want to press Never Toxin Brother on this wave? There is a Tusk and an Ench waiting for you to step up.
It seems like the call has been made that they are missing. This is 45 seconds before the rune even spawns. And they're still coming here to guard it, but that leaves Skitter completely wide open to die up top. So yeah, with the vision and the knowledge that both supports are missing from side lane, Moonlight just goes jungle.
Yeah, Skitter is not having the best game. We'll see how he wants to try and kind of recover. I am expecting that quick bite to have a Midas relatively soon.
Yeah, there's no other option, right? We don't see Echo Saber anymore. There's no alternative build. It's minus Radiance.
It's minus Radiance, or he feels no pressure in the game and will just still go for Radiance, just a couple minutes slower due to the start of the game. Again, he's still top net worth in regards to, cores go, right? For him to crystallize, he's still healthy. It's just a matter of he's not running away with the game with how he normally would on an Abaddon.
And I guess when the kills happen is important. Like kills or deaths of the Abaddon, we'll come back to this in a second, because Enchantress just gets sniped out by Crystallize. QBFY's rotation. And Pango's going to get away from there. Because like if the kills happen now, he can buy the incremental items of Phase Boots, Bracer, little bits from his wand. But if the kills happen during his relic buying period, that's when the difficulties start. Wisdom Shrine. Gonna get stolen. Again. Falcons lose out on both of them. Amaru's gonna get a two-man shield crash here. QBFY and Krekker trying to fight back alongside Crystallize, but look at who's coming in from the left-hand side. Malorine with the burning spear is gonna find the Pugna kill. Can he catch up to any more? Amar has spells coming up in a few seconds, and the shield crash will be enough to find the Hoodwink.
I honestly just can't remember the last time that I've seen Falcons lose both Wisdoms, like 2 games in a row.
Never.
Yeah.
Yeah, it never happened.
Please, any statisticians any statisticians out there, please do not fact check that. Like,
no, please do. I want to be proven correct. What are you talking about?
No.
It
looks better.
Snowball dodge. Try and
every game in
here.
a series. That's a better way of wording it. Whew. Yeah, the old Snowball versus Viper Strike. Quite a unfortunate matchup for the old Viper.
So when you're Snowball, do you go into like cryo sleep, cryostasis or something?
Yeah, your body's frozen and you don't age. It's quite nice.
But then, shouldn't it be like, you know, when they're harvesting ice from the North Pole or something, they find some bacteria? Shouldn't the bacteria kind of reactivate and come alive when you're out of the Snowball? You don't care.
I'm thinking, I'm processing. I'm like, okay.
Just Malorine, he stuck around mid for a long time. I thought they knew that Passion were all here.
He did need some cryo help for sure. He needed crit.
He did.
I was just trying to think, turning that into a Dota mechanic. Like, you Snowball save someone, and then after you Snowball save them, all of it just hits you in the face at one time. I was like, God, that just sounds despair.
Yeah, but why should being in a Snowball block poison? You know?
It's not like a really big Snowball.
It's a really big Snowball. This Rolling Thunder's pretty big as well. Snaking's down, but Crystallize, let's see your side steps. Can we dodge away from this? Yeah, Amara's going to give up on it as 2 supports appear in that bottom lane to protect their Wind Ranger. A squadron of couriers delivering items as well. But this does take a lot of the noise away from Skitter in that top lane. And Passion are kind of scrambling around looking for kills to try and delay the item timings that Falcons are trying to build. And they've done a good job in doing so, keeping Crystallize up near the top of the net worth. Viper is starting to hit his stride. A way more competitive game than game 1 is emerging here.
Yeah, they've done the motions to ensure that they can actually farm cleanly, right? This isn't an even game where it's also because they've had to throw too many heroes to make too many moves, right? Like the Tide is in the Tide area of the map. The Viper is still in his area of the map, right? I think that helps immensely. And also, you know, you could argue Snaking isn't having the best game. He was late to the lane top, which then put a lot of pressure on Skitter. Skitter then died because of the level advantage, and on top of that, he's rotated bottom, he died, he's now in the jungle, died. Like, this isn't the cleanest game from Snaking, and it just takes one player to not be at their best, and that's something that a team can use to try and beat, you know, a team like Falcons, right? So let's see what they can do with this, of course. Crystallize is looking for the Maelstrom. That's Malorine TP stop, and Krekker needs to be very, very careful. Ooh, quite a late skin of the ultimate there.
Ooh, the Ravage landing takes him down. Skitter with another misstep up top. Another opportunity for Passion. I still feel like this is all like required from Passion. They've got a draft and a play here that needs to find these early kills, open up the map for themselves. If they just let things be even playing field, I think Falcons would start to run away with things.
Yeah, this is where the Pugna simplifies the early game, right? You take kill, you get to tower, Tide Hunter steps up front, you press blast. It is some of the simplest Dota you could ask for, but it's really going to help just break down the map against Falcons. With the mid tower gone, the top tower gone, this is where it gets complicated for certain teams, right? Understanding what to do next. As tier 1 towers are some of the easiest objectives to call for. Of course, Moonlight having the boots for travel, he's willing to TP into any engagement. They just need to push down a wave, use the creeps to set that up. Of course, waiting for the next Ravage is probably the go time for Passion. As they try to get Amaru, but they miss the Bushwhack.
Yeah.
And the Sharpshooter.
And not ideal. They brought the Viper down here. And Moonlight's going to farm a little stack. Make it worth his time.
I was waiting for Amaru to swash and kill that, and then Moonlight's just full despair, right? Oh, Amaru. That's a little cheeky boss. Ooh. Okay. They go for the Bushwhack, miss the Bushwhack, go for the Shackle Shot, miss the Shackle Shot, and off Amaru goes. Oh, dropping his items. Goes for the wand. Cracker was invis, so if there was a world in which Cracker had a 12-minute Blink Dagger, could have stole the items.
Yeah. Instead, it's another missed Bushwhack. But they've got the snipes! Oh, just pierced by 2 massive ballista shots through his back.
It's always just so fun when you see the off-screen kills, right? Like, I miss the days of like Ember Morana combos where it's like the Ember with slight chains and you get like an arrow from a side and then like a sniper sharp shooting, like assassinating, sorry. It's I love those type of kills. Oh, either way.
Contesting of the stacks. Snowball and Shard's going to block Batchuk in. Ravage in 2 seconds. Oh, can he get away with it? He's surviving. Gets the Ravage off in time as Moonlight and QBFY both arrive. Huskar broken. Trying to back away.
Mr. Power Shot.
Have they got enough to finish him? No, because the shield now comes out. And Moonlight's going to get forced back by Skitter. As it's still a little bit awkward for Falcons, though, to continue this one. And the Abaddon is going to be the sacrifice, it looks like. Crit and Malrine trying to bail away still, but a decrep into life drain. Cracker just keeps it going. Snowball forward. Crit now stuck in the Nether Toxin as Moonlight, with the help of this power shot from Crystallize, doing an awful amount of damage, finds another kill. Malrine? I thought about sticking around and fighting, but 1v4 is not really where you want to be.
The Pugna's the anti-fun hero there. Just one decrep on a Viper and Malrine won't have a fight, so yeah, he walks it off. But Falcons, I think they fought the Ravage on the cooldown. Maybe they didn't time it perfectly because it was a matter of like 1 second as the tide's literally fading into the ground, about to die. He then pops the Ravage and that buys enough time for Passion Yue to get some of the additional kills there. 2,000 gold lead for Passion. They're chilling. Just continue hitting the creeps. Of course, they have a gold lead, but they're not shutting anyone down. Like, everyone's evenly farming. The main gold difference is a little bit of a buff up on the support to support matchup, right?
Yeah, and that
Viper
hurts
dies
a lot.
middle.
Just gets snowballed on and killed. So I guess this is what I guess the point I've been, I don't know, thinking about and maybe trying to make. Yes, you got like a 1k, 2k lead, and Passion are doing well to put themselves in a good spot. But if you ever slip up, if you ever give Falcons the chance to tip the scales back in their favor, even by a minuscule amount, I just don't see this 5v5 hero versus hero matchup working out for Passion.
Yeah, they do fall into an awkward pit in the mid game where Falcons just can tank certain spells, right? The Abaddon can tank the Ravage, the Pango can kite out and disrupt the Viper. Like, there is, on a one-to-one matchup, Falcons just feel like they can take fights a lot easier, right? That's why the death on mid lane, right? Why is the Viper standing that far up the lane? You have all the access to the jungle behind you, no one's farming it. You don't need to be in a position where Falcons can get a pick off on you.
QBFY, you're going to regret this. Amaru goes aggressive onto the Hoodwink with sneaking here. A Rolling Thunder into impetus shots. Crystallize with a focus fire, trying to get the Amaru Pango with help of the tower, but it's not quite enough. And the power shot is off the mark as well. So Amaru TP's home. QBFY still lurking and hunting, but doesn't see a target.
It's a good call though.
Meanwhile, Roshan is being taken.
Yeah, really good call. The Passion, they're aware. They're a Huskar team. They see the thing. They have the ward already from Cracker. They were smoked up on Tusk. I don't know if Husker walked in and smoked, but I know that Tusk was. So, really good vision there from Passion to TP bottom, make that move, to have the vision to always protect themselves from a potential Roshan, and then have the TPs available to stop them. So, yeah, and other teams probably wouldn't have that ward out, and Falcons get the Aegis, and that's kind of the steps to them feeling it really happy. But Passion still just kind of clinging. You can feel like they're clinging on. You know, like they are just that one TP, that one Ravage away from the pressure getting applied to them. But still just holding strong, knowing that they cannot make these mistakes.
I honestly, like, that Viper death mid might have been the thing that blows this game wide open. Because now you can feel that Falcons are playing with much more confidence. They're forward on crystallized bottom, chipping away at the Wind Ranger, making bottom lane uninhabitable. That's a TP out into probably tower collapse. Radiance, you know, is like 4 minutes behind schedule for Skitter, but with his the state of the game that he's had to play into is still perfectly good. Yeah. Top lane, a kill on Tusk here would be nice, but a TP out successful from Crit. And just about slips away from danger, because you never ravage there.
It's pretty much, I'd say, the next team fight is the make or break, right? The net worth stabilized. We have to remember last game. It was like a 1,000 gold lead. One slip up, that became like 5,000-6,000 instantly, right? I feel like we're at that same crossroads. That Passion UA, they have the tools to take that fight, to make that move themselves. Even to go Roshan if they win, but also for Falcons, it's the same argument. If they don't die to the Ravage, if the break from the Viper doesn't cleanly connect on the Husker and kill him off, they will just turn the fight very easily around, right? Tusk has a Blink Dagger. Pangolier also has a Blink and a Diffusal. Like, there's no real problem for Falcons to counterplay. And this is where Passion UA, they don't want to try and fight first. They are just walking straight into the pit, using the immense amount of attack speed slows on the Roshan. He's barely even doing one punch. There we go, now he's punching.
Oh, finally.
But Crit, he's aware, he used the shards, he's repositioning.
QBFY is also dying bottom. Blood grenade and impetus lands.
Oh, Crit, ooh!
What's happened?
He's in the pit, he's going for a steal.
He's trying to steal it. Oh, it's close, but not close enough. Moonlight gets the Aegis, Passion get the Roshan. And now they're swiftly trying to reclaim a bit of territory on the map as they need to push out a bunch of lanes.
Oh,
Wind Ranger gonna get decrept and runs back from the Huskar. A decent turn of events there. Like, you get Aegis, you're like 2k behind. It still feels like Falcons have a lot of wiggle room to play aggressively. Like, do they care about Aegis on Viper?
Not really. You can see from how they contested it, right? Like, Crit scouted out the Roshan very early on. Sure, there's not a tier 1 tower for Falcons to TP to, but they didn't really stress themselves. They went, you know what? Let them have it, because for Falcons, their timing is the Mantua on the Abaddon, the BKB on the Huskar. They understand the big picture of their lineup is to survive the Viper snowball in the early game to then just outscale the Viper, right? So Crit solo going for the Roshan, going for the snipe. He missed it by a matter of a second or two, but that's just Falcons kind of tipping their hat to Passion, respecting what they can do. But Crit being very pesky. Crit understands like the position right now. It's go for the Roshan snipe. Now positioned for the Tormentor still. He has the Blink Dagger. Will he be able to go for it? He is going to look for the Blink.
Yeah, jumps in for the snowball there. Can he steal it?
Oh.
It's QBFY to get the shard. Crit dies to Cracker. So a couple of attempts there from the Crit Tuskar, but
I respect it. I do. Like, everyone's just hitting creeps and Crit's just playing his own little mini game.
How do I upset my opponents?
All right, unfortunately for him, though, there's nothing else to really contest. Maybe there's the 21-minute wisdom, but it's a little bit harder to snipe than a Roshan or a Tormentor. He doesn't have the Ags to kick them away.
What's the health on top tier 1? Just go and kill a tower. Go and kill bottom tier 2.
Well, it just takes about 53 right clicks from a Tusk to get that one, so I'm sure Crit can do that swiftly.
Is that all?
It's a lot of HP. Maybe he gets Moonshard Deso. Go crazy.
Oh yeah, easily. Oh, he's going to get away from Crystallize easily.
Yeah, you can see from the map position that Falcons just don't want to go near them at all, right? Like, Passion UA have itemized so aggressive. You got a Blade Mail on the Tide Hunter. You've of course got a soon to be Atos on the Hoodwink, Solar Crest on the Pugner. like the cheap items on a Windrunner, like the Dragon Lance, the Falcon, the Maelstrom. Like they've really invested in like, this is our time, this is our moment. The fear is this Aegis at most will break a tier 2, maybe 2 tier 2s if you're optimistic, but nothing more. So the game will progress to the next Roshan being kind of the big story point of the game. Like, can Passion UA build a big enough lead to ensure they get the second one cleanly to then look and entertain about the high ground? And at the moment, the way that they're playing, they're 4 or 5 heroes clumped up. Whilst if you just look at the minimap, Falcons are farming everything, right? They're farming mid wave, bot wave, they're farming their own jungle, enemy jungle. It's like even though they have Aegis, it's like 66% of the map is controlled by Falcons.
Yeah, do these next items allow them to combat Falcons? You know, does Viper and Viper and Wind Ranger kind of scale into this Abaddon Pango?
I think it's a matter of Viper getting Shivas and then Windrunner getting BKB. To me, that would feel like a timing that they can play on. But at the moment, Crystallize is looking at the Hurricane Pike. And still, honestly, that's fine. Just the execution of Pike is very high, whilst BKB is like the simpler item to buy, right? Like, you enter, press BKB, you don't care about anything other than like a Tusk Punch.
Your BKB win run, right? You just...
Yeah,
do
go
what
crazy.
you wanna.
But with the Pike, it's... That was also, I think, fine, even though I'm hesitant to hype it up, just because your Tide or someone else will frontline for you, and then you can always get the correct right-click initiation. But again, we'll see. That could just be a thing that we have to critique in the upcoming engagements if Windrunner is locked down and unable to right-click off. But
that's a nice force staff into Bushwhack. QBFY just picked up that force as well. Gets the kill on Amaru, who felt like he was pretty free there.
Okay, so he did change. He was looking at Atos, he had all the components and his courier at the secret shop, but then opted to pivot and go for the 4-staff.
That leads them into another tier 2.
Yeah. 18 seconds left on the Aegis though. Haskar just completed the BKB. And there is still about 800 gold until Viper has Shivas. So Falcons, they're going to feel pretty confident, right? You've got the Manta on the Abaddon as well.
It's such a strong timing.
Yeah. This is why they didn't rush to try and contest anything, right? Don't go for the Roshan, don't go for the Tormentor. You die at Rosh or Tormentor, you just catapult the game. You provide an extra 2,000-3,000 gold to any of these moves. It would already be a Shiva's, right? So, you know, sometimes not fighting is the best option.
What setting do you think he's changing?
He's looking at Aghanims, so maybe he's already preemptively double-checking that his Ag is on the correct key. Maybe he's used a quick cast or not for certain heroes on that spell option. So maybe it's a 5th spell item key. That would be my guess.
Because I always wonder that, like, changing settings and hotkeys and stuff. You know, going from LAN and having cloud save settings and things like that, going back home, something's changed that you didn't expect to do.
It also depends on how players use their hotkeys, right? Because, like, obviously you can use hero hotkeys, so every hero is custom set, but that also means that you have to go through every hero you play to set up the hotkeys how you like it. I know a lot of people just play on default settings, and then, like, for example, if I'm playing a hero that will buy Hex, I will set that key to quick cast during the game when I buy the Hex, right?
Okay.
So I think some players probably have that type of muscle memory where it's like, oh shit, I bought Hex, it's quickly changed the key to this or that. Because, like, if I have Blink Dagger, I don't want to have that on quick cast. That's F. But if I have Hex on F, I want F to be quick cast, right? So it can change. Of course, you can then do quick cast for items. There's so many different settings, but if you're a simple man and don't use any of that cool stuff that Valve added recently, then you're manually changing everything.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, I still don't use quick cast.
Yeah, I use it a little bit, but I probably should. Yes, I don't want to confess, but...
No, it's one of those things where in the beginning, I didn't like that it existed. I was like super elitist against it. Like, oh, this changes the skill gap in the game. The skill ceiling is risen. Now I'm like, well, you're an idiot. You should have just learned how to use this tool which has been handed to you that makes your life easier.
Yeah, like, Quickcast is really... It is really cool, but I just don't like the fact I don't see... How do I phrase this? I like having the control on my mouse hand. like the idea of like pressing a big spell. I want my right hand, my writing hand, the dominant hand to be the one to to send a spell. You know,
imagine black hole quick casting. That's not happening.
Like I don't trust my left hand. Like this thing has let me down so many times in life. When I played all sports, you know, this thing, if I have to catch with this left hand, useless thing. Do I want to trust it with my black hole key? Whoo! No, thank you.
I feel sorry for your left hand.
It's all right.
It's part of your being.
I don't know why I'm looking at it like. I'm sorry, left hand, but
you should love yourself, T.
Yeah, that's true. All
of yourself.
All of me, yes. All right, I think the setting is maybe a ruse.
He's actually testing.
Oh no, he is at his PC. To be fair, okay. I was like,
he's having a chat. I mean, maybe he's testing some interaction or something. We've seen that before. Just a quick little pause.
God. Well, luckily we would have known that by the disconnect, so we're in the clear. We've saved Crit's name and honor on that one.
Interesting. Well, there was something wrong, and now hopefully it's not. I like how they've paused exactly at minute 24 as well.
That was really nice. Maybe he had Amaru muted the entire game. Was like, something feels weird this game. Yes.
Well, I mean, that's a good point. Like, it could be a non-Dota hotkey, right? It could be like a push-to-talk mute hotkey on Discord. I need a hotkey to mute Amaru mid-game.
Yeah, so not 15,000 gold up. It's just let's mute Amaru. All right, how are we playing this one, boys? Well, they're smoked up. They're looking for the Viper.
They've got him. Blink stun. Catches Viper. Decrep into life drain. Is that enough to turn this? I don't think so. Pugner is out of here. The Viper goes to high ground, trying to TP home. The damage is coming, and he does get out. Kreke denied himself. Viper survives. And now QBFY snipes out Pangolier, while the Tide chasing towards snaking. Forces Crit to blink away. Bushwhack back in from QBFY into the shackle shot, which doesn't latch, but they've got plenty of damage to rain in from the high ground.
Quite the little situation, right? We come back from the pause. Falcon's instantly jumping mid lane. Kreke sacrificing himself to keep the Viper alive. Beautiful, decrep life drain, and then another nosedive to the high ground to ensure that Viper doesn't die there. But yeah, of course, off screen we saw Amaru just get focus fired by the Windrunner. And now Skidder, he walks to top.
He's got borrowed time.
Oh no,
but he's got no blink or anything, and no TP either. So QBFY, knowing this information, is just going to be able to run in, give vision, allow the shackle shot to come through, and they've got another kill. In the end, that full extended fight was like a 3-for-1 trade. Maybe add in a Pugner there, as he did die and buy back, and die again to Malrine.
The dieback. Here's a rough one. Yeah, Falcon's just not really able to connect on anything too crazy, right? They're playing for survival, and I still have that feeling. I don't know if you have the same thing, that they are just one fight away, one Roshan contest away from the game feeling very fine for them. Like this 3,000 gold lead is a bit deceptive, but we'll see if Passion can continue just putting that pressure on. And something that we haven't spoke about, right, is the Ghost Scepter change from patches ago, right? Into the Windrunner. Buying a casual Ghost would have been really good for the Pango, but he can't do that anymore. Either way.
They're forced to ravage out of Badger here. 3 of them stunned up, and that roll's not going to help out too much. Passion just bring everybody down here. Snaking is pretty tanky, though. Crystallize looking for the shackle shot to line it up and get some magic damage into this damn hero. Moonlight comes out with a double kill. I was honestly expecting Falcons again to slow things down and wait for this Pango Ags, get the next item on Huskar, but they're trying to speed things up, playing into the hand of Passion. Malrine feeling himself and going for an attempted kill solo against Tide Hunter, but now he has to TP out with the remaining seconds of his BKB.
And they're doing this all very close to Roshan respawn. It is going to be up in 50 seconds time. So BKBs will be on cooldown for around 20 seconds because of that. Another time that Falcons, this is the second time, sorry, in this game where they just haven't respected the Ravage, right? In the top triangle, they got hit by the 1 second cooldown on the Ravage and died. They go for a kill on the Hoodwink, again, get Ravaged. So Batchuk able to utilize his ultimate really nicely this game. Crit. Going for the snowball, we'll be able to blink back to the high ground. And when was the last time you saw Skidder be 0-5-0 at the 28-minute mark?
Never. Another one for the statisticians out
Another
there.
one, exactly. Knoxville, brother. We got 2 requests for you right now.
Literally never. But this is what we've seen the past few weeks as a big problem for the Abaddon. You get killed a couple of times in lane, Radiance is slowed down, you're 4 minutes behind the curve, and you're not synchronized with the rest of your team. So now it's a little disjointed from Falcons to find this unifying force. Maybe rallying around the Huskar could be good, but you've got to come and save Skitter from being harassed and pounded here by Crystallize. QBFY could look for a bushwhack off the Acorn shot. Attempted Manta dodge. Not successful, but the borrowed time will take him back to full. And of course, he does have the blink now. Gets a free escape.
Okay, I had to check it out of intrigue. But the last time that Skitter finished a game with 0 kills to his name was 7 months ago when he played Tide Carry. And his end game build was Phase Blink Vlad's Glimmer on Carry Tide.
Oh.
Yeah.
Carry.
Yeah.
I don't think that word is doing anything in that sentence at all.
But 7 months ago we've seen it. So 7 months, Skidder has been able to obtain kills in a Dota 2 video game. But right now, they are escaping him. And the next stages. We did speak about how the next stages would be really, really important for Passion UA. We was expecting Falcons to be a bit more fight ready for it, but due to a sea of pickoffs and a couple misplays on Falcons' half, Passion UA have been able to capitalize on the map and now set up their Windrunner, who didn't need to go for the BKB because with the Aegis, the Aghanims and the Pike, that is enough tools to be able to just kind of threaten Falcons without being too defensive. Falcons, though, they were hoping after the Aegis to find a greedy hero on the bottom half of the map, but
nobody home.
Also, have you ever clicked on Huskar and seen how annoying it is to see the Berserker's blood constantly changing its number?
Oh yeah, it's super annoying. They've got to go on this Hoodwink, but he's been saved up with a life drain. Batchuk has a Ravage, and he's looking for an opportunity to use it. Amaru rolling around into the backlines on the supports, while the others on Falcons are being chased down by Batchuk and Moonlight. A hasted Tide gonna get punched by Crit, trying to hold them back from the Huskar, who is gonna get blink ravaged. All on his lonesome. Moonlight finds the kill. Our Falcons on the back foot pretty heavily here as this Passion side have hit minute 30 very strong. With pickoffs, with the Aegis, they're going up to high ground even.
Yeah, Falcons just honestly look lost, right? They smoke through the map as 5, they don't find anyone. They walk to mid lane, a very central point, a focal point on the map where most heroes kind of collide, and they opt to go for a 5-on-5, desperately initiating. These are phrases that you just don't often use with a team like Falcons, and yeah, Passion UA just marching together, run it down mid.
Nothing really to stop this. They cannot go bottom. Tier 2 is still there, but there is a large wave up at top. And with a Pugnut, I can quite easily break a second Tier 3 here. Maybe not the full lane of Barracks. They've got 10 seconds till Huskar respawns. I was wondering if Skitter comes back, though, because he has pushed that lane all the way into Tier 3 himself. Passionate can go back
trying to find,
try and meet him. He's long gone now.
They've now conceded a lane, but will Falcons try to fight again? Ravage isn't caught up for 55 seconds. Like, it's a pretty good window, even into the Aegis. If you find that jump, if you get to the backline, you kill off the Pug and kill off the Hoodwink, Falcons can engage, but that kind of initiation has kind of escaped Falcons this entire game.
Passion have done a good job here tightening up.
Yo, look at that. They're hugging their tier 3. They are not allowing Falcons.
Yeah, they scan
an
bottom.
opportunity.
So Hoodwink gets away, but Crystallize, he's walked into this one. He's the one with Aegis, though. Malrine and Crit going to try to turn onto Badger. The blade mail's up, and the Huskar gets obliterated by Moonlight, who picks up a double kill. Falcons, again, trying to find something, but the return fire from Passion's strong.
Yeah, they're just... I think just Falcons are just running into a brick wall every single time. I don't really understand the initiation this time around. They smoke up into the triangle. They find the hero with the Aegis. They've not respected the positioning of Viper or anyone else, and they're just going to throw away a life again. And now Ravage is back up. It really feels, Gareth, like we are just going to be going to a game 3.
Yeah, I think so. The way this is looking, Moonlight and Badger just straight into the enemy base. This is the dire side of the map. Snaking's being pummeled. Enchantress down as some other teammates are respawning. Passion going to look for a second lane here, which they've already set up for. Top tier 3 gone. And it seems like Abaddon has no inclination of joining this. Sticking around down south and trying to fight against a Wind Ranger illusion, while the real Wind Ranger is up top killing buildings. I mean, now you've got Bloodthorn on the Abaddon, but second lane of barracks down. A difficult lineup to now fight into.
It is kind of cool that Passion is doing this to a lineup that we did say, or did coin as like one of Falcon's strongest lineups, right? For the player-hero combinations, the way in which they've found success on these heroes before. It is very impressive that Passion has been able to play such a disciplined game 2 after that game 1 beatdown.
So many things have gone right for them.
Yeah, that is true.
Falcons have not been clean here in game 2. They weren't perfectly crisp in game 1 either, but this has been very resilient from Passion to find what they've found, even if some of it has been gifted. Now a bit of poking onto Batuk's bottom, but this is risky from Falcons. They need to find an opening kill, an angle from behind, like on a Hoodwink perhaps. The QBFY breaks free of the Pangolier, and now the roll-up is required from Amar to try and escape. Crystallize, though, comes through with so much damage.
Yeah, the not being able to buy Ghost Scepter really just pretty much breaks the Pangolier. He doesn't want to buy Ghost Scepter. He's thinking of Nullifier for Dispel, but by the time he gets Nullifier, it's probably going to be too late.
Oh, it's soon going to be on Skadi on the Viper as well. So life even gets harder. Assault Cuirass Untied. So Marine's Huskar
so strong.
Losing a lot of efficacy in this late game.
Okay, so Skinner now disassemble the Radiance. He's going for the Nullifier. They want to stop the decrypts. They want to stop the supports from free casting their spells and utility. Falcons, they have one more fight in them to keep themselves in the game.
They've got to do something to hold this base.
Skinner doesn't have DP though. Look at him. They found him.
Seen. Hello, Abaddon, what are you doing over here? He blinks off. They're trying to cut the wave or what? Oh, he's out of there now.
Oof. They are clinging on.
15k down. 25 to 8.
Could be the first kill of the game for Skinner.
Is he on someone? He's on QBFY.
He did it.
Oh, he's found one. Still has borrowed time and Manta style here. Pops it, turns to fight the Wind Ranger. Skinner's going 1v5. Where's his team? Somebody coming back up this man. He's behind enemy lines. They buy back QBFY, TP to the outpost. I mean, Falcon's down in Abaddon for a minute and a half now. Well.
Indeed. Well.
Well. Maybe they're going to hold high ground? Crit's going to try with a Rolling Thunder forward. The backline's being stabbed by Amar, but the damage out of this Wind Ranger is substantial. They finish off the Pangolier while the front line's being held with Batuk going straight in to clear out Malrine. I think this might just be it now. 2 cores dead with no buyback available. GG called. Malrine says, let's go to game 3.
Okay, well, hats off to Passion. All right, first of all, the first pick Viper, not banning the Huskar, kind of offering up Falcons. Do you want to pick Huskar into our Viper? Falcons go, we don't care. They pick it. Marine, kind of just not really having much of a game. Abaddon, Skidder also not having a game. Amar, not having a game. Snaking, not having a game. It felt like the only one really enjoying this was Crit, right? He was able to play for the Roshan contest. He was going for the Tormented contest, but Snaking was late to top lane. Amar was focus fired every time he pressed roll. Skidder only got 1 kill, but at the very, very end of the game. So QBFY kind of ruining that stat line. I was going to double check in regards to Skidder, but either way, yeah, a Passion UA. They just played with confidence. I think we didn't really talk about it too much, but in regards to like hero combinations, Batyuk, Tidehunter, QBFY Hoodwink, and Cracker on Hoodwink on Pugna, also are pretty staple player hero combinations, and they were able to make it shine. So hats off to them. We wanted them to play their style of Dota, not succumbing to Falcons, and they did it. So well played. We get a game 3. I don't think many people was expecting game 3s on the Earth stream today, but here it is.
Hey, we got one. A 7-0-13 win ranger. 11-1-12 on that Moonlight Viper. And definitely a signal there, a statement. We'll pick Viper and preempt your Huskar. If you're going to try and first pick that one, that might come off the table a little bit for Falcons in terms of draft strategies. But yeah, I don't know, just the way this one played out, it felt like Passion definitely did a lot of the things that we wanted to see them accomplish. They did a lot of things right, but I think Falcons also doing a lot of things kind of poorly in their approach to team fights and trying to find people.
Yeah, because as much as I want to praise Passion, I do feel like Falcons, they had a pretty good grasp on the game, right? They'd stabilized the net worth. We're already going to see the highlights here. Falcons conceding critical early game objectives, because look at the net worth. They had the Huskar and the Abaddon on top 2 net worth, so they traded it. But then between Amar and Crit and the support, and Snaking, they kind of went a little bit too crazy, dying to the top Ravage, dying to this Ravage, and it's like these earlier deaths whilst your Abaddon's still playing catch up, waiting to get to his Blink Orchid timing, waiting for your Huskar to get to his BKB Satanic. I understand that you kind of want to at least have some signs of aggression to enable the farm, but the aggression they tried to go for, Batyuk on the Tidehunter, was always just there. He was like, hey, what are you doing? How dare you try and kill my guy? Boom, Ravage, you dead, right? So yeah, Falcons just never did anything to try and break open this game. Every time they did, Tide was ready. So yeah, really cool Tidehunter pick. We'll see if they're able to try and craft this type of lineup again, but maybe Viper will be respected next time around. Maybe they don't pick Huskar into the Viper. Maybe Skidder gets a kill earlier in the game.
I think Abaddon gets cut, honestly. This is the 5th or 6th time where I've seen Abaddon die 2-3 times in lane and then does nothing. Your point about the Wind Ranger being an item behind and always playing catch up. I think Abaddon often finds himself in that spot where it's rushing to Radiance feels good when you're able to rush there, but when you're kind of sauntering towards the relic and dying in the process, it feels real rough. We'll see how it goes, though. Game 3 on the ticket here as we take a quick break and come back with that final game of the series.
Dream League Season 27 is brought to you by DHL.
Passion UA versus Falcons is heading to a game 3. Would you believe it? Their Huskar for Falcons didn't pan out against the Viper of Passion, even though they were picked in reverse order. It was a difficult one for Falcons, but Passion, they brought the numbers to every fight. They set up for kills. They looked solid doing it. But I don't know, we've really got to say that Falcons did not look good.
No, they struggled a lot. And, we asked some questions about some stats on Falcons. I did a little research in the break. For Skinner, this was only the 4th time on 7.39, where at the 35-minute mark, he had no kills. And then it was the 5th time in 7.39 where he ended the game with only 1 kill. So it's such a rarity when you think about Skinner as a carry, what he's able to do for the team. Often he's called the active carry, the sacrificial guy to open up the map, to do things for other people to shine. So statistically, he's part of a lot of kills. And yeah, Passion UA just really found a way to shut him down through the Tidehunter and the off lane, the map movement in general. So yeah, for Falcons, that was not a game that they want to remember at all.
Cut the Abaddon, give him Ursa again, something that can go and dictate how the game's going from a decent laning stage. We'll see how it pans out, though. Game 3 draft should be up shortly, and we'll see what, if any, adaptation is going to be made here between these two teams. So far, we've seen Falcons remove the Gyro and the Venomancer every game. This time, they ban the Viper as well.
Yeah, these are...
Now do you? Yes, you do. You ban the Huskar.
Because they don't want to pick it themselves. That's perfectly fine. And taking the Shadow Demon on first pick. I like it. It's pretty good. And I respect the fact that Passion UA don't want to first pick the Huskar themselves. They are a Huskar team, but it's not something that I think you should try and do always, especially against teams like Falcons, who are the best in the world at it. Second, probably to Mouse. So yeah, ban it out, take Shadow Demon, stabilize your game. And for Falcons, they take the Pangolier. Not opposed to that at all. We, of course, know Pangolier is a very, very dominant hero from both mid to off lane. Didn't really work out well for Falcons in the last game, but I think that's probably more towards Windrunner being in the core role, able to follow the Pangolier the entire time with the Hurricane Pike. So we'll see if that's respected in any way throughout the later stages of this draft.
Bye Weaver as well.
Pretty much just any gap closing support that can just threaten SD's positioning is always nice to ban out. So maybe they also ban out the Ursa here as well, due to that speed in which you can execute a hero. Pangolier gives so much vision that it kind of enables any initiator. They don't ban out the Ursa, though. They do ban out the Enchantress.
Where's Jackie Boy?
Probably just going to get casually picked up by Falcons to open up this next phase. This is Jakiro's best draft position, honestly. Just casually opening second phase.
On the topic of dragons, was DK ignored in game 2? He was, right? Not
yes,
banned.
It was.
I mean, he wasn't picked and it wasn't banned. Yeah, Dragon Knight. Funny how he goes from first pick to just ignored as the drafts develop. We could see him get ignored here as well, potentially. But Andy says, I don't want to play with you anymore. Drops DK on the floor, flopping lifeless.
Good riddance. No, has there ever been a patch where people are wow, I love the DK patch?
Yes. 2016, when Queen of Pain was dominant in the middle lane and no one could find a counter, we had to pick the Dragon Knight, and we were so happy that we had a hero that could lane against Queen of Pain without being annihilated. No, seriously, we've never enjoyed Dragon Knight. He's so boring.
I remember it was one of the first ESL Birmingham's, maybe the second one actually, where whenever DK got picked, I think it was when Optic Gaming was at it. Everyone's like, boo! The whole arena would boo for DK picks. It was pretty good. There should be more booing at Dota events, but tastefully. Yeah. I don't mean not booing players, but booing concepts. I think that's good.
Yeah, we used to have a lot of that. I think back in that era as well, 2016, we still had the East versus West TI qualifiers, and Naga Siren was. I was at a pub stomp with Pyrian Flags, and legit the whole bar just booed when Naga was picked because we knew it was going to be a boring farm-filled slogfest of buying Radiance, pushing lanes and nothing happening.
Yeah, that should be some type of like financial punishment in Dota tournaments for just being boring. You know, like if you win TI but the fans vote you're boring, you just lose it. Not referencing any teams in historical TIs, by the way. Let's not talk about. We're not bringing up any old.
I thought you were referencing a particular tournament. There was WCA, I think 2017. In the rule book, there was a phrase there: "No passive play allowed," because they used the time difference between your wins and your losses to be like a tiebreaker. And teams had figured out how to break that system. You could just sit back and be passive and lose in a long game, right?
Yeah.
I don't think they ever enforced it because they were immediately called out on Twitter and Reddit and everywhere. Like Cyborg Matt put out, like, no passive play. What is this Delta rule?
We had that rule existed though in a lot of national tournaments because there was one where the qualifier, the team that got invited to the country to play like the LAN, was based on a game length average. So we found out that in our final game, win or lose, as long as it lasted more than like 40 minutes, because we would tie with, like we were first, if we lost, it would tie with second. But as long as we lost at a certain point, we win on average. And that really, like, it just fucks with your head knowing that this like whimsical, useless thing exists. But luckily that doesn't happen anymore in Dota.
No, now we have active heroes. Action. Primal Beast running at you. Hoodwink scouting things down. Doom with 500 move speed hunting you in the shadows. Lots of things to play around with here. So Passion have double saving support with 2 potentially active, aggressive, hard to kill heroes. Falcons, same in terms of the cores. Active, hard to kill, very forward facing, but 2 more kind of laning focused and damage dealing supports.
Yeah, just the risk I think I see for Passion at the moment is it's a lot harder for the supports to thrive in this game due to the lack of pressure on this first phase Pangolier. Even though there's a Primal Beast with the Pulverize, you're playing into Ice Path and Bushwhack from the Jakiro and the Hoodwink, so a lot of long range stuns to kind of protect. On top of that, you've got this just natural speed of play that Falcons kind of can utilize. And of course, when Primal gets BKB, that can change the tide a little bit, but it's not as easy as the last game to, win lane, farm, and like bring heroes together. You need to respect that Falcons, they have a lot more fight in them this time around.
Team Falcons turn to battle.
Marcy burn. What are we assuming with the DK Primal here? Lane
Primal offlane, DK mid is where I would
carry
lean.
last.
Yeah.
Okay. And your carry has to lane into Doom Hoodwink. And then we have kept a flex for Falcons until the very end. They have last pick, so they can decide where Pango and Doom go.
Doom is probably offlane, Pango's probably mid.
Probably.
Based
you
on...
never know.
Yeah, true.
A respect of the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, they do. They want Pango to be able to walk into the fight and play Dota 2. I feel like I would have preferred to see Windrunner if let's say Passion UA was thinking of the hero because Falcons was. I would have preferred to see that instead of the Primal pick because of how well it countered the Pango in the last game. But yeah, maybe Passion UA weren't thinking about it at all. Maybe they had like a different idea in mind. Also, you could argue with more control on Falcons. Is a deterrent potentially?
Like, do we go for the Medusa this game? Or is like Pango, Diffusal and stuff like that too annoying?
Anti-Mage is also in the pool still.
Right.
So if Passion UA lock in Medusa, it's Anti-Mage and gone. Yeah.
That's a good
Maybe
shout.
Not GG, but
no, it's GG.
Very likely.
Ooh. Bristleback.
All right, so that means everything gets shifted up by 1. DK goes to mid, Primal goes to... Sorry, DK goes carry, Primal goes mid, and then Bristle slots into offlane. Sure.
No Bristle carry?
I mean, to be fair, yeah, it could happen, right? But I think I guess they can change it, but I would prefer... Whatever role it goes, just buy Lotus and walk up the front of the fight and stop Doom from pressing Doom. That's pretty much all it is. I buy Lotus and we run through the map.
And then Falcons dealing with a lot of saves, a lot of gap close, and a lot of tankiness. When are we going to see Necro come out? I've been waiting for Necrofrost for freaking ages. This patch has been just like tanky ass heroes everywhere.
I promise you, I was thinking of Terrorblade, but it's okay.
I was thinking about Necro, and I didn't see. I'm sad.
Yeah. No. I do agree. I think there's been some times when Necrofrost should be picked up, right? The value of Scythe, the fact that you just frontline.
You just can't play into Shadow Demon. It's
exactly.
actually unplayable.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the problem, right? But no, yeah, Terrorblade, of course, is the go-to pick normally in these situations. You put Passion Your Way on this timer of, if you don't kill me and shut me down before I get 3-4 items, I will just 1v9 this game. I get to Mantis, to Skadi, Daedalus. DK never kills me, I kill the rest of your team. I think it is a very stable looking lineup from Falcons. And right now, with how kind of shaky Game 2 was, the post-game discussion was probably the same thing. Why are we making these mistakes? Why are we not getting to play our Dota? We should be able to play Dota. What are we doing to ourselves? Like, it's probably a lot of like internal reflection compared to them like praising Passion Your Way on like the moves they made, the draft they had. And this Game 3 draft from Falcons feels like a very kind of result of that, right? It's like, Amar, just go farm on your Doom, you be you, Skidder, actually play out the lane and contribute to a bit more of the early fight through meta and just kind of map play. So yeah, Falcons should be happy. I think Passion Your Way also very happy. This feels like a draft that they've utilized in other runs. Batchuk on the Bristleback, he can be really annoying if he gets the right items. So yeah, let's see if they can who has the laning edge, because on paper I would argue Falcons have slightly better lanes, but we'll see if Passion Your Way can find a way to create some momentum.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see any kill threat on the Doom. Pango and Primal, we have seen a bit of weirdness there, where Primal, if it hits level 6 slightly before Pango, we could get a kill. But I feel like that's a farm trade into play side lanes. Terrorblade against almost no magical damage, especially early on, should be perfectly fine, right? There's very little they can do to chip away at Skitter, so... Another situation where Falcons have good lanes unless they screw up.
Pretty much. Exactly that. And they have been making some laning mistakes. Not laning mistakes, post-lane mistakes, sorry. Their lanes have been good. Let's rephrase that. Their laning's been good. It's been what do they do after? I mean, technically, you could also argue the Baden lane went wrong in the last game, so... yeah.
I was tied with a level 1 Gush. Too powerful.
Yeah, that's been the only thing out of the lanes combined has been the big red flag, was the snaking being late to lane Game 2, Skidder stepping up, dying, and things getting a little bit chaotic from there.
Oh, an interesting undewardable observer there from Alreen. So it sees the rune spot and the access path to the triangle. He's also scouting to see if there's any vision here. Breaks the smoke. Notices that Passion are around.
Yeah, it's a nice little ward because it probably will get dodged from the mid, kind of the river sentry that you naturally place, right? So just a little bit more stepped up.
QBFY, smoke hasn't broken yet, so he's thinking maybe he can get away with a steal, but with Snaking standing nearby, Falcons will secure this top rune. There's a fight happening over the bottom one with some punches thrown. Moonlight, it's more than just punches. With a blood grenade here, Crit, Amar, and Malrine looking to shut down this Primal Beast early. Even though it's not a kill, that is still a substantial amount of damage early on to make life very difficult for the Primal.
Yeah, that is not going to feel good at all, right? Being a half HP Primal playing into just the spell spam of a Pangolier. Yeah.
Actually getting clicked. He tries to trample, doesn't really get too much out of it with a move speed reduction. A real rough spot to be in. So that's like a free lane for Malrine's Pango now. Primal gets his first last hit now. While we peek into this top lane where Skitter, 2-0, holds the wave in front of his own tower. And down bottom lane, Crystallize wants to try and deny that range creep, but Amaru and Crit do a good job bushwhacking and securing it. It's nice to see the player pings when there's like a range creep open like that. Oh, Skitter. Good damage towards the Bristleback, but playing very low HP, less than 100. The Cruel Sprays, they do stack up. QBFY is going to get turned on though. Fairy Fire up. Snaking doesn't get the takedown. So First Blood is there for the Shadow Demon. And Passion both playing on very low health. And get away with both lives in this off lane.
Yeah. So close to the lane pretty much being over for the Terrorblade Jakiro, right? If your first meta, you die, give away double kill to a Bristleback and accelerate his like potential double bracer timing, or even just treads, whatever he wants to buy, even the ring of health if he wanted to, right? It's needs to be careful. Falcon safe lane, game 2 and game 3, just not firing it on full cylinder compared to times of the past. But lucky for them, Jakiro, all he needs to do is spit on them. Get level 3. Keep throwing his liquid goodies onto the bristle.
Moonlight does not stop low HP in this lane. He's trying to shove out waves and gather up water runes. He's done a good job here to get back into things at 11-1. Still feels like a great spot for Marine with that new wave arriving.
Yeah, Pangolin with a pretty much free start to the game. We're looking at, it's a good corrosion game if you wanted to go for that. It's a really good diffusal game, of course. You don't need to change the build pattern at all into Bristle, DK, Pango. But it's the race to how quick can Pango get it.
QBFY just disrupted himself. I'm not sure why.
Is he looking to block? Okay, no. I was saying block camps potentially. I wasn't watching.
Maybe he thought he was being gone on. I was a little confused.
Happens.
I'm not sure. Overall, though, Falcons, it looks like they took game 2 personally. Last hit value on all their cores looking very good. Oh, Passion, Primal Beast. I think Moonlight's done a very good job staying even-ish in this lane. I'm a little surprised that the Dragon Knight is so far behind. He's against a Doom and a Hoodwink, I guess, but alongside a Pugner, you'd maybe expect the DK to get more farm.
The problem with Pugner is you have like 0 kill threat in a lot of lanes. You are just playing on like survival, and then DK also plays on survival, only going for kills if your support enables you. So I think those type of lanes conceptually Amar thrives in, right? The play for farm, I can't really die lane. Crit has a type of poke plus save tool to ensure Amar doesn't die.
Yeah, I guess it's the combination of I can't die, you can't pressure me, but the opposite is not true.
Yeah,
we can dive you quite easily.
Yeah, if I'm ever playing into Falcons, I feel like I'd always want to have an element of kill threat to try and just break the resources of Amar over time. Allowing him to sit at full HP double bracer is often the recipe for him to be very, very comfortable in a game.
Well, Batyuk feeling it's necessary to come across and contest the little pull Snaking had made. Taking a bit of chip damage from the Jakiro in the meantime. But that puts Skitter under tower where he's pretty comfortable finding his own farm. And even turning on Batyuk here to make sure there's no lane dragging going on. But Bristle kind of has to play in this pocket when Shadow Demon is stacking. You don't want to lane head on into a Jakiro and get chipped away at, burnt to a crisp. And there are a fair amount of stacks there being made up on that left-hand triangle. Primal going to make his first move down bottom, though. Quick little decrap into Trample. Finds the takedown on Crit, while Snaking did kill Batyuk in that 1v1.
Yeah, the level 3 timing on Jakiro, unfortunately, for the offlaner Passion UA is too damning, right? Because they didn't get the kill on the Terrorblade, Bristle didn't get an extra bit of resource, but Snaking walking up into the triangle with nearly 0 HP.
He's dead for this.
I mean, that's kind of the habitat of a position 4, right? You either take mid XP or you're stacking triangle. To walk up there with that little HP, that was very optimistic from Snaking.
I guess, like, rationalizing it, I guess the idea is he wants to go sentry block observer ward, and then deny himself to neutrals, right? He's like, I want to be off the map and then return full health, which he does anyway. But
he does. He has 2 scans available. So I guess a good question for Falcons is, do they have a rule on scan? Like, are they actively communicating like the usage of scan as a team? Like, is it only allowed to be used at, let's say, the first smoke when they get it on the 12-minute mark on a hero?
What's their SOP on scans?
Yeah, because like to me that would be a scan moment, right? As a support, you walk up, you scan, it goes red, you don't go up. If it is, you make your sentry play, right? But if as a team they respect it highly as a resource, they don't want to waste in the early game, then
I'm really GTA RP pilled. SOP stands for Standard Operating Procedure in terms of what police and medics and doctors have to do by the rules. It's their little rule book they've got.
I mean, Falcons have a rule book, 1,000,000%. They probably have Dota documented to every little minute detail.
Oh, yeah. Well, fighting over the Wisdom Shrine, probably in their SOPs as well. Batuk trying to fight back alongside Moonlight. Some good damage from the Primal Beast. Skidder turns and continues combating, but they've got the slam down to take him out. And Malrine comes in just a little bit too late there, it looks like. Moonlight gets the Shrine, gets the kill on Skitter and Snaking, while something was happening on the other side of the map as well.
Yeah, and that was quite an interesting little scuffle, because Pangolier, level 6, doesn't have a point in ultimate, so he was going for full push wave and farm mode. Level 7, we'll see if he wants to level it. And also Skidder, if he got the kill onto the Bristle, potentially would have got level 6, right? He's a third of the way there, if not slightly less. So if Skidder gets the kill on the Bristle, he gets Sunder, then Sunder's the Primal. I mean, they're a matter of 1 or 2 different choices away in that fight from Falcons just dominating the Wisdom Shrine engagement. Again, it doesn't go their way. Passion Yue capitalize on it. Oh. And Malrine, yeah, goes for a 4th point in Shield Crash. So no ultimate on Pango as of yet.
So indicating they want to extend the laning phase, play things out a bit longer, not look for any sweeping moves. But it means that Pango is just going to get taken down by QBFY alongside that Primal Beast.
It very much is, as you said, it's extending the laning phase, going for the farm. You can see already from Falcons, right? Like, the big timing for them is Diffusal and Pangolier. But with not getting the Wisdom Shrine fight, then dying middle, losing your mid-tier 1, maybe having the role available for that Shrine would have prevented everything else from happening, right? So silver lining, Amaru's top net worth.
And all 3 of their cores are still doing pretty well.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, when you're critical on Falcons for like things they do, because of how efficient they are with like pushing out the wave, going to the jungle, like, they're never really out of it compared to other teams. Like, if Falcons were replaced by, let's say, the Div 2 DreamLeague qualifier team, right? This probably would be like a 2-3k gold lead to Passion Yue based on the moves they made, the fight. Like, it just wouldn't be as efficient in the farm. But
yeah, like Falcons are playing on a range, right? Like, the expected value from these moves are either we are ahead and the playing field is leveled, that kind of tips the scale back towards 0, or we're ahead and we go super far ahead. And Passion trying to use an opportunity with the Primal Beast playing aggressively forward. They don't get the kill on Skitter, and now Moonlight's the one dies near tower, while Batyok aiming for Skitter, but taken down himself. A Macropire out of Snaking forces the Pugna back, and now the Doom's arrived. Amar will find Cracker in the tree line to get another kill in that 3-for-1. Skitter, just a big bait. The guy with the target on his back.
do you remember when Terribly picked up his ultimate? Did he pick it up at 7 or 6, 7 or 8? Do you remember?
No idea.
No idea? Okay.
He does not have it here.
Yeah, he got it at 8. Okay, perfect. Thank you for the replay. Because I'm trying to remember. Again, for the statisticians out there, the series of the phrase, when was the last time you saw 3 cores not take like level 6, 7, right?
Yeah.
Amar's level 7, no ult. Pango level 8, no ult. He went 4-4-0-0. And then TB picked it up during that fight, right, as a turnaround play.
Like we see it a lot on Abaddon and we used to see it on Wraith King, but those are like hero specific. You do it for a reason.
Amar sometimes holds his point just for the meme of like, ooh, I don't have it, but it's just kind of, I don't know. I don't really understand that one. Like when the offlaner holds the point in the ult to then just level it, but he never puts it into anything else.
It used to be a thing. Maybe you can still do it. I'm not sure. Where you can hover over your enemy spells and the circle appears and you know they've leveled it.
Yeah, that was removed if I remember correctly. That used to be a big thing.
We've not talked about it in a long time, but that used to be huge.
No. And I used to do it a lot, so yeah.
Yeah. A TB would be a big one. You'd hover over Sunder to see if the green circle appears. You'd know if he's Sunder or not. The cast range, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. No, yeah, that was a
long time.
That would make it cool holding the point.
And Cracker gone.
All right.
Falcon's punching back a bit here, and still 2k ahead. QBFY looking to hold back the Pangolier in his roll. Amar sees the Shadow Demon in the trees, and he's going to chuck the ulti at him. Marine Rolling Thunder goes and bottles up a DD rune. He can get to the rune quicker. At the same time, top tier one's being pushed. Bristleback and Dragon Knight both in recovery mode now as Falcons take control over the entirety of the map, it feels like. Moonlight wanting to reclaim some territory. No ulti used on the Amaru Doom though, so they're going to let him slip free. Batu snotting over everybody, but snaking an Amaru with the help of that sharpshooter does a tremendous amount of damage. Macropire burns them down. Batuk and Krekker both fall. Primal Beast is in. Amaru is fine though. He can turn, heal back up, and give Snaking a double kill as Passion play into the fire. Whelps on the left side. You get that reference?
Nah, mate.
No.
I'm sorry.
Okay. That's fine.
I feel like should I remind you? We don't cast often, but my ability to understand references is very, very, very low.
It was a gaming reference. I thought it was an old. I can't remember exactly what it was, to be honest with you. I don't know if it was the Leroy Jenkins video or meme, but basically it was World of Warcraft. The explanation was, "Don't stand in the fire," which is.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that makes sense. That's good. That's really good. I never played World of Warcraft. I'm sorry.
I mean, neither did I, really.
oh, today. Okay. I assumed you were.
I tried a bunch of times, but I never. MMOs were never my thing. Like Path of Exile, Diablo, World of Warcraft, any of the like Japanese or Korean MMOs. I play it for like 3 or 4 days, get bored, and never open it again.
Right, I see. Yeah, for me it was at least for PC, Dota was like one of the first big games I guess I played. So happy days.
Really?
Like for like, I'm trying to think. It's like console gaming.
Give us a rundown now. I want to know where your gaming started.
Okay.
Well, think about it, because DK is about to die. Unless Passion can come and save Crystallize from this gank out of Malrine and crit. Amar comes forward. Decret buys a little bit of time, but the Rolling Thunder and the Doom are good, and the dive into the back as well. Looks for Krekker. Passion cancel out their TPs. Moonlight trying to slip away from this, slowed by the inhibitor of the Diffusal Blade, and the collapse of Passion is happening. Falcons have got this game by the scruff of the neck.
So would you like me to analyze this fight or tell you my gaming history?
Whatever you want, honestly, because actually it doesn't matter. Batuk's getting run out top, so I'll continue doing play-by-play while you write the list of all the games you've played in the past 29 years of your life. I think I've got that right. Skitter and Crit are right on top of the Bristleback. He's tanky though, this fella. Trying to dodge the sharpshooter. Crit, can we line it up? Oh, straight into the back of the head.
Alright, so it was Halo, FIFA, Call of Duty.
On Xbox?
On Xbox. Halo on Xbox. Then I got my Xbox 360 playing like FIFA, Call of Duty. Pivoted to a very like one family PC where I played RuneScape with who cares about DK dying? It's way more important. Played Tribal Wars and RuneScape as a browser game.
Okay.
But pretty much still main playing Call of Duty, FIFA, because obviously in the UK that's kind of a cultural thing.
Yeah.
Was in the wave of Minecraft when it came out, and then from that straight into Dota.
Interesting.
So pretty much console/browser/Minecraft gamer into now 10 plus years of Dota 2.
I feel like that's quite a rare journey.
It is very obscure.
Gets a regen rune, and he can roll up here and go onto QBFY because Amaru has pincered in onto the Shadow Demon. Trying to get pushed up to high ground, but just about does it. Not enough to escape from the grasp of Falcons. Crit also finds Krecker on the other side of the map. This is an 11k lead now, and I don't know, I just don't see Falcons dropping this kind of game.
Yeah, Falcons are really trying to prove to the fans that Game 2 was a rare mistake from them.
Yeah.
And now they're back in full swing.
But yeah, no RPGs, like no Warcraft, no Age of Empires, none of that?
No, like I technically played like Command and Conquer and Red Alert as like a casual game with like my dad and my brother, but I wouldn't say it was like, it was more them playing it, and I would join in for like a LAN party evening every now and again.
Because that's usually, I don't know, I'd assume part of the journey of a lot of people towards Dota is some kind of RPG somehow.
No, I literally went Minecraft into Dota. It was hype.
Wild.
Yeah, that's
a big gap, you know.
yeah. I know it's scuffed. Yeah, that's why it took me so long to get good at Dota. Because you know when you're punching trees and building houses, and then suddenly trying to play Invoker or something, it's quite a wake up call.
And Passionate just bleeding out kills all over the map. They did get a kill on Jakiro, at least defending their bottom jungle, but it's not really a kill that progressed them anywhere. They don't get more farming space, they don't get an objective. It's only 18 minutes into this game, and Malrine is in a perfect position here to break the smoke, scout them out, blink away from danger, scan into stun, anything? Oh, he's already out there. Like that feels so bad for Passion. That's gotta hurt. A move which you need to pay off comes to nothing.
Yeah, I mean it's also a product of when Primal gets shut down, he needs to BKB into these heroes as he tries to jump onto the Doom, but the Bushwhack keeping him alive for now.
This Doom is
and he
lost.
stuns and alive. Yeah,
he's fine.
Yeah.
Primal, poor guy. That's very close to finding that Doom kill though. Oh my god, the dragon. Crystallize. They're scouted by Crit, and they can swarm forward. They did see that Shadow Demon. QBFY, gone. What do you even do as Passion here? Think about defending Roche?
I honestly don't know. Like, I'd love to try and concoct some way for them to do something, but when you've got a Primal with no BKB into Jakiro, Hoodwink, Pango, you've got a Bristle with just a Lotus that's trying to amp up other people to have a good game, and a DK with Blink Mask of Madness, like there isn't a natural play to be made. Your supports also don't have pick-off potential. They want to buff up your cores having a good time. So, look, Bristle wants to buff up another guy. SD wants to buff up another guy. Pugna wants to buff up another guy. And Primal DK aren't the big guys right now. So, unfortunately, it is really just hit creeps. Hope to play the game later on, but yeah, it's kind of rough. Sorry to not try and make this sound like a better chance for them, but...
Oh no, it's the reason why I was asking about your gaming history. This game has slipped off the side of a cliff sharpish.
Yeah. I just loaded up chat right now. I'm waiting to see if they're gonna flame me for my gaming history. But it's okay, guys. Don't forget, if you did play FIFA, Call of Duty, and Minecraft, you can get the 13,000 MMR on support only. Don't let your gaming history ever hold you back, guys. You can do it. You can achieve your goals. If you're playing FIFA right now, I'm watching this on your second screen.
Why? I mean, FIFA nowadays is all about opening loot boxes anyway.
There it is. See? Actually, there's not really any. Is there any? I mean, you get like the collector's cash, but there's not really any gamba in Dota, right?
There's no pay to lose stuff, really. I mean,
there's no pay.
There's some
really,
item sets which are like pay to lose or pay to cringe, but I don't think there's actual pay to win.
That is true. The Rubik players that use the Arcana turning their spells to green, I'll never know why.
That's pay to cringe.
That is pay to cringe for sure.
There was that Mirana set where the arrow looked slower or looked weird. Nice cancel by Malrine. The Primal Beast just cannot catch a break. He initiates, gets countered. Malrine keeps Amar alive while still hunts this Primal, going very deep for it. But there's a save there. A bubble. Swashbuckle back up. Crystallize. Does get the turn and the stun with us. Stacks coming out from Batjuk. It's not a bad trade being so far behind in a vacuum, but we don't live in a vacuum here. The Terrorblade is knocking on your door here as he's up on tier 3. Killed it off. Nice Ice Path Macropire. Puts the Bristle low while Crystallize went pretty far forward. Needs the double save out of the supports, and this Skitter Terrorblade just opening up with a tremendous amount of damage, forcing Passion's hand to come back and defend this 5.
So, what games did you know?
Oh, jeez. It'd take too long to list them all, honestly.
All right, I like it.
I don't know.
Right, how many
years have I lived on this planet? Far too many. Far too many.
Hold up, let's look at Wikipedia, Gareth.
Yeah, I started. I mean, I started gaming on.
You're 7 years older than me.
Yeah,
that is...
I'm pushing 40.
Gee, you're 7 years. I'd put you at like a sprightly 32 maximum, brother.
Most people do. I don't know. It's like the round face and the fact that my hair hasn't really grayed yet. It's the ginger genes in me, and I just act like a child as well, of course.
That's fair enough.
I don't know.
I feel like talking about anything other than this game would be quite interesting. Oh, well, Bristle.
He's dead.
Not yet. Oh, show some respect to the Lotus Orb and the Essence.
1 foot in the grave. Second one's coming. Crystallize. Oh, the triple bushwhack. My dude, crit just lines it up for a Macropire over the top of them. Are you Dragon Rush is coming here for what? To die? Keep me voice soloed by Malrine as well.
Yeah. Cracker with the
Yiker.
That doesn't. Yeah. Well, Falcon's back to the high ground. Rinse, repeat. Let's see what Primal can do.
I started gaming on like the Amiga, the Commodore 64, that stuff before PCs existed.
Mate, I'm so sorry. I forgot as well. Technically, I used to play on the bloody Sega Mega Drive with my brother. That's where I started.
Yeah, but
I completely forgot about that. Yeah. I can't. There's a game like a World Conquest type game. I can't remember what it was called, but that was hype. My brother would play it, and I just hype him up. I need to remember the name of the game. Wait, Mega Drive.
World Conquest.
World. Nah, but it's like some super old game, and it had like some bald guy on the logo. It's not Red Alert, that's for sure. But it was.
That's Yuri.
Yeah, that's Yuri. Very different.
Yeah. Well, Skitter's here on high ground looking for another lane. It's very hard to get past the front line of Falcons with this Pango and the Doom running in towards you. Pugna dead, no buyback. The swashbuckle across 2 into the ulti from Primal. Cancelled out though as Malrine shield crashes into the middle of them all, allowing Amar to pummel forward with the damage and a big Macropire there from Snaking. Lined up with a bushwhack. It's just blood after blood spilled all over the floor of the Radiant base. The GG's called. And that Game 2 victory for Passion, a flash in the pan, as Falcons will reclaim their rightful prize as victors over this series 2-1.
Yeah, and this is the Falcons that we expect to see, I think, in the tournament, right? The Game 1, the Game 3 Falcons, whatever happened in Game 2, you could argue it was maybe like a draft loss, right? Giving away, like picking Huskar into Viper, not like respecting the break, and then on top of that, I think they learned the reality of Windrunner into Pangolier as well, because in Game 3 they picked the Pango but then banned the Windrunner as well. So maybe Game 2 you could chalk up as like drafting loss, Passion UA just being a little bit different outside of the box. Falcons staying true to themselves but getting counterpicked along the way. But yeah, Game 1, Game 3, whew, much better from Falcons than what we expected.
Way more difficult for Passion to just do anything on the map. They're being run out non-stop. Amaru on this Doom. We're going to start looking at this Doom hero as a potential like second phase ban or something, because when he sees that draft to pick it in, it feels unstoppable. Like third or fourth picking this Doom, going for this stupid movement speed build, he runs over you in lane and he just runs at you all game long without giving up his farming speed. He still scales and farms. He's like top of the net worth here, 15 minutes in.
Yeah, it also helps that I think what we've learned from Falcons at least is if you pick a low pressure lineup on the map, they will pick Doom and just outscale you. It's the reason why you would pick Doom, and Falcons are just reminding everyone that the hero is viable in the right hands, in the right kind of styles of draft. And I think Passion UA's Game 1, Game 3 drafts had the same problems. 1, DK was involved. 2, it's just too clunky to get into aggressive map play. Like Game 2 was really refreshing, right? It was like push wave, go find kill, go do things. In this game, it's like you just got farmers, just a lot of farming heroes, and you don't outfarm Falcons, not at all. You've got to be crazy. You got to do things. You got to like make them make mistakes, you know.
Proactive stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I think unfortunately for Passion UA, they had a good read on Falcons one time, but you need to have a good read on them twice to win a best of 3, right? So yeah. Other teams might look at this series and identify maybe potential ways to deal with them in the future, like use Game 2 as like a springboard for good ideas. But yeah, Falcons bleed a little bit, but not enough.
Make a good little sign from Passion, though, going up against some of the best in the world. So that wraps up our second series here. We will take a quick break, though, as we're waiting for an interviewee to pop into our ears. We'll come back in a few minutes with, I believe, Skitter. We'll see you then. Welcome back, and hello, Skitter. Thanks for joining us for a quick little interview. Congrats on the series win. I think, first up, foremost, what happened in Game 2? Was it Passion UA getting a hold of you? Was it the Huskar versus Viper? Was Abaddon shut down? What went wrong?
I think we lost the safe lane a little bit. I mean, we haven't lost on network, but like I had some unnecessary deaths. And it also felt we kind of didn't really understand how. I mean, we lost 2 wisdom runes, which is a pretty big deal, and then we didn't really know how to fight back or do any aggro moves, and all our smokes didn't really hit for whatever reason. But honestly, it's hard to say. I haven't seen the replay, and I am personally very jet lagged. I've only just came back from China, so I'm kind of just vibing through these games. yeah, I'm a little bit sick as well, so you know.
Oh. Okay. I mean, get well soon, boss, of course. Yeah, don't worry.
But just floating, you know.
Yeah. So, what do you think jet lag will fade by tomorrow, halfway through the group stage? Like, do you have a plan, like a sleep schedule to fix it?
I mean, yesterday I went to sleep at like 4 p.m. and I woke up at like 3 a.m. So.
Oh God.
I don't know. We shall see.
Right. No worries. Well. Either way, we probably won't be seeing you again because we're down on the Earth stream. So later in the tournament, good luck with that one, boss. Anyway, what else? What have I got? Yeah, Game 1, boss. You bought Mask of Madness on Ursa. Was that just because you wanted to play more catch up in the jungle, play for Roshan, or because like most Ursas just go Battle Fury and use Cornucopia for regen?
To be honest with you, I just remembered like a couple of years back, like Matumbaman used to buy Mask of Madness first on Ursa, so you would like kill Rosh and then like disassemble it for Battle Fury because there's the blade of whatever broadsword I think, and I just felt like it made sense because I was kind of kicked out of the lane, like they've stole 2 wisdoms again and I got like ravaged and snap ulted, so I was like, fuck it, let's go mom, I'll maybe farm some ancients, maybe I'll give Aegis to one of my teammates and then I'll go back to jungling with Battle Fury. If it's actually like the most optimal play, I'm not sure, but I just felt like testing it, you know, one of the red days they say.
That's cool. Do you find yourself doing that often, like entering your mind palace and channeling your inner Matumba man? Like, do you find like adaptations like that often? Because I feel like Falcons are very kind of straight with item builds.
No, I just think it's one of those days where like, you know, like my brain doesn't really function much, so I kind of just like, like, I don't know, this random memory pops into my head or like idea or whatever. And it might be like Unreal Grief or not, but who knows? I don't really know, honestly.
I mean, I like it. I feel like in the cast we were kind of going down the same logic that you applied here, so all right, fair enough. Do you feel like all the traveling is, you know, catching up to Falcons a little bit, right? Because you were in Singapore, came back to Europe, now you're off to China, coming back again. Like, you feel like you guys will be able to get back to that top form for this event, or do you think you're gonna have to kind of like struggle your way through the group stage to kind of recover? I feel, because again, you've traveled so much recently.
To be honest, like I don't want to use that really as an excuse, because we skipped Wallachia, and for example, team like Tundra, they have been like on the road since I don't even know, like they basically haven't skipped a tournament. So I don't really want to say that. And also, like for this DreamLeague, we have decided to not bootcamp. So I feel like we have had enough time to recover during the Wallachia, and also now, since we're not bootcamping, we are kind of trying to do a different approach. So I'm not quite sure like how our form is gonna be, but like we wouldn't attend this tournament if we wouldn't go here with the intention of winning it. But
of course,
what's gonna actually happen, I don't know.
Okay, makes sense. And my final question, of course, you're always asking about waiting rooms from me. Are you expecting anything soon? Do you wish there's anything soon?
I'm smelling something tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Oh, really? Okay.
I have a bit of a whiff, but let's see how that goes.
The classic mid-DreamLeague patch. day 1 or 2 of group stage is done.
I mean, the thing is, usually they do it like later into the tournament. Usually like in a playoff, like it's like the tournament is already almost over. Like semifinals is up. Like time to drop the patch and see what happens. I mean, who knows? I'm just kind of wishful thinking for tomorrow, but. Yeah.
If we keep doing it together, if we keep all saying it's tomorrow, eventually tomorrow will happen.
Yeah,
so.
I'm with you.
There
like,
we go.
Every day it's the patch day.
Okay.
Like
right.
Peter
I'll
Pan
message
with
you when
Tinkerbell. I do believe in patches. I do. Just keep saying that. Keep the fairies alive.
Yeah, my team is a little bit bored of this, but yeah, I keep saying it.
I can imagine. We'll let you get some rest, get some sleep, find your melatonin or whatever it takes to get over the jet lag. And good luck in the future. Hopefully, see you succeed. And I think that wraps up us on this stream as well. We'll be handing over to Permasneeze and Winter. So T and I will see you tomorrow.
All right.
Again,
thank you for having me, guys. See ya.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Dream League Season 27 is brought to you by DHL.
A very warm welcome, everybody, back to Dream League Season 27. It's been a couple of best of threes today already. It's Perm Sneeze and Winter taking you through the last one on the Earth stream for today. Well, you're gonna be maybe a little bit surprised so far if you look back at the results of today. Sure, BetBoom versus, Runa team, that was a 2-0, but then Falcons ending up dropping a game earlier on. That definitely was surprising against Passion UA, but they still managed to make it through. Of course, if this is unfamiliar to you, Winter, I know, you're used to maybe some of the old formats of Dream League, but it's no longer this huge group stage where everyone's playing round robins. We're into the new tech now. We got Swiss stage. Everybody is going to be playing up against 0-0 opponents to start, and then every subsequent day, they're going to be matched up against teams with a similar score to them. So far, these are the standings that we had. Any surprises for you so far, Winter?
Not exactly though. I think maybe, like you mentioned, the biggest surprise is Falcons dropping one game to Passion of UA. I think that's probably the one that I didn't expect the most. But coming from Chengdu, I felt like Falcons also kind of dropped the ball there. They didn't really look like their usual self, So to some of their fans, maybe they expected kind of a bumpy ride for Falcons to start off this long group stage. But hey, it's a long group stage, So you got time to figure things out. But at the same time, you have to figure it out quickly, because if you don't, then you could be in a very tough spot.
Yeah, it's also characteristically a bit of a shorter group stage compared to what Dream League is usually accustomed to. No more round robin, bajillion games a day. Right now, every single match matters, and it's going to matter especially much for the team you see here on your right. It's none other than Amaru, the boys out of South America, up against Tundra. Let me remind you, in case you guys haven't been keeping up with Pro Dota, these guys have won 2 in-person LANs in the past 2 months. They are no strangers to just walking up, snatching away the title, and especially for these teams, it's the start of a brand new EPT season, right? You're trying to secure as many points as possible. You want to get towards that EWC invite, and all the subsequent events matter. You got your Dream League Season 27, 28, 29, you got your ESL 1 Birmingham. All of these events lead up to the point requirement needed to get to that very big event that is EWC. And you can see on your screen here, these players need no introduction, superstars on all fronts. And our featured player of the day, or at least for this particular match that we wanted to point out, is BZM, because man, he's looked amazing in this current sort of past few months.
Yeah, he's also been really, really flexible. I think in the past, he's been touted as more of a greedy mid laner, but I think in the recent events, people have already gave them a nickname of Blast Slam Merchants because they've been always doing well in the Blast events. But BZM has shown a lot of flexibility as a mid laner. He can play for his team, he can be greedy, he plays a bunch of heroes. My favorite one has to be his Invoker, and hopefully we get to see some Invoker games today.
Yeah. Well, let's look on the other side. Amaru, now not a name many of you might be familiar with. They are a new organization coming in, picking up the stack that was previously known as Chimpanzini Benanini, previously known as Tai Long Mafia, named after their mid laner, none other than Tai Long, this 17-year-old pub star fresh out of Peru. Funnily enough, also had a stint on OG. Of course, it was the Latam version of OG, but he plays very much those, I want to say, stock standard mids. You got your Huskars, your Storms, your Embers, your Pups. Back when he was on OG Latam, though, he did also have his kind of own specialty pick in the mid patch. We'll see whether he chooses to bring it out. Of course, that is our featured matchup. We're going to keep our eyes on the mid lane. A lot of tempo to be set from there. And I think, there's 2 different profiles of these 2 teams, right? You got Amaru Gaming, these guys who are just making it to their first Dream League. They've barely scratched this level of play just yet on a lot of their players, versus Tundra Esports. I mean, these guys have won LANs. What kind of is the mindset that you need to have if you're on Amaru Gaming? What are you going to try and do if you're facing up against such titans in Tundra?
Well, you have nothing to lose. I think that's an advantage if I were to be on a team of this nature. New, you have no expectations. You just go in, do your best, showcase some of your best heroes, play your comfort picks. Nobody's going to flame you, because you're new. I think that actually takes a lot of weight away from the players, and it's easier for your young players, especially if they have two very, very young players, their mid laner, Tai Long, and their carry Wits, I don't think any team has any younger mid and carry players combined, They have one of the youngest one in this current DreamLeague, Maybe Navi has the second youngest, average mid and carry players. But I think it's a very, very good formula. You put your young players on the important or flashy roles, the mid and the carries, and your off laner, Oscar, he's kind of like the oldest dude on his team, to hold down the line for them to farm.
Oh, by a long shot, that's for sure. And I think we were having a discussion as we have the draft on our screens. Yesterday, Winter, we were talking about how, mid lane maybe is a role you don't really want a player to think so much in, right? You want to rely purely on instincts. And when you're sort of having someone 17 years old, absolute pub star, nothing but skills to pay the bills, I think that kind of fits what might be the secret recipe to take down a team like Tundra. You have nothing but raw skill. You're coming in just kind of giving Tundra a bit of a septic shock. They're not used to the way that you play. They're not used to the moves that you're making. Maybe Amaru Gaming can actually catch Tundra by surprise here.
Yeah, the mindset of the mid player is super, super important. If your mid player is not confident, he's having a rough time, then you're going to be worried, I think you want your mid player to say things like, just give me this hero, I'm going to destroy them, And usually it comes from the younger players where they are very, very confident, they have nothing to fear. As you play more and more in Dota, you tend to worry about a lot more things, right? Because you've seen more games, you've been in a lot of different teams, and you feel like there's a lot of things that could go wrong, and you compare that to why I always, especially for me, I always want a team's mid player to be the youngest, because you need the player to be fearless, and young players are always fearless. They don't care. They have no worry, and hopefully we get to see some of that in this game from Amaru Gaming, and they're going to open their draft up with a Dragonite in a response to the Jakiro. All the dragons are already picked in the game right now. Jakiro, probably the best position. I think he's just the best position 5 right now as securing the lane. Like, there is no other support that can actually do it better than Jakiro.
Well, I mean, it begs the question, right? Because we're at this point of this patch where Jakiro's been a menace for so long. Surely,
really? What do you mean so long? Is this
does it not feel that way? I mean, first it was Twin Terror, then maybe I want to say like a month or two back, it was Icebreaker Facet being busted.
They gave him a break. I think he was really.
He had a little bit of a vacation for 2 weeks or something like that, right?
No, bro. Like initially in the beginning of the year, he was really broken for a couple of months, and then he got like sent to the closet for 2 to 3 months, and then the recent patch where they gave Jakiro a little bit of tiny love, They buff a little bit of his liquid fire and the frost spell, whatever they call it. They gave it that extra duration, and then all of a sudden the hero is back. But I think the hero is not exactly that scary when you go towards the mid lane game. I think he's really, really good in the early game, the first 10 minutes, the laning phase especially. And after that, it's really going to be dependent on the state of the game, right? If you're snowballing, you can take towers quickly. That's when Jakiro becomes really, really annoying to deal with. The pacing of the game is very fast, but if you can actually slow that down, like for example, you have a DK Hoodwink, so these two heroes can combine together in the early game to punish the Jakiro when the Jakiro is taking your towers. I think this is one of the best combinations in the game right now. DK is also kind of like a flex, right? You can go mid, you can go carry, so you don't necessarily reveal your laning as much. And hopefully Amaru Gaming can find a solution, for this the Jakiro pick. I think normally you see some offlaners, they like to pick X into Jakiro, so he's throwing dual breath and liquid fire at you, liquid frost at you, then you're better hungering him, right? So you're at least pushing him out of the lane.
Sure. And that's something we know that Tundra love to pick, 33 being, I want to say, almost the pioneer of this new style of X. We've seen him experiment with a lot of different item builds. He, when he was picking up the hero himself, after not playing it for most of his career, he had to learn it his own style. And because of it, we've seen so much innovation. So pretty cool. So far, Tundra sticking with some of their favorites. So going back for that Ari Bat Rider that they've relied on to help win them so many tournament games. And of course, the safe pick in the Pure Juggernaut. You were talking about, wanting to slow the game down to try and counteract this Jakiro's early power. But right now, Tundra are saying, look, we're going to have a lot of early pace. We have a bad rider putting on pressure. We have healing ward. Is what Amaru Gaming has enough? Like, do they need any more additional sort of ways to stop this run at you from Tundra?
Well, firstly, they need to really figure out how to play the lane, right? It's Jakiro plus Juggernaut. I think apart from Jakiro, Ursa, Jakiro Juggernaut is like one of the few lanes where it's very, very difficult to play. You really need to think about how you're going to play the lane, and they're opting to go for a Beast, which is also another tempo hero on its own, compared to, like, it's not exactly going to slow down the Jakiro, but you're trying to play towards your own tempo. I don't know if the lane is going to be like a mid Beast or it's going to be an off lane Beast. I mean, Beast here, I think the idea is you kind of want to raw the Juggernaut in the team fights or in the game to control and catch him. I think against Juggernaut, it's very nice to have a spell that can actually pierce his spin so you can kill him. There's that, but they have to figure out how to get him past the lane, which is my biggest concern right now. And they go for the Pugna, which is kind of a decent hero against Juggernaut. You can block off the physical damage, but he's not that great into like the Bat and the Jakiro. I think those are two heroes that are really good into the decrep.
I mean, the only thing I see right now, my noob brain just looks at Amaru Gaming. I see 3 heroes that can take towers. All I see is Tundra, we were talking about them trying to play to a certain pace. Instead of slowing things down, Amaru Gaming, the Zoomers on that team are saying, let's speed things up. You want to go fast? We can go fast. We're going to take your towers. We're going to be the ones running at you, and you need to figure out how to deal with it.
Yeah, Tundra has the 18 pick right now to figure out a solution. I mean, there are like picks like Pangolier. Pangolier is like kind of good into like Pugna, Hoodwink. I mean, they need to kind of have some sort of rotating mid heroes, like someone who can initiate for the supports. I think with Jakiro and Bat, you want like a mid hero that can move in and set up, like be the body.
Yeah, I'm thinking like Void Spirit, Storm Spirit, Ember, these kinds that can just
Void Spirit is nice against Pugna, the silence. Storm is also nice, but it's a little bit more on the greedier side, slower pace. And it could run into some Storm DK matchup where I don't know if they want to play into that matchup. So there's that. I mean,
how's the BZM Invoker?
Yeah, the Invoker is like, I mean, it's not I don't think it's the best with Bat and Jakiro. And it also depends on your offlane. Like, I think Invoker is good when you have, like, for example, X offlane, or Tidehunter offlane. So they're going to go for this Sand King. I think you already mentioned that this Amaru lineup very, very quick with the Beast, DK, Pugna. They are going to run at your towers and pressure. Sand King is probably one of the best tower defenders in the game. It's going to buy time for your Juggernaut to farm.
I can understand that, and I agree with you. But is this powerful enough of an 18 pick? Because my main thing with Sand King is that he always has been a bit of a greedier hero, even when we saw him in the mid lane, even when we see him in the off lane. Back when 33 was first piloting this hero, it was taking up so much space on the map. You give him the triangle stacks, you leave him alone to farm. If he's busy defending the towers, he's not really getting that much net worth on the map, right? Is that going to be a problem for Tundra, or do you think that's still fine?
I think that's fine. I think especially the idea here is also maybe they're anticipating the Beast to go mid, right? Because mid Beast is all about getting levels and you farm your ancient stacks. And Sand King can be used to steal the enemy stacks, I'm not sure if that's the main idea behind the Sand King here as a response, but it could be one of those things where, they have a hero that relies heavily on ancient stacking. We're going to pick a hero that can steal it,
So we see here, little stat with the most picked heroes so far in our Dream League Season 27. The Pango, of course, banned out, but so far, Mars and Tusk ignored. We have seen Tundra play quite a bit of Tusk, at least Whitemon likes to pick it up from time to time, but Mars not really a Tundra hero.
Yeah, no, it's not a 33 hero. I think they're going to figure out whether he's going to play the Sand King. I don't think he's going to play a Sand King. I think he's going to play something else right now. It feels like
I think it's a BZM Sand King.
Yeah, I feel that's probably most likely. He's going to play something else that can, scale. So they go for the Tide. Tide is, I think, a decent hero into DK because the Green Dragon does a lot of physical damage. The Anchor Smash is super, super good against it. Kraken Shell very good into the Beast Raw. But the only thing you need to worry about is there's a break mechanic from Hoodwink, right? The sharpshooter. So they could potentially burst you when they primal raw you and then the Hoodwink falls up. You could just die, So that's something you have to really be careful about. You're gonna probably need some 4 stars from your support to save you and ensure you survive the break duration. And for Amaru Gaming right now, they need to kind of figure out where to put their heroes, right? Because the Beastmaster can go off lane, can go mid, the DK can go mid, can go carry. What do they want to do here? You know, the draft is pretty open for them.
Is that a good thing? Like what kind of, now that you've seen the Tidehunter, you've seen the Sand King, what are you leaning towards, you think, on Amaru Gaming?
I think they just need a cheaper hero. Beast and DK both need to farm a lot in the game, you know. So they gotta figure out how to balance out their lineup. If you put Beast on the off lane, I feel like he's gonna have struggle in this lane. So I'm probably gonna be leaning towards Beast mid, DK carry, and I pick a new off laner that's going to provide the team with a lot more early game skirmish power, you know, and doesn't really need a lot of farm. I mean, Pango and Mars are definitely the 2 best ones. Pango's
banned though.
Yeah, Pango's banned. I think there's still a Mars in the pool. They could definitely lean towards that. Those are the 2 cheap heroes that I have in mind. They don't really require a lot.
And you got the Mars Hoodwink combo as well. Some pretty easy kills, at least in the mid game, until the Tundra heroes start to get a bit tankier. That's a bit of concern that I have as well, Winter. I don't know if this is something you share, but I feel like this Tidehunter, this Sand King can get really scary, but Amaru going to turn things on its head. This is one of the Tai Long specials. I know I mentioned the Mars, but alongside it, also the Shadow Fiend. I honestly did not think that they were gonna put this Beastmaster on the offlane, but this is what you were talking about, right? This is what we mentioned in our earlier discussion with these 2 featured players as well. Tai Long versus BZM. You want your mid lane player to be like, give me this hero, I'm gonna smash him. He sees the Sand King in the mid lane, he's like, give me SF, this guy's gonna have a rough time.
Sand King SF is a very, very difficult matchup for Sand King, but at least I think he should be able to still secure his own farm, and he needs the supports to stack for him. But I think overall, when I was looking at the overall lineup for Amaru Gaming, it just felt like it was greedy. Like having the SF, Beastmaster, DK trio. Because your Beastmaster going to the offlane, I feel like he's going to suffer a lot. Beastmaster against Juggernaut and Jakiro, and you have a Hoodwink on your support. I mean, you don't really want to be dragging waves on Hoodwink, but I think he has to kind of drag waves, I feel like, to ensure the Beastmaster survives. Because if the Beastmaster doesn't survive, he's going to have to play catch up, and then you have a mid SF, which is also going to be naturally taking a lot of space, right? Your whole lineup is going to be like so slow, you know, if the Beast doesn't get a game. And I feel like Beast is not going to have a good game, you know, judging by the lane setup.
Yeah, it's a little bit concerning. This Juggernaut Jakiro combination has literally won Tundra LAN tournaments. So Amaru, they're gonna try their luck at it. Oscar and Knight, the ones to go up against that deadly duo as we get into game number 1 of our best of 3. Amaru, I mean, they certainly have a very tall task ahead of them trying to take down these Titans on Tundra. But Tundra might just be another day in the office, you know, and it comes at a pretty funny timing, right? Because most of the times, you know, after TI, the later few tournaments in the year, it feels like it's closing out the season. But this is honestly still extremely important because it's going to give you that head start. If you manage to secure yourself a top 6 placement here at DreamLeague Season 27, you automatically get an invite to Season 28 and also ESL 1 Birmingham. That's a very, very big deal. So because of that, you get to skip through close qualifiers, you can just play the main event, and then you also start off the season having secured a whole bunch of EPT points. So suddenly, you're starting the season feeling less stressed about, oh, you know, we need to make sure to make up for our lack of EPT points. If not, we're not going to get to that Esports World Cup in Riyadh 2026. Of course, that's a whole long way ahead of us. We're still in the first day of the group stage. And Tundra making a very early smoke out, placing a ward behind the tower. That's certainly an interesting one.
Yeah, the smoke broke. So they were kind of hoping to place a ward to see some hero being alone there, so it's a free first blood for them. Kind of didn't work out. So I guess back to business, unless Ari is going to catch the SF. But doesn't seem like they're going to do anything about it.
It's a little bit of harass damage.
Yeah.
Nothing crazy.
I mean, if they wanted to go for that, the Tide had to commit for Gush 11. Maybe he doesn't feel like doing that. I think in this lane, Dragon Knight and Pugna, you probably want to get your Kraken Shell and Anchor Smash level up as soon as possible so he can actually sit in the lane.
Yeah. So we already talked about the off lane for Amaru being very difficult and the mid lane being a walk in the park for the SF on paper. What about this off lane duo for Tundra? This Tide Hunter Bat Rider versus the DK Pugna. How does that go? Is it just AFK, trading farm? Are we expecting any action?
Probably, I feel like the kill threat will come from the Tide and the Bat. I think when you have your Gush and your Flame Break, Pugna can be like
Winter.
a very, very easy kill.
Are you watching our screen right now? What's going on with little old Tai Lung? There's a bit of bullying going on or what? 100 HP in the mid lane. I'm not sure how BZM has managed that, but it's just pushed this SF all the way to the top. My goodness, what? How did he get here?
It is really, really bad news. I think he kind of overcommitted inside the Sandstorm to try and pressure the Sand King. And sometimes in this type of matchups, you tend to overplay your hand because you feel like you have the stronger hero in the lane and you try to get as much as you can and you pay the price.
Wow, look at that. BZM
this is
on the aggressive there, just straight in with the Barrow Strike, putting the Sandstorm in a very difficult position for Tai Lung to really walk up into.
I mean, this is also something that young players, I think they face a lot because they play a lot of pubs, right? And then in pubs, a certain matchup may feel like it's a walk in a park for you and you're really, really confident to pick it in the official. But when you play against the top tier players, then it might feel like the matchup is not as easy as you think it is.
Yeah. BZM has played these games before. He knows exactly how to take advantage of an over-aggressive opponent, and Tai Lung kind of falling for the trap right now. He might feel that, I have a sentry in the mid lane, I can see the Sand King on paper, I should be in a good position, but not the case at all.
Normally that's the first thing you need to win against the Sand King, the sentry wars, right? You have to be able to devote and keep your sentry alive.
BZM's not really concerned about it at all. I mean, I can't take my eyes off this mid lane, even though we're looking at the shenanigans. Some of the lane pulling, no big deal. Classic Ahri Bat Rider business, cutting the wave, pulling it all the way back to the safety.
I mean, you say Ahri, I think it's more associated to 33 as well, right? Every time
that's true.
He's on the off lane, his support is always doing all sort of lane shenanigans. He's always kind of trying to avoid playing the lane, He's just trying to secure his own farm and he wants the solo XP. And he wants the support to just leave him alone at some point.
That's true. I kind of have this feeling because obviously Tundra, they've gone through a few post-falls in recent time, right? First it was Satsa and then, of course, now Ahri. I feel like every time you're post-fall and you try out for Tundra, you got to pass a basic kind of creep pulling course with 33 first. If you can't make it through, you're not even in the try.
I mean, you know what they say, the post 3 and post 4, they are partners for life, So you got to make sure you choose the right partner.
Sure, I mean, right now, Oscar and Gardic looking like a very solid partnership, getting the first blood onto Whitemon. We were worried about this Beastmaster lane, but with that first blood, it's going to feel pretty nice, I think.
Yeah, very, very nice. It's the power of the Hoodwink. Hoodwink, one of the stronger lane securing position for heroes. I mean, doing a really good job in this lane. I mean, in terms of CS, the Juggernaut is definitely still ahead, 15 and 8, but getting that kill definitely matters a lot, for the Beastmaster. I already said that the Beastmaster, he has to have a good side, to enable the SF and DK in this game. He has to be the important hero that the two supports play around when it comes to the mid game.
A bit of a spooky flame break in the mid lane. Tai Lung could have been in a compromising position, but with this rotation from Ahri, it's going to deny the SF from any water rune, allowing BZM to get to.
Very big deal. The SF doesn't get his bottle refill. I mean, Bat is one of those supports where when you're SF, you're always very, very scared, when the hero is missing because he can kill you with the repositioning. And now he shows himself mid and now he TP's bot. Ahri is coming to gank the beast.
I mean, they might not even need Ahri. Spinning onto Repugnance here, dropping very low, the last bit of damage. Repugnance getting bounced back and will get taken down. Here, throwing down the healing ward, last bit of damage. Gardic needs to find the auto attack, but a Fairy Fire, a blast, up to the high ground, the miss. They won't get him. The ball's still gonna try and chase. The slow is there. Gardic, he's a very speedy boy, but Whitemon's gonna be there to help out his carry. Isn't any further chase. One last auto attack is all you need. Pure, is he really going to get away with murder here? Whitemon walks away from that exchange with 2 kills, and Pure's turning it around. He's going for the spin, he's trying for the trade. It's not even a fair one. Pure, Whitemon, and Ahri get 3 kills for themselves down here in the bot lane.
Man, I think he actually kind of wanted to die as well, get the kill and die, but now the Jakiro gives him a salve. So he kind of is like, okay, maybe I can still lane here. I have a cooldown on my healing ward, 10 seconds. Because I felt like the best case scenario is he kills the partner and he dies, so he gets to TP back to the lane with full resources. And now he has to wait for his career to send resources and they have to play for the 6-minute rune,
I mean, this is not good at all, right? You're dragging so much attention down here to this bot lane for the Beastmaster. Sure, you're getting 1 or 2 kills in response, but then you're taking away the EXP from this hero that you talked about. For Amaru, so important. Oscar has to get off to this good start. Mid lane, look at Tai Lung, bounce back, perfect. BZM in with the Barrel Strike, winding up the epicenter. Will be able to get it off in time before the Requiem. Tries for a little bit of a raise, but can't find the range, and BZM and Ari will get it done right in time for the 6-minute rune. BZM gets himself a shield.
That was so close for the SF. If he could actually just Requiem and get 2 raises off. I think he faced the wrong direction when initially he was trying to cast his first range, so that kind of cost him a lot of time. And he didn't have enough time after that, when he cancelled his animation. So that was kind of unfortunate for Tai Lung there. Now BZM, even invading the jungle to farm the camps here with the Sand King with his shield rune.
I mean, you look at BZM, I'm looking at Oscar here in the bot lane again, just being run at by Whitemon and Pure. The spin, level 3, way too powerful. Now Ari, he's going to find himself in a bit of a pickle up on the high ground, surrounded by 2 enemy heroes. BZM trying to help him out here. The blast will find him, and I believe it was the Nether Ward that got the last hit, but look at this. 7-minute Wisdom Shrine. They're going to try and contest for it. No epicenter. The TPs have to come in. Beastmaster is going to try and rejoin his team, but can you really fight this? The DK's actually come through the Twin Gates to try and help, but he's far too late. And I don't think he feels particularly confident cutting them off either. This has become a bit of an awkward situation as they now make a beeline for Pure, which from out of nowhere catches the Juggernaut by surprise, and Amaru Gaming will finally get themselves something off of that beautiful rotation from the carry.
That was a very, very unusual rotation when you go through the gate around the Wisdom timing to come from behind to gank, So definitely catching Pure by surprise. He wasn't ready for that at all. But I think they came out with a better trade, getting the Wisdom Shrine in the end. So I feel like you should be happy as Tundra.
Sure, yeah. I mean, 33 still undisturbed up here, and if you get a kill onto the carry, that is going to make everything worth it. Now, Whitemon barely has enough mana for 1 little Ice Path. Wit still has some Lotuses in the pocket. I don't know whether they have enough damage to actually get the kill.
No Gush means they can't chase.
Yeah.
He has 0 points in Gush because he needed the Kraken Shell and the Anchor Smash for the lane. So that's going to be
in trouble here. Should be fine. Don't think they have any detection.
Detection? Yeah, I don't think they have.
I think
any.
so. Here comes Tai Lung though, Invis rune.
Ooh, sneaky SF. One of the best runes you can get on SF in the early game when you have Requiem.
Oh, for sure, yeah. If you can land this full Requiem onto 33, it might be a possible kill, but there's Whitemon and BZM around the area. 33, he's walking almost as if he knows Wits is gonna come through, maybe try and pump pick the stun. This has gotten a little bit strange now. 33, he's got to smell something is up. Something can't be right. Landing a full Requiem onto him, but the immediate just Kraken Shell off. Ravage onto 3, it's perfect. BZM with the setup on the side. Epicenter in onto the Dragon Knight, and Gardic will be next to fall as well. What was supposed to be a nice setup for Amaru Gaming ends up being 2 kills the way of Tundra instead.
Too much hesitation there. I don't know if the Dragon Knight actually wanted to go, I kind of felt like he maybe felt they didn't have enough damage to kill off the Tide, and he didn't want to go, but the SF was kind of like forcing things in a way, Like he was like constantly pacing around the Tide Hunter, like telling the DK to run in and stun him. He took so long to stun him that I felt like they lost their window of trying to actually kill him.
Yeah. I also think really heads-up play, of course, from 33, right? A lot of the times when you're taking so much damage, your instinct is to run away towards your team. But because 33 actually chose to run directly towards the SF, Tai Lung couldn't land up that last raise. I think the last raise would have actually killed off the Tidehunter. And then the Ravage doesn't come out, and then you get a pick-off, and then the game doesn't look the way it does now. Tundra, with a 3k gold lead in this early stage of the game, Amaru Gaming have not really been able to slow them down.
This is going to cause a lot of problems for their slower draft, this SFB's Dragon Knight Trico. How are you going to find a way to create enough room? And on top of that, you didn't get the Wisdom Shrine, right? So if you look at their supports, they're really, really low level right now, especially on the partner. He's only just cracking level 4 on Garlic.
Oh my goodness, nobody Google Gardic level right now at level 10, at minute 10. Why are we... Come on, man. Our observers even pointing at it. Just let's look away. Just let the man get his levels in peace. Jeez, that's cruel. I mean, something we also didn't mention, apart from the absolute travesty that is the support levels, is that Whitemon, he's just been on a god-given duty going to every single lane and taking down the towers. He's taken the bot tower, he's taken the bot top tier one, and now he's working on the mid. And once you start losing these areas on the map, it becomes so much harder for the supports on Amaru to play. Bot lane being pinged out, BZM looking for an angle. Wants to use the amp damage rune onto Repugnance, the Hawk gonna find him. Actually, he's not making a move in, a little bit awkward there. Ooh, last slash, he knew. Sorry for doubting you, Pure. He knew. My bad, brother.
Yeah, he was just waiting for the last moment, you know. He didn't want to use the ulti if he doesn't need to.
Classic
Efficiency, you know,
moment.
all the pro players just being as efficient as possible.
Sure.
Tai Long.
Lasso now. Tai Long being caught. BZM with the tail end of this amp damage. Not even needing to use the Barrow Strike. He doesn't have mana for Whitemon there to cut him off. The map movement from Tundra has been sublime so far. 5k gold lead at this point. It just continues to grow. And Winter, you've got to ask, what can you even do? 33 now. Left alone up in the top lane. This might be a good pick for Amaru. Finally, they needed that.
Yeah, they also need to secure their side of the jungle, right? At this point, their triangle has been completely overtaken by Tundra. They don't get to farm Ancients on the bottom side of the map. I mean, poor Beastmaster, he has no room to farm. Look at him.
It's so
He's
easy.
in front of his base, but he can't even farm the camps.
Yeah, and even using the body blocks of the Sand King to make sure that Whitemon can throw in even more damage. Sandstorm as well is what finishes him off in the end. I think Amaru, I mean, at this point, you kind of gotta just... I don't think you can even take this area back. Not with 4 Tundra heroes just standing here.
I mean, I feel like if you don't have this area, there's nothing for you to play, you know. Like, you have to bare minimum defend this area. They have to try. I think when you get the dagger on Dragon Knight, that's probably the time for you to try and at least, you know, smoke and try to reclaim the area. Because if you don't get this area, I think you're just going to slowly bleed out and lose the game.
I'm just looking at the items here. Armlet for the Dragon Knight, you know, your SF, he's working towards that. I assume what will be a Yasha Kaya, only as the Yasha. It's not really the type of items that you feel like are going to be able to help you make plays, right? It is that Blink Dagger that we're waiting for. The Beastmaster still working on that Helm of the Overlord. They can just keep regrouping back into this triangle, Tundra. They have no reason to leave. Amaru, a bit too weak right now to really force Tundra away.
Yeah, they're gonna need, let's say, like maybe 2 to 3 minutes to farm. They really need this dagger on Dragon Knight because he's going to be the main hero that initiates and finds the moves for them, you know. I mean, he's not too far away. 300 gold. He's gonna get there soon. So a couple more camps in the jungle, he's gonna have it. But the concern is how much more you're gonna lose on the map, right? If you look at how Tundra is farming, they have completely overtaken the bottom side, and 33 is basically solo farming top everything. He feels like he's unkillable, you know. He has a plate mail, he has an offering, power treads. He's very, very tanky. I mean, you gotta bring at least 3 to 4 heroes to kill him. If you
Yeah,
want
I mean,
to.
the previous time they killed him, it was because he was committing very hard for a solo kill, right? And then they all just TP'd in. How did it all go so wrong, Winter? Because we were so concerned about the Beastmaster Hoodwink, and then we looked at bot lane and suddenly Beastmaster Hoodwink getting a first blood. And I thought, yeah, hey, you know, this could be actually something decent for Maru. And then we blink, and then suddenly Pure and Whitemon are just diving this beast under his own tower.
Yeah, it all started with Ari moving around. I think Ari did a fantastic job this game. You know, he secured the tide, and once he secured the tide, pulling the waves, securing the levels, then he started to move around. You know, he was pressuring the SF in mid. If you remember in the early game when they were playing for the water runes, and then he TP'd bot, he killed the Beastmaster as well under the tower. So he's been doing a lot of good things, you know, for his team. I think he's the main guy, you know, that created a lot of space for all the cores to farm.
Yeah, we were joking about the position 4 tryouts for Tundra, right? And of course, when you're replacing someone like Saksa, huge shoes to fill. But I think Ari, he's done it magnificently and showing why he belongs on this championship caliber roster here in this game number 1.
Post 4 is what I would deem as the most important position of a team. It's like the soul of the team, you know. A lot of the movements are determined by him. Hang on.
Hang
Blink
on,
Dragonite.
BZM. Oh, Blink Dragonite catching him completely off guard. That is what you needed. A kill streak going the way of Gardic, which I'm sorry, not Gardic, Knight, but it's not great, but I think you are within the we take whatever we can get territory.
Yeah, but they're also not reclaiming the jungle, you know, they just left the area after killing the Sand King, and because of that, Tundra is going to reclaim the area again, you know, they just kill off the Hoodwink when he's trying to deward.
You don't need to claim anything that you never lost. Now, if they can find the kill into Pure, they'll be even bigger. Blink stun, too slow.
He reacted. Holy crap,
Wits, you might be 17 years old, but Pure still got one on you.
That was some reaction.
Yeah.
He was ready. He was definitely looking at his hero.
Here comes the rest of the team. 33, running in now Gardic. He is in an unfortunate position where he can't really help his Dragonite. It's just left him completely alone. And honestly speaking, I don't even know if Gardic being there would have made a difference.
Probably not.
BZM
BZM gets a solo kill. Alright, okay. This is really, really bad news right now for Oscar. And this is the type of game where in pub, you just feel like you lost all 3 lanes and everybody is just scattered across the map to farm, and you're desperately just trying to collect the scraps on the map and hoping that your opponents are going to make a mistake for you to come back in the game.
This is one of those things that, you know, it probably is easy to look at Amaru and say, you know, they're messing up the lanes and stuff, but I think part of it goes back to the draft, right? When we saw the Tundra, wow, they're even gonna that's a little bit of hate. Okay, I see you, 33. He don't like squirrels. I get that. But yeah, jokes aside, we were talking about the Bat Rider and the Jakiro needing a mid laner to go in for them, right? That complementary core is so important. You look at the supports on Amaru, you got a Pugner, you got a Hoodwink, and then you got an SF. Like that just doesn't really add up, no?
Yeah, you gotta enable your supports, you know. I think Dota has just evolved so much that, I mean, it used to be a default thing in draft where you always want to enable your cores. But I think nowadays, because of how much power the supports have in the early game to change the flow of how your game is looking, you kind of want to have cores that also enable the supports. I think it goes both ways now.
Yeah.
So this,
and I mean, the Sand King goes so nicely with the Bat, right?
Yeah, like you mentioned, the SF with the Hoodwink and Pugner is not really that obvious. Like, how are they going to fight in the river and the ruins and whatnot? Sure, when you get your items, it's easy. But before that, if you compare that to the Tundra supports with the Sand King, it's easier. You know, Sand King just goes in, stuns, and you have the Jakiro and Bat Rider to follow up. It's very straightforward.
Aegis grab now for Pure. As, yeah, I mean, no question about it. Tundra, they've constructed a very clean and well-rounded draft for themselves. Plays very nicely into each other. Amaru were trying for some sort of a smoke to catch someone.
Yeah, but the
here.
lanes are just so bad, you know, so they are like the early detectors, you know, sounding the alarm, so Tundra knows something is up, you know. So immediately when the lanes don't look like anyone's going to attend to them, the Sand King just backs off, you know. BZM just knows something is up, you know.
I mean, literally look at Whitemon's position. He has a solo Jakiro is auto-attacking the tier 3 in the top lane. If that doesn't tell you...
He knows they're not here, you know.
He knows they're not here, yeah. I mean, if that doesn't tell you they have completely ID'd your location, I don't know what will. Bit of an awkward swing and a miss there. Knight just whiffing that bushwhack. Don't think it really would have amounted to anything, but now 33 Pure on your high ground. Starting to beat away on the tier 3 tower. What's the play here, Amaru? You need to try and defend, but how will you do so? Kind of feels like you need your Dragonite to blink in first, but then surely that's suicide. Is it just gonna be a Rex for free?
I mean, there's a lasso.
Bicenter,
Tylung's in trouble.
Tylung's dead. Tylung's in more than trouble. No save for him as Pure even walking up to the tier 3 tower in the mid to just spin and ward them off. Meanwhile, 33 not bothered by a thing. A bit of an Omni Slash, okay.
Whoa.
Saw the decrep being used, immediately jumped the gun and kills off that support.
I mean, he knows that they are very, very far ahead and they don't really need his Omni to win the team fights, right? Because the rest of the heroes provide so much damage.
Yeah. I mean, even in a 5v5 situation, I don't...
The tide has Shivas pre-20 minutes, you know how bad this tide is.
Yeah, you can see how good they're feeling on the play cans as well. Pure with a wide smile on his face, tipping Whitemon, probably laughing about something. 17k gold lead. This has not been close in the slightest. And for a DreamLeague debut, Definitely not how Amaru Gaming wanted to kick things off. Bit of a disconnect, probably just quick tech issue that quick reconnect will fix. But I'm gonna level with you, Winter. I don't really know what kind of fight needs to happen for Amaru to actually come back. It almost feels like Tundra need to run it down into the fountain.
Well, it's pretty difficult, not gonna lie. You're gonna need like some you definitely need BKB on SF so that you can blow someone up, dagger in and blow someone up. I think that would be like a good way to start the team fights. And hope for I mean you have to hope for the partner to save you from the Omni Slash, and then the Hoodwink kinda needs to somehow burst the tide with the sharpshooter. There's so many things.
Right, yeah, the Hoodwink, let's quick check. Hoodwink, level 9, no shard, no items. Searing Signet though. Searing Signet, okay. Burst Tide, who is, quick check again, 2,254 HP, Shiva's Blades, Paltreads, Soul Ring, and a Magic Wand. Okay. Yeah, we'll see whether that can happen, Winter. That's, I don't know. Try for a jump and a stun, immediate Manta off from Pure. Gonna get himself back up to safety. This can get a bit hairy though. You don't want to find yourself in an awkward position. Start off with the stun, but in comes the Burrow Strike, the Ravage! It's devastation! Now this Requiem ain't gonna hit shit right now, and unfortunately an immediate buyback from the Beastmaster ain't gonna do anything for you either. Burrow Strike, Ice Paths all around. Too much stuff on the ground for Amaru to contend with, as they are buying back in spades, but really, what can they even do in this situation? They still have a Raw available, but everything else has been used.
Yeah, they're just really praying that Tundra is going to take a shower in the fountain, you know, in the Dire base.
Yeah. They're feeling a bit grimy. Maybe they haven't had their evening shower just yet, but the 3, he seems perfectly happy swimming right in front of their faces. Gardic trying to run for who knows where. Not gonna survive that attempt. Gardic with the immediate buyback. They roll up onto Ari, trying for a kill, but Pure, he's gonna protect his support. What a player. Stopping the sharpshooter from coming through, blocking that with his body, and now Tylon caught by yet another Ice Path. Wits is back in the fray though, getting the Aegis of that Jug. But BZM there with another Epicenter. It's just too much for them to deal with. They come back through, Omni Slash, cut down the Dragon Knight, slay the Beast, and GG is finally called. Amaru Gaming, that was not much of a Game 1 performance, as Tundra completely destroyed their opponents.
Yeah, Tundra just like one class ahead, or even many class ahead of Amaru. I think it's still not something that you should be too disheartened. I think it's like a really, really good learning experience, for the young guns, Tylong, and their carry. I think this is going to take a while before they get on par with a team like Tundra, and you gotta take it one step at a time, right? You gotta learn from games like this. Sure, you get destroyed. It's very, very hard to swallow the pill, but you gotta take away what you can learn. What did Tundra do in the early game that actually caused that cascade? It was like the first 5 minutes it was fine, and then all of a sudden the bat was making a couple of moves around. He pressured the SF, he took the runes, and then he came to the bot lane. He killed the Beastmaster, and then they took the Wisdom Shrine. So all these events, they came in a very, very right time of the game. It was very smooth from Tundra, and they needed to kind of read it better to react, so they needed to actually, I think, at least, stop them from taking away the Wisdom Shrine. I think the Wisdom Shrine, when the DK came from behind, looked like, oh sure, he killed the Juggernaut, but because they lost the Shrine, that kind of made the game really, really difficult for the supports, the partner and the Hoodwink. So I think that's something that they have to really look at. How are they going to make moves around the Wisdom Shrine timing? Do we want to go for kills, or should we position our heroes, around the shrine to defend it?
Yeah, it's a lot of these small things now, as we'll see the highlights. I mean, you talk about 33 being left alone in this top lane, but Tundra know exactly when to reinforce their captain. This one time Amaru tried to make a move on him. BZM, Whitemon were right there to help him out, just furthering that lead. I like that you mentioned that whole sequence of events with the Dragon Knight as well. He made a very creative play, right, going through the Twin Gates, but then immediately after that, he TPs back to the top lane, and 33 makes the call, come kill this guy. He just TP'd to the lane. They immediately bring 3 heroes, they run him down, and suddenly any advantage that you might thought you could have gotten from Amaru just fades into dust. And I think that's kind of what happened to them in this game. BZM really did a number on them. It starts as early as that level 1, right? Where we thought the Shadow Fiend was going to have a great matchup. Suddenly, he's 100 HP, forced out of the lane. It's minute 2, like things are not looking good from that point. So maybe a bit of reassessment needed from Amaru. You know, confidence from your mid laner is important, but you don't want misplaced confidence, right? And that was a case of, you know, this was a guy who thought, I'm going to crush this Sand King. Unfortunately, the Sand King kind of slapped him around a little bit, to be honest.
Yeah, tough pill to swallow, but they gotta, you know, learn from games like this. You know, how are they supposed to play? You know, and obviously the drafts. You know, we mentioned that Tundra picked the mid hero to enable their supports, whereas for Amaru, it just felt like Tai Lung just wanted to play what he wanted to play. You know, instead of picking something that kind of brings the whole draft together and enables the support. You know, because I think overall they needed something probably less greedy, something they can move around the map, play with the support, and move to the Beastmaster's lane, right? Because the Beastmaster is kind of one of those heroes where you need him to snowball, and because you picked him early into like a Jakiro Juggernaut lane, you already kind of knew that he's gonna need some help, right? And if you end up with SF rounding up the whole draft, then it means that the only way the Beastmaster is going to get a game is if the SF just kind of snowballs from his lane and he picks up every rune and he becomes such a problem that Tundra has to bring so many heroes to deal with him, you know. So it's like a very, very selfish way of looking at the game, you know, instead of like thinking of what my teammates need and what do I need to do to enable them.
Yeah, Amaru Gaming, a long way to go if they want to win this series. They're currently 1 game behind on Tundra. Let's see whether Tundra can close this one up quick and easy or whether Amaru can show us something worth our time.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Were you like waiting for a Q just now, or?
Radiant's bottom tower is
I get
under
it.
attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, if you can see, it's really bad.
Radiant's bottom Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Generation.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the ring.
What have we here?
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Human beauty.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire are scanning.
I'll take that.
I think if you asked anybody between Tundra and Amaru how that series was going to go, the result would probably be very similar to what we ended up seeing. Tundra ending up squashing Amaru in a very one-sided affair. They just took that game in 20 minutes, dismantled them from the very start, and didn't really give Amaru a chance to come back. It's Permsneeze and Winter here bringing you the action. And yeah, I mean, overall, I guess everything according to plan, right? Tundra, just another day in the office.
Yeah, not according to Amaru's plan though. Amaru's plan is they wanted to show they're just a bunch of kids that kind of want to show that they have what it takes to play against the tier 1 big boys, you know. But unfortunately, in the first game, it kind of falls short, right? They had a draft where on paper, I think it's very, very hard to execute against opponents that really know what they're doing. Maybe against lesser opponents, you could get away with such greed. But there's definitely a lot of things that you could learn from, I think, through that replay, you know, like watching how the Bat Rider was moving around. I think Ari, again, you know, I want to highlight like the way he moved, the way he enabled 33, and the way he started the game. He babysat 33 for 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, and then after his job is done there, he went over to help his mid laner, and after that was done, he went down to help his carry. You know, he basically enabled all 3 lanes, I think, in the span of 5 minutes, and then he contested and he fought for the Wisdom Shrine. The early start of the game couldn't have been any better than that for Ari on the Bat Rider.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think we were talking a bit about it during the break, and we both agreed that maybe it's a bit of a slip up on Amaru's side as well, because there's no way that he could have gotten away with that much, right? It's just not legal. How did he manage to disappear from the top lane for a little bit, and then, you know, Amaru didn't really account for him? Okay, maybe let's just stop gassing up Ari just a little bit. Let's put that behind us. We're into game 2. We got ourselves a draft. Let's think a little bit, maybe more positively, Winter. What do you think Amaru Gaming can try and change moving into game 2 to make it a little bit more competitive?
I think mainly just try not to be too greedy in a draft. I mean, they have first pick this time. They kind of have the 18th pick. I think if you want to pick the mid laner, that would be a good way to organize the draft. I think they need to try to decide, are we picking for our mid laner or are we picking for our off laner? Because the last game I felt like maybe the Beastmaster was kind of in contention to being a flex for them, and then in the end they decided to pick a new mid laner, and that kind of like ruined the whole balance of the draft.
Yeah.
I think that was possibly what actually happened there. They kind of had the flex, and then in the end they decided against it, and the draft just didn't really come together.
I mean, is the Beastmaster mid really that bad into the Sand King? Because I looked at Tai Lung's match history, and it's not like he doesn't play Beastmaster mid. It's something he's comfortable with.
Yeah, if you open with Beastmaster, I think you should definitely be willing to move it around between the mid and the off lane. Or even the carry, you know, some teams I think are willing to play on the carry. especially Natsumi from OG. I think he's one of those carry Beastmasters that I remember recently, and also Watson. I think the two of them are the carries that are not afraid to play Beastmaster. I think in the right game and in the right circumstances, when you are giving your other cores a better lane matchup or a better game, I think it's definitely worth it to switch up the lanes. I think Beastmaster carry is something that I feel like it can work in the right game, and they just need to figure out how to structure their draft around a certain core being affects, because affects core could be a trap sometimes. You think about flexing him too much, and then in the end you make the wrong choice. But in this game, they have chosen to open up with a Jakiro. I think this is a far more simpler hero to draft around. You secure a lane, and then you have some tower push, and when you start off with good lanes, the game just becomes much easier to play.
Yeah. Interesting that Tundra choose to forgo the Dragon Knight that is still in the pool and secure themselves the Shadow Demon instead. Something that's going to be able to give them a bit of save, a bit of stack potential as well, just for maybe an off laner or mid laner to go back to. What do you think about this Shadow Demon first pick? Do you think it answers the Jakiro, or is it more of something Tundra want to use to enable their own game plan?
I mean, it's also a very valuable hero right now. I think Shadow Demon in general, he's very, very useful in all stages of the game. Very good in the lane. He's very, very, I think, useful in team fights, high damage. You have a BKB, piercing, disable. You have a save. I think the only thing that you don't really have is you're not exactly a reliable catch, right? So you need somebody else to do it for you. But basically, apart from that, the hero just provides you with everything. You can even kill Roshan quickly because of the innate, right? The menace. So that's just so many things you can do with Shadow Demon. And I also really like Shadow Demon because of if you look at the ecosystem of the drafts right now, a lot of tanky heroes, right? So they've already picked something that SD is very good with, Shadow Demon and Centaur. It's amazing to use your Disseminate on the Centaur. It's very good setup in the lane. It's just very, very nice, to have SD and Centaur together in the game.
I mean, even before Dispersion was a thing, even back in the days of Soul Catcher, Shadow Demon Centaur has always been a combo just because of that disrupt into Hoof Stomp, right? You can put in so much magic damage onto a single target. The question is whether this counteracts the Jakiro enough, right? I think one of the main things you were talking about with this Jakiro is that it turns the lanes into a very deadly affair for the opponent offlaner. Is Centaur's SD good enough to try and counteract that aspect?
I think it definitely has a lot of damage, especially when you get level 2. The moment you have level 2 stun, double edge, and SD with the disrupt plus disseminate, I think that's when you can really counteract the Jakiro. Jakiro has 2 strong power spikes, level 2 and level 3. I think the level 3 one is definitely way more powerful, but if you can kill him at level 2, SD and Centaur definitely can, it could upset the balance of the lane. And Amaru Gaming here picked up the Mars and Tusk. Mars is one of the, I think, better heroes against Centaur because you kind of stop him from using his Stampede. You just trap them in your arena, and there's no point for you to Stampede, because you can't really get out. And Tusk, Jakiro, very, very, I think, strong duo. I think Tusk is just a very nice hero to have right now in a lot of the drafts. He provides you with a BKB piercing stun. He has a very, very useful toolkit to catch and gank heroes. You have a save with Snowball. You can kill Roshan with the tag team. You are, I think, overall one of the better scaling supports in late game as well. You just have everything,
And, in comparison to the previous game where we had a Hoodwink and a Pugna, you look at the Jakiro Tusk, these are heroes that almost any mid laner can make work, right? Like, you can pick almost any mid laner, and a Tusk coming to your mid lane will still secure a kill. A Jakiro coming in, three man running around, that's gonna make action happen. So I like the way that Amaru Gaming have sort of trended towards in this second game draft. Now, Tundra, what will they sort of be looking at next year? They're burning through quite a bit of their reserve time right now for this pick that ends up being a Void Spirit.
Yeah, this actually means maybe the SD is going to be a pos 5. If Ari is actually going to be playing the Void Spirit here. I mean, they kind of need like a melee hero running around to pull waves and I think set up the lane for the Centaur here. And he's also going to be very useful with the Shadow Demon Disrupt. No, actually no, they're going to go with the Phoenix as a support. So SD is going to be a position 4. The Phoenix is, I think, mostly a response to the arena and the Tusk. You can put an egg inside or outside, preferably outside the arena to kind of counteract the arena. And you're very good into the Tusk in the lane because of your fire spirits. You stop the Tusk from attacking, so you don't get the tag team procs in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of the way you end up, Phoenix, if he somehow sort of finds himself up against the Jakiro as well, the Fire Spirits is going to do a number on the Jakiro and his double attacks. So I like this. It's also a Whitemon classic. He's always played this hero. Although, you know, the funny thing is, I feel like you could go either way, right? You could do Shadow Demon 4, Phoenix 5, Phoenix 4, Shadow Demon 5. Not sure how they want to run it.
It's also dependent on the lane. I think Centaur definitely prefers to have SD in his lane compared to a Phoenix. I think it would actually work much better in terms of lane synergy there. And Phoenix, I feel like you also rather play into the Tusk compared to the Jakiro. So we'll see how everything turns up. A lot of the players right now nowadays are very flexible with the lanes. You know, they are willing to switch the heroes around just to get an edge in the laning phase. And Amaru Gaming, they have to kind of figure out what is it they're gonna pick here. Are they gonna pick a carry or they're gonna pick a mid here? So you see the enemy off laner, but you don't see the carry, but you see the enemy mid. So my instinct is telling me they pick a mid to counter the Void Spirit here. So they're gonna go
Winter.
They go with the Storm, which is very, very annoying for the SD and Phoenix to deal with because you don't really have useful catch or very reliable catch against the Storm. But Void Spirit is, I think, overall kind of decent against the Storm. You can actually catch him with the Remnant. And you have the potential Aghanims build, which could be very annoying for the Storm. So we'll see how it plays out in the end. But in the lane itself, Storm is very, very good into Void Spirit. Like, Storm is good against most of the melee heroes.
Sure. I mean, I feel like it's gonna end up being this almost cat and mouse game where the Void Spirit, you know, the Storm Spirit, he's gonna wait on the sidelines, he's gonna let his Mars and Tusk start the fight, and then only when he sees the Void Spirit jump in, that's when he runs towards the Shadow Demon or the Phoenix. Same kind of situation, right? Maybe now, as the Void Spirit, you're not feeling as good about starting the fight because you're worried you can't control the Storm Spirit, you don't really have anyone else that can help you in that regard. Tundra, they're very clearly missing a carry. Is there anyone they can pick in that slot other than maybe, let's say, the anti-mage that can deal with this Storm Spirit?
And there's a lot of things, you know. I feel like maybe even a Faceless Void could work here with their lineup.
Damn.
It's pretty decent against the Mars. I mean, we haven't really seen much of that hero, but I think their whole draft kind of has a lot of things going for them. They have catch, they have team fight, they have save, they have damage. So the last pick can literally be anything, you know. And for Amaru Gaming, they have to kind of figure out their pick first. They have to, you know, decide on their carry. Potentially, they're actually thinking that the Void Spirit might be a carry because they're banning out Puck. I mean, Void Spirit carry is not like new tech, it's been around for some time now. I don't think that it's something that's very impressive, but maybe it's something that Amaru think it might be coming out from Tundra here, no?
Oh, pure, you know, that man is certainly not one to be conservative.
Yeah,
he's played
Lash carry recently. I remember watching his games.
Yeah, this guy will do anything. They go for the Kez. Okay, not really the carry that I thought would round things out, but makes a lot of sense given that Tundra Esports have very limited control, right?
It's a very, very strong lane too with Jakiro. This hero is very, very good in the lane. He can definitely punish you in the lane. Together with Jakiro, there's a lot of kill threat, and right now Tundra, they have to kind of figure out what to do here though. I think they need ideally they need a carry that could come and fight and join the fights early. Faceless Void probably not that type of hero.
I also wonder what a Faceless Void is going to do against a Kez, right? It feels like Kez is going to cut you up before you even get that chrono off. Could be very, very scary.
There's no TA. I mean, there's no Ursa, there's no Abaddon. Okay, somehow...
There's still the Dragonite. There's still the Dragonite.
Alright, somehow there's still a Dragonite in the game.
Okay. It made its way through the first few picks, and now we are seeing it in the last overall pick. Wits, the young gun on Amaru Gaming, along with Tai Lung, they're going to try and prove themselves here in this game number 2. How are you feeling about this game number 2 draft, though? Do you think it has sort of... It's rounding out a little bit better for Amaru Gaming? They got a bit more options, or are you still feeling Tundra?
Yeah, I like it more than the first game. And for Tundra, it's indeed gonna be a Void Spirit carry. You know, I think we're gonna be seeing some interesting carry Void Spirit. I wonder what's the build, for Void Spirit.
Yeah, what's the plan?
I remember
because
somebody bought Radiance on Void Spirit carry. I was watching, I don't remember, was it a pub or was it some kind of official game, So basically, you buy Radiance plus Manta and you just like tank up, you be the front line and you just do a lot of like AoE damage, in the team fights, and you're very annoying.
Is that kind of what you want here in this game, though? What do you think, the Void Spirit carry is meant to achieve? Because I feel like there's some Void Spirit carries that fulfill that criteria, like you mentioned, just kind of stay alive as long as possible, very hard to catch. But it does feel like Tundra need a way to kill these heroes, right? Amaru, they've got quite a bit of team fight and burst damage. Imagine if, like, for example, Knight and Wits get on top of anyone, that is so much physical that I don't know how Tundra Esports are going to survive that.
And they have to kind of, I think, outplay them in terms of like the early movements, right? Because I think based on just the supports, the Jakiro and the Tusk should have the upper hand in the early game compared to the Shadow Demon and Phoenix. And that's going to give them like a significant rule control advantage, I assume, for the Storm. But the Storm against DK, it's kind of like also interesting, right? Because DK traditionally is considered as a counter to Storm. Because Storm wants to pick up runes, rotate, and play around the side lanes, right? But DK punishes you when you do that. He takes your tower. So there's going to be like a lot of, I feel like, movements dedicated around the mid lane. They're trying to bait each other out. I think ideally when the Dragon form is popped and he's pressuring your tower, the Storm wants to bring his supports to kill the DK. I think those are going to be the key moments in the game. The first couple of Dragon forms, you have to be able to stop it from damaging your tower too much. And on top of that, once you have done that successfully, defended your mid tower, and then you move with the Storm to gank the side lanes. Because the Storm he's going to have the advantage in terms of moving to the side lanes because he's more mobile as a hero compared to DK.
Oh my goodness. Winter, look at that. We got 2 King Poogies around Pure. What the hell? These guys have been grinding. I thought they'd be busy to do all this Monster Hunter stuff, running for tournaments and always traveling and screaming and stuff like that, but they farmed it all the way up. Winter, we had a conversation about this. You said, and I quote, "I do not give a shit about cosmetics."
Why do you gotta do me dirty like this? But
I mean, how is it? I mean, people have preferences, right? You never like looked at your hero and thought, this guy could look a lot cooler. You want to play a bit of dress up.
No, unfortunately, no. I'm the kind of guy when I turn on my Dota, I think about what's the flavor of the day. What heroes are working.
Okay.
Why is this heroes working? Why is Spirit Breaker back all of a sudden? Why is Ari playing Hoodwink all of a sudden?
So maybe you can answer this question while we wait for the players to get back into the game. Yesterday, I spotted you playing a very ugly Venomancer. What was that?
Oh my god, damn it! Like,
yeah, you thought you could hide from me, huh? Winter, this guy blaming me for picking Venomancer, and he's trying it for himself. I gotta expose you. Sorry.
I'm not gonna reveal the true reason why I picked Venomancer in that game. Let's just say that I was just trying to have fun.
Sure. Okay. Let's leave it as that. Amaru, I'm sure they didn't really have much fun after that game, number 1. But now on some signature picks, Tai Lung, we were sort of discussing his pool a bit. The Storm Spirit is something he's very confident on. Arguably more so than the SF, so hopefully that means not a quick stomp on the side of Tundra. Of course, Tundra also working with a bit more of an unorthodox draft and a bit of an unorthodox smoke timing. They're going to run into Wits, who seems to... I think maybe he was smoked as well. His smoke broke, so he...
going on... Yeah, I guess he just... He was
I believe he was smoked. If I'm not wrong,
he was trying to
yeah.
break the smoke in a very dangerous position, I feel like that was so risky for him to do that.
I mean, if the Shadow Demon was up front and center, that's just a disruption into your death, right?
Yeah, precisely.
Maybe a little bit of an educated gamble there, but looks like both teams staying clear of each other. Amaru Gaming with control of the top side of the map, and he's going to start slowly making his way over there, but will not find any trouble. 2 for 2. Nothing crazy.
Yeah, and you see 33 already just behind the tower getting ready to block. Just classic stuff, You want to secure lane. This is really, really important. Both sides are doing the same thing. Actually, no, Pure. He's forced to skill his Disseminate to escape.
Oh, is he? My goodness, he's taking quite a bit of damage. He's actually gonna get run down
my
in
God,
tower.
is he
Are
gonna
they
die?
going to kill him? And the courier? Okay. Okay, well, I mean, they couldn't. You couldn't ask for a bit of a better start there on Amaru Gaming. Sure, it's not a mid lane first blood easy bottle, but that's not too bad. Taking down the carry of Team Tundra.
Yeah, and forcing the Disseminate as well. That's actually the Disseminate, not Disseminate. That's the SD spell. And this is a very, very big deal in the laning phase, you know. So I think this is a dream start, you know, if you want to call that, you know, for Amaru Gaming right now.
Sure. I mean, the biggest question of all is to see what exactly Oscar can get done with it, right? Earlier in that game, number 1, he had such a difficult time coming online on the Beastmaster, and he was the most important hero that Amaru needed to enable. He weren't able to do so, and maybe now the Mars, we can see him get something like an early Yule, start making moves on the map. A long way to go though, as now our eyes on this bot lane. You were talking about this Jakiro and the Kez being a deadly duo. Shadow Demon and, you know, Centaur still feels like quite a decent amount of kill threat if the Jakiro's not careful enough.
Yeah, level 2 is when things start to get spicy. Centaur is popping level 2 now. So they're gonna have kill threat. If he gets the disrupt on the Jakiro, they definitely have damage to kill him.
And Winter, I just saw something that made me cackle. I've been playing a lot of Jakiro myself, and you know, this hero's great and all. You know, we talk a lot about the level 2, level 3 power spikes, liquid fire, you know, early game dominance, ice path, yada yada. I love that double attack, man. No support can D-ward against me. Did you see that fool? Ari was in there trying to get a D-ward on the small cam guarding, just comes around, clicks one button, ward's instantly gone. It's not even fair.
Yeah, nope, it's not fair. I'm sure everybody's gonna agree with you, you know, with Jakiro being an unfair hero.
Yeah, no, it's just not fun to play against. But I will pick it. I have no shame. Okay, I think.
Yeah, then don't give me shit for picking Venomancer. God damn it.
Venomancer, you know, he needs a little bit more than one click to de-ward a sentry, but that's besides the point. Let's see whether this Jakiro can do as much work as Whitemon did. In that earlier game, number 1, we saw Whitemon just kind of half towards all the tier 1 towers. He had them taken down by what felt like 10 minutes. So much map pressure from the Pos 5 alone. Lane's pretty quiet so far though. I guess everybody mostly getting their CS. Doesn't seem like anyone is particularly getting a major advantage.
Yeah, the runes are going to be the important thing to look at, you know, in this game. With this Storm against DK match. I think in the early game, they're just going to like trade farm. But when the power runes start to spawn, that's when things are going to heat up, you know, for both sides.
Sure. Okay, well, I mean, since everything's a bit cut and dry at the moment, let's talk about the huge purple elephant in the room. What the hell is this Phoenix Void Spirit lane supposed to do? Is it strong? Is it weak? I've never seen this before in my life, Winter.
You think I've seen a Void Phoenix lane in my mind? Void Spirit Phoenix lane. I feel like it's not like the strongest lane, like in terms of synergy, like when you're trying to kill heroes. But it's good at like, I think just securing your own farm, you know. Like the Phoenix is a great bodyguard. He's jumping in.
Oh, look at Whitemon.
He's gonna get a kill here.
Nice use of the Dying Light, walking right back up to the poor Knight Tusk. And he will take a nap. Come back to the lane. And that was a bit weird. I'm not really sure what Knight was planning there because he kind of pathed under the tower randomly. He took a lot of damage, and then Whitemon just decided to jump on him. Body block, like you mentioned, and the stun. Here comes Whitemon. Again, another situation where the Tundra supports, they're just making way too much happen. Snowball in, looking for the kill onto BZM. Bringing Tai Lung in, but had a big one on BZM. Turning around now with the Dragon's Breath. Still not enough to take down the DK, and now this Tusk, he's in trouble again. Whitemon is gonna burn him up to a crisp. And that is 3 kills for the Phoenix within the first 4 minutes.
Yeah, this is one of the best supports to get kills in the early game. You know, you snowball really hard, you know. Very nice play there, giving the Lotus, it's not just a big wand from Dragon Knight, but it's also a Lotus being fed from Whitemon, keeping him topped up in that fight. I mean, this Tusk is going to have a really miserable game right now, you know, after dying back to back like that, you know. You die in the lane and then you TP to gank another lane and you die again. That's like the worst possible outcome for you.
kind of maybe a bit overzealous as well. You look at the Tusk's levels, he's level 2, right? You imagine maybe if he's level 3 or has one more point in a spell or something like that, that damage.
Yeah, that would have definitely
sure
worked.
It's gonna matter, right?
If he's level 3, I think it would have worked.
Yeah, like maybe even an ice shots just to block off BZM. Tundra just had their way in that mid lane, and now you're in another situation where sure, BZM suffering a little bit in terms of the CS, but he has a full wave pushing towards him. He didn't end up dying. The Storm, you know, now is 1 kill behind. You gotta hit that level 6 first as well.
Yeah, and 33 is also playing very safe, you know, bottom. He knows the Tusk is missing, just not
Oh
giving
dear,
anything
Whitemon.
away.
He's just not stopping. One more Fire Spirits is all it takes. Looks like Oscar will go down. More than enough magic damage. Whitemon is solo carrying this game right now.
This Void Spirit seems like it's working really well with the Phoenix, you know. He doesn't really need too much protection, so Whitemon is allowed to just move around and do whatever he's pleased. And on the bright side for Tai Lung, he picks up the first power rune, Haste Rune. So let's see if he can use it to maybe create some pressure on the side lanes, you know. Wisdom.
Big stacks in the triangle are spotted out though. So Amaru know
spawning
that
soon.
Tundra are preparing this.
Oh no, Oscar, he just TP back to the lane. He doesn't want to
No,
die
not
here.
like this. He is absolutely dead, and unfortunately, I'm not sure whether there's anything
yet.
he can do to stop it. Snowball save, that's a good way to start. Ari is going to come back into a spear. Pure chaos now as Kiro's just collapsing onto this top lane. Turns out the Mars not quite as dead as we thought. Dissimulate forced out down to the low ground, and now it's BZM in a very rough position. Amaru Gaming, they learn from their mistakes and they bring the full force. All 5 members come up here to defend right around the 7 minutes and force Tundra back.
The last game, I think the carry didn't show up. I think Wits didn't show up last game. This time he know he needs to come to the fight to secure the Wisdom Shrine. And Tai Lung picks off Pure towards the end.
What?
Very, very nice.
I guess Pure just TP mid, right?
I think he TP'd from top and when he was low, and then he just dies.
Yeah, that is a very uncharacteristic mistake from Pure, and just off of that alone, game's even. I mean, I was a bit too quick to call it, saying that the Mars was there for sure. Turns out now he's getting his level 6 in the top lane. Now he's putting pressure up on the top tier 1 tower.
Yeah,
very, very nice stuff from Amaru.
Double bracer saving his life, and obviously the nice snowball as well. Just keeping him alive there.
I think it was very important as well that amidst the rainbow TPs, it was the Tusk that TP'd first, because, you know, if you're one of those later TPs, you're not making it in time for the snowball save. So whether that was communicator or not, props to Amaru now. A beautiful shot cutting off Ari. Oh man, Wits. I mean, he's starting to power up the disruption. Too many disc starting spells. Yeah, no, you got me all. Yeah, a little bit, but it's all good. Gardic now is the one to secure that kill. 33 being slowed down as well. He still has a hoof stomp. You really have a way of slowing him down. Have to cut him off with that ice shots. That's a Raptor's dance, and beautiful stuff. I mean, they'll get the kill. Amaru, they are starting to come online here. They will lose Knight for it. Say that. A snowball to the creeps. You got a disruption. Ice puff, beautiful. Okay. I mean, Amaru Gaming, they're not ready to go quietly into the night. They still got some fight left in them, keeping the game even for themselves here.
Yeah, Knight is definitely doing what Ari did in the first game. You know, all his early game rotations were so impactful on the back either. And this time, Knight on the Tusk, even though he had a rough start, but he's like showing his worth, you know, with the last couple of moves that he's been making. Well, he's still quite low level, but yeah, I think the state of the game is actually very, very nice. With Cass being the top of the net worth chart right now. 4.3k net worth, 9 minutes in. He's having a very, very good game working into his Desolator. Like, yeah, heroes come online very, very quickly, you know. So things could get very, very heated for Tundra if they don't slow down this Cass train. If they could kill him,
all you really need is like one item, right?
They just need to try to find one kill on the Cass, you know, that would actually slow him down. This Cass with the Deso, with the Falcon Blade, is just such a huge power spike.
And for now, they're going to start on the tier 1 tower in the top lane. Not much that Oscar can do to defend this one. Especially if Pure going for a Helm of the Dominator himself. So
Yeah,
that's the
interesting,
build
yeah.
that he's opting for now.
Very interesting. So Helm into Radiance, I presume?
I mean, what else do you get on voice? Like a Manta, maybe? I
think you go
I don't even know if
Radiance.
you want
need,
Manta. Like, do you even
need
need
it
it?
for farming item? I think you need farming item.
Sure.
But he's buying threads
Well,
first.
Knight again in some trouble, but it's Tylong to zip in, look for a kill. Shots actually ends up gimping them a little bit. They were trying to trap the Shadow Demon in. They end up saving his life. Not much to be found there, but Tylong does secure the amplified damage rune for another day.
And Whitemon's level 6, that could have also been a dangerous situation there if they committed. I mean, right now Tundra is looking to play the map with the double helm, right? They have helm on center and they have helm on the Void Spirit, so they're going to be just slowly farming, trying to take as much areas as they can on the map, and the supports are going to be the ones that are moving around trying to set up plays, right? And even if you look at the DK is not rushing dagger. He's getting armlet, so they're just playing for the full grid,
I mean, I like it because if you look at Amaru Gaming's team, right, it's a lot about running around the map and finding these pickoffs. They don't have the best way of forcing objectives other than maybe the Jakiro. Bit of a zip in, Tylong. Last hit onto the high ground, no misses there. Gets
if you can get kills,
galvanized stacks.
If you get kill off the heroes that are pushing the lane, then you can attack the towers with Jakiro.
But for now, if there's always going to be heroes pushing out the waves, it's going to be very hard. Whitemon actually committing in. Not even going to need to use the egg. Just fire spiriting him down. That is brutal. Whitemon, an absolute beast and pure. He'll get his revenge on Tylong in the mid lane. How did he find that?
How did he actually just kill the Storm on his own?
That's crazy.
That is actually some insane stuff right there, from Pure. Just making a rotation over connecting to the Phoenix. Just using the Phoenix as like a power play right now. They know that with the egg, they are very, very strong in a team fight.
Yeah.
Here comes
STP
the
is
bars.
coming in, trying to find an arena. Catches it onto 2. Kez starting to put out the damage as well. Huge macro pyre, burning up the DK. The egg comes in too late. It's not going to threaten anyone. Nice disruption to try and protect it. The egg will go off.
Nice dodge.
Beautiful snowball. Right in the nick of time. Helps them dodge a lot of damage, but it's not enough. Whitemon diving in, busting them all down. Whitemon, he's unstoppable, but is it going to be enough to salvage Pure's life? Walking towards the shield rune, Tylong needs to grab it. Doesn't manage to snatch it away from Pure, and now Tylong is in trouble. 33 running over, finally connecting with the team, but they weren't able to make the most of that arena play. Sure, they killed the DK, but they have yet to find anyone else. Even Ari surviving on a sliver. Their wits will cut him down to size. Tylong using the last of his mana to try and zip out to safety, but Pure will allow him no breather. Another kill being found as Oscar desperately trying to hunt, but the only thing you've worked through is his shield rune. Oh no, and the tier 1 tower goes down as well. Pure and Tundra, they get what they came for initially, along with a very nice few kills to line their pockets with.
It's definitely been the support show, right? The Phoenix against the Tusk, for Whitemon and Knight showing their worth, in the team fights. And Whitemon again, gets... Okay, he doesn't get the last hit. Somehow 33 gets the last hit with his creep.
I mean, we'll see a replay of that amazing fight. Whitemon there with an egg that was meant to turn the tides of the fight into a snowball save. But at that point, the heroes on Amaru were way too low. Whitemon with a huge Icarus dive and the Fire Spirits laying waste to their lineup. And Amaru, from that point on, they just had to slowly run. Maybe Tylong could have stood up and fight if he managed to snag that shield rune away from Pure. But Pure, way too quick. I mean, these guys might be 16, 17 years old, but it doesn't seem like Pure is getting lost on the reaction front of things. Still very much on top. And sure, they managed to get the kill onto Ari. So it ends up being, a 2 for 3, 2 for 4 exchange almost. But Tundra, for sure, very happy with that exchange.
Yeah, they're also farming on the sides, right? With the Helm of Dawn and Santos sitting down on the side lane. So they're slowly building up a lead. And now 40 minutes, Wisdom Shrine's coming up. Tundra is setting up to steal Amaru's Wisdom Shrine, and they have to bring their heroes, They have to bring them quickly.
I don't think they're going to make it in time. Wisdom Shrine already stolen away, and hell, they're not even going to lose a thing. Tylong zipping forward, looking for an angle, finds the pull onto Pure, but nobody is near enough to capitalize on that. That is just awkward, and
the last couple
you bring
of minutes,
all heroes this time, but it's too late.
Last couple of minutes have been very, very tough, for Amaru. They're struggling to keep up pace, They're getting pressured by the Helm of Dawn on the side lanes. It's very annoying, right? Because they are ghosts pushing the wave, they're dragging their waves, and you have to deal with the waves. And at the same time, you kind of need to make moves on your own, right? Because your lineup is, I think, if you go late game against what Tundra have, it kind of feels like you're not going to be able to compete. So you kind of have to play fast, and you have to use your lineup's power spike right now. And at the same time, you have to also deal with the Helm pushing out the top pushing out the bot, so there's just so many things happening at the same time, and it's just like making it very difficult for Amaru to find their moves in the game, and on top of that, they don't even have Dagger on Mars yet.
This is so obnoxious because you talked about the Kez being a problem, right? He has that Deso, has that Falcon Blade. This is supposed to be the timing for Amaru, but the problem is the rest of their team members just can't really set anything
And look
up
at the
for
helm
Wits to be part
creeps.
of.
The creeps are just dragging waves after wave at top and at mid. It's very, very difficult for Amaru to attack or bring heroes to the Tundra side of the map to control areas, because of all of this helm creep. Look at the helm creep at the mid lane and the top lane, they're just pulling waves.
I see it. I'm at a loss for words. I don't even know what you're supposed to do in this situation because Amaru, they're geared up here trying to look for an angle, but look at Tundra, completely aware of their movements because the creep waves, they're just giving away everything.
Alright, so the Void Spirit is going Octarine Core after the Helm of Dong. What is this build?
Sure. Why not, brother? I mean, power to you. You gotta bring BZM up to the top lane, get a free kill onto the Mars. It's just, has to be one of the most frustrating situations.
Alright, TP mid. They're bringing the heroes here to defend the tower, get another kill. The supports are setting up on Tundra on the side.
Yeah, I don't know if you can stick around here, Amaru.
I mean, look at how much of the map they have. They're literally farming everything. If you look at all the dots on the map.
Yeah. Agardix did too. At Maru, there's not much of a game for them to play, to be honest. It's BZM, he does get caught alone. Wits is going to TP in to try and help. Tai Lung looks like he's found a pick, but nice stampede, snowball for the chase. Storm's trying to help him out. The last bit of damage, the armlet toggle. BZM, are you serious? He's way too good. You can't get him. He's going to toggle again and survive. Turn around, start smacking into the Mars. This Dragon Knight cannot be slain as he will turn around and lay his sword into your neck. How dare you come for the mid laner? I mean, that voice line says it all. You fought and died. I'm not sure how much honor was involved there. But 33, he'll chase down the Storm. How often do you see that? Domination all across the map. The toggles on the armlet were insane as Whitemon burning that Jakiro to a crisp. That ice path is the only thing that keeps him safe. But look at 33, still chasing in, not afraid of a thing. Using the creep of the Croaker to push up Wits. Nice little Raven's Dance. Is that going to be enough though? Diving forward, magic damage, it's there, might just burn out the Tusk. Last bit of HP will survive. So with that Raptor's Dance as well as the Walrus Punch, they're able to extract at least some of their cores, but still heavy casualties. And I mean, Winter, a 10k gold lead, this is awful. I mean, 33, look at him. He has no reaction on his face right now.
Business as usual. He has his pipe, he has his helm, he has Blade Mill just farming away, they can't kill him.
Okay.
I mean, the move all started because the 33 Centaur landed he landed a very clutch stun, to save the DK. Sure, all that armlet toggling was kind of nice, but it all started because the Centaur, he landed a stun at the last moment with the edge of the AoE to prevent them from killing the Dragon Knight, Let's see if we can actually catch this. Okay, maybe not. That's not the stun.
No, it's coming. Walk up,
Is it?
It's
DK alone. It's coming here.
It looks like he's so done, right? But then look at 33,
look at his stun.
waiting for the stun. Oh my goodness.
It was at the edge, literally at the edge, If the Tusker would have gotten one more spell off or one right click, he would have just killed the DK.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure of that as well. And then in comes the Mars, but at that point, he's already used his spell, so he doesn't have anything. The Egg's covering, it's just a mess. There's hero after hero, and worst of all, I mean, this is so annoying. Can you imagine this little ghost creep slowing you down, and then you get stomped? Meanwhile, back at live, Ari and the gang have somehow found Wits, killed off that Kez, and looks like the Jakiro's next. Safe lane carry and his support going down in tandem. Ari with a double kill. And Tundra, they're making this one look absurdly easy right now, just off of Whitemon with these early rotations. His Phoenix completely destroyed them.
Yeah, also this carry, Void Spirit, is something that is very, very interesting. And he's kind of like a rotating carry, an active carry that comes online quickly, and he's just rotating around the map to help the other two cause some. Because of the way they are playing this lineup, right? Because the mid DK is playing like a carry DK, and the safe lane Void Spirit is playing kind of like a mid Void Spirit, to kind of balance the whole lineup up. So this is really, really interesting.
I was honestly so concerned for Tundra because even in their last pick with the DK, yes, you got a DK stun, but it felt like it was a game that Amaru, their Kez, their Storm, maybe could get away with the lack of control. But even with that being the case, it just feels like Tundra, they're so strong and they have so much map presence. You just haven't really been able to farm. I mean, look at the net worth. 7,500 on the Storm. Sure, the Kez is doing pretty well for himself keeping up, but he's barely had a team to play around. I don't even know what you do in this situation.
Yeah, it's just tough. You have to kind of kick out the Helm of Dom creeps, and then you can only move around to try to smoke and push out the other heroes of the map. It's just like too many things that you have to really do, you know.
You don't really have a lot of wave clear, right? I think that's one of the things that Amaru Gaming is lacking.
I mean, they do have wave clear, like with Jakiro, with I think the heroes can push out the waves. It's more about like who are you, you know, allocating the jobs to the in the map. You know, how are you sending heroes around the map? Are you using the right heroes to move around? And they're also not exactly getting runes on the Storm Spirit, right? I think that's why you feel like the Storm is like kind of underwhelming. He's not really getting moves out of this hero. I mean, this map control, I think it's just so difficult for them to look at the helm creeps. You know, it's just so disgusting.
Yeah. I don't think Amaru have actually made it across the river in the past 5 or so minutes. Because I'm looking at the wards. They just can't even pass. This right here that we're seeing on our screen right now is the closest they've been to the Tundra side of the map. Meanwhile, look at Tundra, just taking a free Tormentor. Okay. Easy. Shard for free for Whitemon as if he needed any more help doing absurd amount of damage. Solar Crest, Drums, Gem picked up for him. This is one of the most farmed position 5s we've seen in a while. This position 5 is same net worth as your mid laner on Amaru.
Yikes. That is definitely not good news.
No, not at all. And we look at the items on the side of Amaru. Is there anything that could come up that might change things? Aghanim Scepter picked up for the Kez. Looking at the Storm Spirit, doesn't really have anything new flying out. Blink Dagger on the Mars, I guess, but that's about it. He has the Shard coming out. So they're gonna smoke, try and look for some sort of a fight on the back of this Axe Kez.
This has to work, Mike. This has to work.
Yeah.
I mean, both sides are smoked up right now. This Void Spirit is very, very tanky. I don't know if he's gonna be a good target to go on first.
I mean, they blink away. They don't want any of this smoke. And they'll just find themselves a free Jakiro, it seems like. There's a spear. Like you mentioned, Void Spirit, very tanky. They're putting a lot of damage into him. He's able to dissimulate, get down, not even to the low ground, but to a safe enough distance. That damage over time from the Kez is ticking. But Solar Crest damage barrier is there to keep him alive. Very nicely done from Whitemon to preserve his carry.
And this build is just so hard to kill, you know, on the Void Spirit. It's like so tanky with the Sun Ray behind him. Like, he is definitely not a hero that you want to jump on first. There's no way, man.
Yeah. He's gotten the Octarine, like you mentioned, the Shard as well, and now he's working his way towards the Aghanim Scepter. And Tundra, you know, they see a bunch of spells being used, no Arena, no Macropire, okay, free Roshan. What you gonna do, Amaru? What's the play?
I mean, they're just taking the mid tower. That's the trade.
Okay. I mean, I don't even know if they'll get that. Look at the Void Spirit TPing in immediately. They're worried. There's a spear. There's a zip. The question is, can you kill him? I mean, Whitemon, he's shown his presence. Now he's got a Sunray. The catch is there. And oh no, Oscar, you trade your life for the mid tier 1. That's certainly not the good trade. Meanwhile, BZM's taking the Aegis. I don't know. Winter, I really don't know what you could try to do as Amaru. They'll try again. Punch up, but it's really just a bait to take down Ahri on the low ground. Can they get out with their lives? That's the big question. Tai Long able to zip away after the Dragonite stun has ended. Creating the distance, looking for a TP, and he will manage to escape.
It's really, really tough right now. They are like trying to find scraps on the map, but every time it seems like they're gonna find something, Tundra just shows up, and they don't even give anything for free. You know, they're just trying to fight for every single piece of map on the side of Tundra right now. Like, even a tier 1 tower takes so much effort to kill.
Yeah. Even you ever see a more uneven trade? Tier 1 tower for Aegis and an offlaner. That's painful stuff. Trying to find Pure again, but I mean, Whitemon has just never really left his side. There's the Sunray. Disruption from Ahri. Double saves coming in from the supports. They might be able to take down Ahri. Not even! How is he alive on the Shadow Demon? Tyler's desperately gonna chase him, but you're chasing into an egg. You need to jump up to the north. You've already lost 2, and the last 2 auto attacks kill off the Storm. Wits trying to get down to the low ground. Sunray,
Oh my
Stomp
God.
is there. Oh my goodness, that's gotta be some of the biggest hooves I've seen in my life. And Pure now gonna chase down onto Gardeck, even dominating a Croaker just to pump him up into the sky. That is cruel. And it ends up being a full team wipe. No mercy shown at all from Tundra. You might have thought maybe they want to play it chill, maybe they want to take it easy in these first few games of Dream League Season 27. I mean, hell, they've been traveling around the world. They've been winning these lands. Not a moment of respite for their opponents, unfortunately. Amaru just on the receiving end of this dominance.
Yeah, what a tough series, you know, for Amaru. Getting getting a lot of lessons handed at them, you know, at the same time, you know. Gotta learn how to play the first 7 minutes. I think this game they kind of improved on the Wisdom Shrine, right? The first Wisdom Shrine 7 minutes. They brought 5 heroes to defend it. I mean, now the Centaur is not even close to dying after all 5 heroes.
I'm like,
all 5 heroes
the
went on
thing
him.
is, that's the thing, right? I'm like about to cast this fight, and then 2 seconds in, I realize nothing is going to happen. Like maybe Gardeck dies. You gotta jump forward, get stomped, get killed. BZM is in as well. Okay, you buy back on the Jakiro. You're gonna try one last little fight here. I mean, all you need is a Sunray or a Disruption. There it is, Ahri with the save. Macropie is there though. BZM in a little bit of trouble, but he does have that Aegis though. That's the problem.
Still has BKB.
He is running low on mana though. So his effectiveness is going to be dampened by a little bit. 7 taking the Rex. Tundra turning their sights back on that. Now in comes the Storm. In comes a huge Sunray. My goodness. Oh, that damage. Snowball save is not going to be nearly enough. As the Disruption aggressive this time, you'll buy back on Wits to try and slice up anything you can. All you find is illusions. The egg will pop right in front of your tier 4s. That is going to be it for sure. I mean, Tundra really just playing with their food here. Amaru probably taking some time just to discuss what exactly went wrong. One little arena catches 4, but really it's the Mars who dies in his own ultimate. That's got to be shameful. Catching Wits off of that slash, and yeah, nowhere for him to run. They're just playing around. No harm, no foul. One more. I mean, they're just running into the meat grinder here. Tai Lung, no control, but more than enough damage, and yeah. They'll just wait for every single player to drop before finally calling GG. Amaru, I mean, it's this man on your screen right here, Whitemon on the Phoenix, doing a number on them, taking this series 2-0. Again, coming into this series, I think Tundra versus Amaru, this is the result that you'd expect. But, you know, it still hurts a little bit, right? Like when you see all these small little things that Amaru could have changed up to maybe work towards a bit of a better result, you can kind of see there is a little bit of promise there on the South American side, right? They managed to make some adjustments between Game 1 to Game 2. However, Tundra, like you mentioned in that Game 1, just far too many classes ahead of them.
Yeah, it's just a very, very, I think, beautiful game, you know, by Tundra. Abusing the Helm of Doms, and it all started with like the, I feel like the Phoenix as well in the lane. I think the first game we saw like a really good showing from Ahri on the back right. This game, Whitemon on the Phoenix, you know, he was like doing a lot of work because of a very good start. He was more rotating around after securing the carry Void Spirit's lane, and then he moves around, just pressures constantly on, you know, Knight's ass, you know, Knight, wherever Knight goes, like he's there, you know, to mess his day up, you know. Yeah. And in the team fights, he was also such a big presence, you know, with the Sunray healing all his tanky costs, the Centaur, the Decay, the Void Spirit, just making his cost literally unkillable, and at the same time doing damage with the Sunray and his egg, you know, in the team fights, destroying the enemy team.
Yeah, look at that man on your screen right there. I mean, there were so many fights, especially in the mid game. I think we're not going to see it in the highlights here, but there's one fight in particular around the tier 1 for the Radiant side. He dives in like fire spirits, like 3 people, and the whole time the Dying Light is going crazy. The sheer amount of damage that Whitemon was able to put out in that game, I think it's unrivaled. I'm looking at the scoreboard right now. He did 24,000 damage, the most in his team. The second most person who did damage is Pure with Void Spirit on 21,000. So that just kind of maybe a bit of a glimpse into just how much Whitemon was able to do in case you couldn't tell already. I mean, all around spectacular stuff for him. And yeah, I mean, not much to really say about this, right? The only, I guess, consolation that we can mention is, like you said, Winter, there were some clear adjustments made between Game 1 and Game 2 for Amaru. So whoever sort of more on the captain/coaching staff of that team, you know, they're doing a good job maybe pushing the players into the right direction. But whether or not they'll be able to survive this Swiss stage, group stage, that's another question altogether. Many more days up ahead for them to try and correct the course though. So hopefully for them, that's going to be something that they're able to work on.
Yeah, hopefully for them, they can make more progress. You know, I think at the end of the day, progress is the important word. You need to be improving something every day. It might be small, it might be big, but as long as you're going somewhere, you see a goal and you know that the team is walking slowly towards there, I think that is the most important aspect of growing as a young team, right? You don't want to let all these defeats pull you down, but look at it as it's a process that allows you to get to the next level.
Yeah, and this might not be the only sort of opportunity for them, right? We talk a lot about South America as a region sort of being, I guess, more of the underdeveloped side of things when it comes to, you know, Dota 2 power levels. Now with Heroic sort of getting more relevance and getting invited to these events like they were invited here, suddenly that South America qualifier slot opens up for teams like Amaru to consistently make it into these events and get more practice against some of the best teams in the world. So even though this series has ended and even though that puts them at a 0-1, of course, much more room for them to grow. But of course, no surprises here. Tundra taking the series 2-0 in very convincing fashion. Now, we're going to try and see whether we're getting the chance to talk to someone from Tundra. We're not sure who it is yet, but we'll be back after a short break, so stay tuned. You don't want to miss it.
DreamLeague Season 27 is brought to you by DHL.
A warm welcome back, everybody, to DreamLeague Season 27. Well, we're at the end of our day, but we have a very special treat for everyone. It's none other than Ari, the Position 4 of Tundra, who put on quite a masterclass in that earlier series. Ari, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you. Hello.
Hello.
Very nice to have you with us. And first and foremost, of course, congratulations on taking that series 2-0. But of course, I have to ask, you know, you guys just came back from winning what? 2 lands? No big deal. Past few months, you know, just kind of coming back to online tournaments, coming back to DreamLeague. Of course, it's still a very important tournament because of all the points and everything. But what's the mindset like coming into online tournament after, you know, traveling back to back? Now that you're here, back at home, you know, what's the vibe like?
I mean, I guess we're like a little bit relaxed. Where it's kind of it's always a different feeling when you play online compared to LAN. The LANs feel more intense because you're there. Like it's just more, I don't know, more intense, I guess. Whereas if you're online, you kind of, it feels a bit like you're playing from home. It feels a bit like a pub sometimes. just a bit more relaxed in this way. But at the same time, we have a very competitive team that just wants to win every game and every tournament we play. So at the same time, we're also, trying our best as always. All of us except BZM are actually on bootcamp now. He will join us in a few days. He has some things to take care of. So, it's still business as usual for us.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that definitely was demonstrated in those first two games. It didn't really feel like you guys were showing any mercy whatsoever. Winter, I believe you have a question for Ari as well?
Yeah, basically, you guys mentioned that you guys were like traveling back and forth, and now you're kind of like playing from home. Do you feel like that based on like the schedule, whenever you travel to a LAN and then you have to go home, like what do you have to do to ensure that the team plays at like a similar level? Because I've heard players say that sometimes when you go to a LAN and then the moment you go back, you take a week's off training, and then when you come back, the team just kind of like feels like a lot of things desynced, and you have to spend some time to get everything back on track. How is it like for the team, right now?
Well, the thing is, we've actually not been home in like 2 months straight. So we've just been together all the time for 2 months. So there's kind of no chance to get out of focus. It's just always focus and always in the mindset of how
but
we
do you
always
think
are
like
together.
it's also important to find time to have like some sort of mini break, even though you have like tournaments after tournaments, or you just physically can't right now? It's impossible because of the schedule.
I mean, yeah, to some extent it is impossible because of the schedule. I mean, we only played the tournament like 2 days ago or something, and we traveled and then had 1 day off maybe, and now we're playing again. So, to some extent it's kind of impossible. But you do the small things that you can do, like in each day you try to, if you need a break, then you can like go chill in your room, call your family, play the pubs. You try to keep some sort of balance in your life. But yeah, to some extent it's not possible. I'd imagine that after this tournament, people will be really looking forward to going home for Christmas and seeing family again. I would definitely say it's easier to be away from this for this amount of time if you're in a very strong team such as ours with people that you get along well with. These things do make a big difference. So for me personally, I'm not actually that tired of being away for 2 months. Of course I miss my family, but it's pretty enjoyable. So there's not really a problem for me. But yeah, it definitely takes some active effort from everyone to make it an enjoyable experience and less feel like it's just work and you wish you were home.
Yeah, I mean, that's amazing to hear. 2 months together with anybody, especially when you're working, sounds like a bit of a rough situation, but glad to hear that you're still sort of receiving, and there's still silver linings to it, right? It's not that bad. I guess last thing, I guess we don't really need to talk as much about the Dota because that was, that was quite a rough one for Amaru. You guys really did a number on them. But since you mentioned it, after this, it's going to be a long Christmas break for the first time in forever. What are you most looking forward to doing on your break?
For me, it really is just seeing family again. It's been, by that point, it would be like 2.5 months or something crazy, which will be the longest I've been away ever. So,
damn.
Yeah, just enjoying seeing family again, spending time with them, all the pets. I miss them as well. And also some sort of like normal lifestyle. Like when I'm at home, it's pretty like slow, chill lifestyle, whereas here it's pretty crazy. We're just traveling everywhere, living in hotels all the time. It's very different. So as much as I like it, it's nice to also just have the slow life for a while with the family. So I miss this, yeah. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and before you know it, we'll be right there. You'll be back in your bed, back with your pets, hopefully sooner rather than later. Thank you so much for joining us, Ari, and hope to see you and Tundra take a couple more dubs in the next few days.
Thank you.
What a pleasant young man. What a wonderful character. You can understand why, he's saying the people on Tundra, it's all a nice environment. I think there is a lot of truth to that, right? When you're spending so much time together. And Winter, of all people, I feel like it's funny that you ask because you're like, oh, don't you think it's important for a break? But you of all people are so intense. I feel like if you were the coach of a team, you'd be like, nobody gets a break. Everybody focus. We're not going home. You're never gonna see your family for 3 months until we win a championship. So I don't know. I don't know what tree you were barking up, but I think it's nice, you know, it's nice that they have fun together. It's nice that they actually enjoy each other's company, because all that travel, all the work together, it can, you know, create friction for sure.
Yeah, I don't know about what type of pets that he's missing, you know. As I remember in the game, they have pets walking around the map, dragging waves. You know?
Oh, right. Yeah, this sounds like you. Maybe he's just living vicariously through the Helmdom creeps, through the Poogies. He's like, I can't see my pets just yet. I'll just have to settle for this. But of course, I think they'll be very happy with the way that this day has settled for them. Tundra, of course, taking that 2-0 win over Amaru. The South American side gonna have a lot of work to do. But before we end things off for today, this was our last series. We're gonna take a look again at the standings and how today has shaken out. Of course, today was all about the 0-0 matchups, right? Everybody coming in fresh. First, we had BetBoom team up against Runa team, two Eastern European squads. Of course, one we're a lot more familiar with and understandably took the 2-0, while Team Falcons, they very surprisingly dropped a game against Passion UA. Winter, I believe you had something to say about Team Falcons because they have not really looked quite as powerful as we're expecting from them.
Yeah, they definitely look like something is not clicking, you know. There's like an argument or disagreement about how to play the game. Like something is off. I think even from Chengdu, we noticed that they were not exactly... I think their drafts were like kind of off, you know. I think there's been like definitely some kind of like maybe disagreements on drafts, and it kind of affected the team's play. And right now, maybe some of it has been dealt with. Hopefully, they could, you know, fix the remaining of the problems and show us their true potential. I mean, we've all seen what the best Falcons look like, you know. We all know what they're capable of, you know.
It's terrifying team. And of course, Tundra Esports and Amaru Gaming, that's a series that we just casted. And that's the results for this stream, but you'll be mistaken if you think that's the only Dota that happened today. Of course, every single game of DreamLeague group stage, it's Mainstream, Ember, Storm, Earth. So we're going to look at the standings about just how everything else panned out. Of course, how these other teams did. I think at the start of this series, we already saw how, you know, most of the table had shaken out. I think you were mentioning that the Falcons loss was a bit of a surprising one for you against Passion UA. But for me, it was Team Liquid dropping a game against that new Team Nemesis stack, right? Of course, that is the old Boom Esports, rest in peace. Boom Esports, you got Jabs, you got 23, you got Jokum. But instead of Sanctity in the mid lane, they've now brought in South America's very own Analog. And that team was able to take a game off Liquid. That's definitely interesting.
Promising stuff, you know. Maybe SA plus SEA is the new formula.
Yeah, you gotta cook. I mean, Boom, they were almost there, right? They did South America, then they did SEA. Same thing with OG, they did South America, now they're in SEA. But the secret sauce is actually mixing them both together. We'll see whether that succeeds for Team Nemesis. But of course, jokes aside, standings aside, that will be it for today. Thank you so much for joining us for an amazing opening day of DreamLeague Season 27. Much, much more to come tomorrow, though, as the group stage rages on. But for now, we'll look at some highlights and close things off. And for now, we'll say goodnight.
Dream League Season 27 is brought to you by DHL.
Our love was a chance encounter, a glance across the street, fleeting moments, two strangers meeting that swept me off my feet. Golden leaves under an autumn sun, you talked about the movies and how your life begun. Our lives weave together through all kind of weather, and our hearts grew strong. Our love was a chance encounter, a glance across the street, fleeting moments, two strangers meeting that swept me off my feet. The buzz of traffic, the bright city lights. You talked about marriage and who you'd invite. We talked for hours and I brought you flowers, and our hearts grew strong. How can something so special be mere happenstance? Was it destiny calling, or just life's little dance? Our love was a chance encounter, a glance across the street, fleeting moments, two strangers meeting that swept me off my feet, that swept me off my feet.
From young and old to rich and poor, there is one thing that I know for sure, guaranteed someday you'll